have a wonderful surprise for you.
Make the mic live.
Resurrection.
Make the mic live.
It's funny how the music put times in perspective. How the soundtrack to your life is perfected. Whenever you are feeling blue, keep walking and we can't get far. It's funny how the music put times in perspective. How the soundtrack to your life is perfected. Whenever you are feeling blue, keep walking and we can't get far. Wherever you are, like a movie that you can't predict. Like a book that you can't resist. A sing-along song that's so sensual. Bring along something to make it all so sexual. Verbally, that is, make you love to the music, means vibe to the beat at night. With the whole city fast asleep. How cold true words seem to rhyme. And my lips take hold of a hold of me most powerfully. I feel free when the world doesn't know it to me. It's so hard to find a good lives up to the billing. Trying to find a reason to work out, will it not me? When thinking is wishful, like a star upon a jar, gazing up to the ceiling. How far do we have to stretch the truth to fit the lifestyle borrowed and overdue? We can take it all back to the register and start all over from the canister. Just break it all down in the piece of right. Moments that pass by like you need it, alright. Throw on your favorite reel, that's good to go. On the analog play, watching people glow. Sit back with the beats and let the memories flow. Comedy, tragedy, all the highs and lows. It's funny how the music put times in perspective. How the soundtrack to your life is perfected. Whenever you are feeling blue, keep walking and we can't get far. Wherever you are, wherever you are, whenever you are, wherever you are. Like a move that I can't predict. Like a look that I can't resist. The tingling feeling was so mutual. The lingering appeal was so unusual. Herbally, what is medicine to a low soul can become poisonous. With the whole city fast asleep. How cold true vision seem to come to the eye. Take hold of a prophet in me most visibly. I see clear when the world doesn't show it to me. It's so hard to make sense in the cycle of billing. Trying to find a reason to quit and make a killing. Not me. My thinking is wishful, like a star upon a child staring down from the ceiling. How far do we have to stretch the picture before pixelating the human texture? We can take it all back to the register and start all over from the canister. Let's save it all up for an ultimate prize. Homecoming gathering with the big surprise. Throw on your favorite record, that's good to go. On the analog table and a circuit blow. Sit back with easy, hear the MC flow. Hi-hat, kick drum, all the highs and lows. It's funny how the music put towns in perspective. How the soundtrack to your life is perfected. Whenever you feeling blue, keep walking and we can't get far. Third time the charm, hopefully when the time on your door you still let me in after all these years. The room that you carried in my heart is exactly the same as you left it. I realize that you have moved on. New styles in place like them silent flicks. I'm speechless in this golden occasion. The beautiful expression on the silver creation. This time I like to keep in touch. I'm a little bit wiser, a whole lot tougher. If I suffer through another nightmare tonight, we'll chalk it up as another chapter to write. Right or wrong or somewhere down the middle of the road. I wanna see you again in the scene with the backdrop a perfect 10. And the music can take us back to the spot right then. From black and white to a sepia tone. Some dreams come with a tint or a monochrome. From black and white to my skin tone. Some dreams have a stint on this microphone. It's funny how the music put times in perspective. How the soundtrack to your life is perfected. Whenever you are feeling blue, keep walking and we can't get far. Wherever you are, wherever you are, wherever you are, wherever you are, wherever you are. Okay, we can take it all back to the register. Then start all over from the canister. Just break it all down in the piece of bright moments that pass by like a meter alright. Throw on your favorite jacket and you're good to roll. On the analog trail and you look the road. Just stroll through the trees and let your miseries go. Sunshine, hurricane, all the highs and lows. All the highs and lows. The highs and lows. take it all back to the register and start all over again. Let's start. Just break it all down in a piece of right. Moments that pass by like you need it. Alright, 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 alright.
Recordings just.
So I went to Sesame Street and found Telly so he could sell me peanut butter jelly. I had to pay back Pat Sajak, so I got $200. And when I passed go, saw Glass show and been living a mighty world. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chinatown here in the heart of Los Angeles. The Golden Pagoda on this special occasion presents to you live at the Piano Bar the fine talent of Ugly Duckling.
Who can maneuver on troops and ladders to a make-believe land? The Andy Man can. Freddie was keen and loaned me the mystery machine when I promised him green for gasoline. Jinkies. I traveled by the gravel up Tobacco Road in a race to catch up with the place that time forgot. Took a low jack from Kojak and Andy Cap's handicapped sticker so I could find a parking spot in the lot. Greeted upon arrival by drums of steel and a one-man band called Surreal. I asked him of law and regulation and he said it was up to me. This is no longer reality and here I was truly free. So I went to Sesame Street and found Telly so he could sell me peanut butter jelly. I had to pay back Pat Sajak, so I got $200. And when I passed go, saw Glass show and been living a mighty world. Uncle Scrooge rolled illusion, got his assets frozen, and George of the Jungle ran into that tree. Me, I found Wimpy in the Sea Hag's park. He said, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a winky-dinky dog. From a cookout, where I saw a captain with his hook out making shish kebabs out of Etch-a-Sketch knobs. And I went to Judy Bloom's for dinner and she wouldn't let me budge until I drank all my freckle juice to wash down my super fudge. Boarded a great space coaster, then transferred to a toaster that in a hardware war flies. But at that time, a chime startled my ears and I was awakened to the sight of colorful spots in my eyes. Sweet dreams on my ticket tape freight route. My good guys ride off into the sunset fade out. And you too can visit the next time you nap on a journey to anywhere you can draw your own map. Jan tells my mom that it's time for bed, but with a touch of pixie dust, I can fly instead. I'm bound to leave the ground, so I open up the windows of my room to look up the space and face the moon. That's becoming a balloon in an old cartoon. It must be Wacky Wednesday, cause I see my favorite sensei, Hong Kong Phooey. And there's the groovy ghoulies who are rocking with Pippi Longstocking and a papa as little Hiawatha hit the stream for a swim. I had my scuba gear near, so I followed the mid and grabbed hold of the tail of the manta, and we began to play. But then he swam away, so I boogied on my board, using an oar to head back to the shore where I could boogie on the floor.
I did the penguin to the shuffle to the hustle to a backspin, and then I heard my pet rock named Slep Rock, who slept in a tube sock, was going a couple rounds with the rock'em sock'em robot, but I couldn't get a ticket, so I had to sneak in.
And we damn near got caught, cause his sneakers kept squeaking.
Then I jumped on my cycle stick and hopped the top of a suburb curb. Man, I gotta move quick, cause if I hurry up and get the Magetti ready, I'll return home a hero and be showered with confetti. Close your eyes and climb aboard this cruise to the state of no limits and bring your sleepwalking shoes. It's not an acquittal, so we don't beat the rap. On a journey to anywhere, we can draw our own map.
Here's a vision. Imagine a whole globe made with precision. Continents of brown soil with green grass that complements deep seas and trees with multicolored leaves. Mountain ranges that survive through the ages. Plus show expressions of time on rock faces. Now gaze up toward the glorious sky. Only appreciated by a powerful eye. As I understand, man is to cherish the land as we coexist hand in hand. But as time has passed, man has created a vast mass of trash that has the capability to smash your natural desire to explore your state of being and discover your fire. For instance, when a child is born, it possesses no intelligence of hate or scorn, but as it learns of our ways, it becomes torn from its original nature as we destroy nature in the name of cash, all justified by laws made by the legislature. You know the same of the numbers that claim they aim to seek justice, but ain't it a shame that isn't the case? Yet we all are so tame that we're all fair game. That's why they got our name, address, social security number, even no way to watch your last dress or a mattress. I've been saying, oh, that's just the way things are. Then I explain that you're so far from your core, you need to explore. I wake up in the morning and more than soar and go look for more weapons being prepared for nuclear war. And then when I found some notices, the guard hit the ground, son, with strong winds to make the clouds run. Step up in the laboratory, keep a grammar gory. Their response, inflammatory. Now their domes all puffed up because they puffed up. Give me the data chips. I reverse gravity, so matter flips. Show these mothers up the light inadequate. Side of the scene, natty dips. Mankind shall feel the effects as he rips through the environment. Mash up the earth's power as if it were a requirement. Cold wind to blow on your cold heart. Stand as they ask for the fire when trapped in an ice age. And while you're defrosting, I kick open the door and let some Holocaust in. Then I remain solar in the galaxy. Take the form of the sun so I can shine emphatically. Then I shed light on the tragedy. Step aside just to make way for remorse and apathy. Then I perform something you can all see as I change the climate from cold to balmy. As temperatures rise, I squeeze acid water out of the skies to burn out your eyes, cause you could never see what I devise. I give you 5 lives and 9 tries, but usually nobody survives, cause I've elevated far above and beyond. So you could be bombed, crushed, thus you could be harmed. You can be armed with shanks, tanks, bayonets, missile threats, yet I still launch lyrical text that gets so intense it could disassemble all of those elements. So you should fear what the God invents. Since I was sent under the name of live, which means to uplift. It's my never-ending duty to attempt to shift your mind from one train of thought to a more positive state. So then in turn you can create, control your own fate, rather than having those with wealth dominate and complicate. Living to the point where we're all in prison. People, we should all pick up our minds. It's time. Look at how the world is designed. It's major. We must all walk out of our manger and start to educate the nearest stranger. Ignorance has no remainder. I manifest, prophesize visions of danger. With 7 lines, I show you 7 signs. Times of the essence. Choose before you lose your physical presence. Perpetuate wickedness or walk along the path of God. The force from which we were all created. Stand amongst prosperity or fall devastated. Another victim of hatred in a land where nothing is sacred except for these thoughts that I share with no fear. To make you all aware of the nightmare. I see you putting in a little work, but we're not quite there. Climb out of your darkness, the light is quite clear. You're still too concerned with jewels and hype gear. But I'ma drop my thoughts until you open your eyes. Arise. It doesn't matter what your color, creed, race, or size. Arise.
All right. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we're going to be talking to you about some lies this morning going on for a while now. You know, mythicism. What is mythicism? You know, we were going to get into that last time. You know, we were going to get into the price debate with Bart Ehrman. Now, I have read both of these scholars' works. You know, I read Ehrman, I read Price, you know, a long time ago. I found Price more honest than Ehrman, but Price is so erudite that he brings in hundreds of other sources, and I can't really make heads or tails of most of his analysis. You know, Ehrman's like pretty much writes for retards, okay? But the thing about Ehrman is that his scholarship is far too son of a bitch, this background. Yeah, his scholarship is far too let me just I have to adjust myself here. Yeah, I'll have to get a green screen at some point, but yeah, man, this is fucking crazy. It's just zapping me in and out. It is what it is, guys. But yeah, man, you know, Ehrman, I'll just turn this shit off for now. But yeah, Ehrman is from North Carolina, right? He's very annoying in terms of his delivery. You know, he's got an atheistic sort of worldview. You know, Price's worldview is more advanced, right? He doesn't ascribe to liberalism and these types of things, you know. So he's a lot more advanced in his, kind of, exactly. I've become the tapestry, you know, the cerebral tapestry of, robo optical obstacles out here, man. Yeah, man. Bless you guys, man. Greetings to the Bear Jew watching that low TW. Oops. With the alien dick. We'll show you guys some OTW and his alien dick at the end of this. Praise to a Yakub meme. Testes mentees. Okay. That means you got the dick in your brain. You got fucked in the mind by the Yakub alien. But yeah, man. Low TW news is just gonna watch my stream anyways, so it's fine. You know, we're producing content for many shows, as you guys know. We produce content for Jack talcum powder, you know, because jerking off with them Jack advice that'll leave you dry. It'll leave you dry, high and dry. You know, that's what it is, you know. But yeah, bless you guys, man. We got Vladimir Putin in the crib, somebody's sock account. Thank you, Vladimir, for being here. It's okay if you have to hide, but I guess it tells us something about you. You know. But yeah, I'm not hiding. My name's Muhammad. I'm from Detroit. I'm staying in two houses right now. One is in my house there where I used to live with my wife. Very lonely place where nobody lives because I'm separated with my wife. And I don't think that she's gonna come back, but it is what it is. This is my second marriage. Might be on my third marriage soon. Who knows? Life is shit. Life is a rough trial, as they say. You know what I mean, right? And then sometimes I record from my little brother and my parents' house, chilling. The Pakistani family, we got lots of family events, and we dwell in the house of God as well. But I might be moving soon, moving out of this house, moving out of my other house. You know what I mean? Moving out of the house I had with my wife, mainly because I don't think we're going to be living together anymore. I mean, it's really up to her. But, life is real. Never get married, Bear Juice says. Yeah, I'm a perpetual marrier. I married twice. I fall in love with girls. I'm a passionate lover. That's how I am. I'm just like that. I need a woman around. That's kind of what I am. Sexual intellectual. I don't know if I fall in that category. Sexual intellectual. I know if I shave my beard and put a suit on, I do look very handsome. But not today. You know what I mean? Not today, folks. Well, let's move to the material we have. Let me go to last Friday. Mages, magistrates, majesticons, mages. Lith. Let's go to this here real quick. Yeah, thank you to 25 people for being out here in the morning with me. We're going to keep it moving. I know it was at the end of this presentation where I finally broke out the debate here. So I'm going to put that on double speed and just play that real quick. See if there's anything I missed there. We had a fruitful panel with many people there. 2 minutes. Let me get up in here. But yeah, Erman, he takes kind of an atheistic position, right? Let me go double speed on this. See what happens here. We'll just go to some previews of this shit. So you guys know what type of topic we're on. Of course, we covered the Bjerknes and E. Michael Jones debate. That was very interesting debate. Two very radical positions. Very, very radical positions. One hardcore Christian position against Judaism, against the Jewish revolutionary spirit. And of course, we have our friend Bear Jew here. He might want to be aware of that treatment there. If he is Jewish, he would be very interested to know about what was transpiring there. And of course, this affects Christians, Jews, Muslims, and atheists, as well as people who believe in New Age religions and the occult, such as Gnosticism, such as they have their own interpretation of the Bible, okay? Such as Theosophy, right? Which spawned all the New Age sects of today, right? Or the Kabbalah, right? They might have different interpretations of religion, right? Anyways, let's watch what I had to say here. Let's go to some of this. I sped it up a little bit, so let's see what happens here.
So they tend to do things that don't make any sense.
Is there? Yeah. It stands to reason that you would have to provide more evidence of that than just, Paul claiming it in his letters.
Yeah, you probably need some more evidence.
Yeah, I mean, and especially because the ambiguous source of these letters, we can only trace 7 of them back to him anyways, so, and I don't even think that, I think that that's also in Acts, and, the narrative kind of shows up differently there,
The fact that he was a persecutor of the Christians is interesting and important. If Paul converted in
Okay. So you're a ethnic Jew. So in that case, this would affect you as well, because mythicism draws heavily from astrotheology, Jungian psychology, the study of archetypes, and other sort of spiritual concepts, spiritualism given rise in the 1800s. Bless you, brother. Yeah, bless you. That's right. That's right. We're living souls. Yeah. You know what I mean? The truth is a living spirit. The truth is not dead. It's not inert, right? The truth cannot be found in inertia, in inert things. Okay. That's not where truth is found, right? Right. There is a living truth, right? Knowledge is dead. That's why knowledge can be possessed, right? One can obtain knowledge, right? One cannot obtain truth. One can only witness truth, okay? This is the real deal. Let's go.
say the year 33, and he had been persecuting Christians based on what he heard about them in the year 32, that means Paul had heard about Christians and Christianity and about Jesus within 2 years of the traditional date of Jesus' death, probably about 2 years after Jesus had died. If that's the case, it would be worth knowing, what does Paul know about the historical Jesus? Paul's views of Jesus are really important, as I think Bob and I would both agree. Paul does not talk about a heavenly cosmic figure, Joshua or Jesus, who was crucified by demons in outer space, the way mythicists have often said.
Now, I just thought it was very weird that he went on going with Paul. Paul did not know Jesus, right? Paul didn't know Jesus. He's not an eyewitness source. Paul knew people who may have known Jesus, right? This is claimed, right? But Paul didn't really see eye to eye with many of those people, right? Look at Mark. Right? He has a falling out with Mark. Doesn't want to travel with him anymore, right? Luke is his companion. Barnabas is also his companion, right? But Peter and James don't really seem to see eye to eye with Paul, right? The Jerusalem Council, right? They teach the gospel of the circumcised, whereas he teaches the gospel of the uncircumcised. Isn't that not right? That's what it says in Acts. We get a very strange picture of these events, right? And also in Galatians, where he confronts Peter. Anyways, we're looking at historical views, history, right? History, right? And if you guys want to go to my presentation that I gave on Wednesday, was it Wednesday or was it Saturday? I don't know, but I gave a good presentation on this on the night of the Bjerknes debate. Anyways, it'll all be compiled within a series for you guys, but yeah, we'll see how it comes out. But yeah.
Paul talks about real historical figures.
This is where it goes.
Yeah, we're mainly recording these sort of experimental recordings as one-off so that we can record a full show for you guys and compile all the relevant parts of these live streams, that really go out there randomly, and then put all of the relevant parts of the discussion into a episode series. So that'll be coming up in the future. So, a lot of the shit from the panels and me greeting the audience and me reading the chat and all of that stuff will be edited out of it. You know what I'm saying, right? But yeah, I still thank you guys for catching the live shows and seeing what's going on. You know what I mean? Yeah. And on that note, I will give a shout out to everybody in the audience very soon. Thank you guys for being here. I noticed there's 30 people in here. Bless you guys.
Jesus,
Okay. Wow.
a Jew among Jews,
Yeah. This is where it goes into outer space, right?
who was
How is it
crucified
true amongst the
by
Jews?
his earthly opponents.
Mythicists do say that.
Yeah, so because they're going with a Gnostic theory, or sometimes they're going with Marcionism, depending on who you ask.
Marcionism.
First, he denominates Jesus as the historical Jesus. So, the description of Jesus.
Now, let me explain that. In Gnosticism, there's a realm of the pleroma, right? Right, which is the realm of the super essential deities, right? And they are basically contained within the pleroma. It's kind of like the world of forms in Plato. It's a kind of the totality of God's sort of emanations. They kind of live in this pleroma like world. Okay, so the pleroma is kind of like where all of the emanations of God reside. The main one is Sophia. Now for Marcion, right? For Marcion, right? And also there's a spiritual hierarchy. Okay, there's the aeons, right? And then there's the archons, right? Right. Okay, there's of course the demiurge, right? Okay, the demiurge in between the aeons and the archons, right? The demiurge is the one who controls the archons, right? But the demiurge himself was created by Aeon, right? So this is a false reality. So above this reality, there's another world. And from that world is where Jesus came from the Aeon of Barbelo, right? That's Gnosticism, right? Or a very watered down view, generalized view of some of the Gnostic teachings, right? Now let's go to Marcionism. In Marcionism, he rejected the Old Testament. He said that an evil God wrote the Old Testament, but an alien God birthed Jesus, sent Jesus into the world to adopt us. So the law of the Old Testament is a law of evil, the law of Jesus. That's why Marcion, he only had the Gospel of Luke and the letters of Paul. Okay. So this is where the idea of Jesus being crucified in space, okay, this immaterial crucifixion, right? That this was a mythical event or a spiritual event that existed on a cosmic plane that's different from ours, right? In order to heal those in this world, right? Okay. Okay. Bless you guys.
Jesus. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about the person or the concept. He's talking about the historical Jesus. So that what has been denoted, and that's what, and the parts that have been denoted, that have been descripted, so to say, the parts that have been scrubbed are not part of our history anymore. And so therefore he can say the historical Jesus. That's
what am I doing? Motherfuckers are commenting on my show as I do my show. I'm commenting on my own show. Their show's too dog shit to even watch and comment on. Okay, I could add commentary to my own shit. Okay, right? It is what it is. But I'm gonna go on watching this debate after this too. I just want to get to the part where we're at first. We were at a part where Robert Price was speaking, and he actually said that the characters within the Gospels are no different from comic book characters. Okay, so this is total mythicism. This means that they're not just myths, they're like cartoons, right? They're totally made up, right? That's his view, right? But Bart Ehrman says, no, that's not how history is done. History is done by figuring out where we can tie certain figures to certain writings, certain historical events, that people speak about, certain key historical figures, and we can give an estimate of a story of what might have happened, right? Yeah, it's not going to be a perfect rendering of what's going to happen. No science claims to have that, right? Every science claims only to be a map of reality, right? And not the full picture, right? Right? If you had a reality size map, it would be the size of reality. You could lay it on top of reality as a virtual space, right? Mirror world. Isn't that what this computer life is, right? Right? Is it mirror world or is it shadow world? Right? Okay. Is the screen a filter? Right? Or is it a window into another world? Right? That's what we have to ask ourselves, right? And it's the same thing when we use tools, when we use technologies, right? We have to ask ourselves, to what degree do they mediate reality? How many fucking times do I have to say it? Yet you suckers never listen. Oh well. One day, people will realize, the ideas have real danger, right? Danger. Ideas are dangerous. They cultivate minds, they cultivate events, they cultivate narratives, and they cultivate the imagination in strange ways. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like Christian nihilism, Gnosticism, some of Marcionism's salvation by faith alone is kind of like nihilism, you know. I mean, you're either saved or you're not. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that, whereas the message of Jesus in the Gospels is one of eternal life. It's kind of different. When I read the message in the Gospels, I get touched by an angel, touched by a spirit. I don't know what it is. There's something magical in those words, guys, right? All right, that we all got to feel. And if you guys haven't read it, all right, yeah, religion has been used for slavery. It has been used to enslave people as well, but it has also provided order and sanctity, and a beautiful cultural explosion over the past 1500 years, right? Okay. And this is not simply relegated to the culture, to the Western culture. It can also be applied to the Chinese culture of Confucianism. And Confucianism is not really religious, but Confucianism ruled China for 1500 years, and it had quasi-religious traditions attached to it, that were maybe similar to those ones practiced by the Catholic Church and all of those other ones, right? Some of Confucian systems of morality, and we did a presentation on Asian philosophy a few Fridays back or something like that. But I don't know, Yep. Yeah, well, Jesus predicts it. Jesus says false prophets are going to come in my name. They're going to tell you, hey, we're all with Jesus. He says right after I'm gone, false prophet's going to come. Government, yeah. Government is, yeah. I mean, a society of just men could rule themselves. But isn't that the point? Where's the society of just men?
Why he refers to it so strongly. And that's why he needs his fellow believers in that theory to mention, right? He needs to refer to his fellows, like, oh, and these brothers also say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting type of a,
approach.
Approach.
Yeah.
When we get to this Robert Price fellow, which I think it's getting to him now, it's going to be radically different. You guys are going to see that there's almost no agreement within two atheistic paradigms in the same, worldview. Just two streets down from each other, they can't agree on a fundamental question of history. Which is quite staggering.
And that's what he's performing.
Paul thought that Jesus was a
right.
divine being who's also a human being. Paul does think that Jesus was a divine being who was also a human being. But he firmly believes that this divine being became a human being. Jesus was a Jew who lived, taught, and was crucified in Palestine. Paul is often faulted for not saying more about Jesus than he says. He doesn't.
I don't want to be too much of a contrarian, but
his Sermon on the Mount,
I
his exorcism,
would state that Jesus was a
and lots of other things. He's faulted for not saying more on the ground.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Right.
Right. I mean, if Jesus was a Jew, why are the people that hate Jesus killing the Palestinians? Come on, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore, he must have been a Palestinian. That's why these people that call themselves Jews are killing all of the Palestinians. Yeah, dude.
Interesting.
No,
Red
dude,
light leads on.
and of course they're hiding that by saying, "No, Jesus was a Jew. That's why he's going to be raised in our society as the new Messiah." And that's why they're killing off all the Palestine. And that's why
That's a crazy point, by boy. It's interesting.
Palestinians are fucking each other like there's no tomorrow, because there is no tomorrow for them. Come on, it's quite obvious. Okay, I'm done now.
Yeah, those are salient points for sure.
That if he knew more, he would have said more. That's possible, but it's not really probative. If you take 7 of my mother's letters, my mother is a very, very devout Christian. If you take 7 of her letters about religion, about her Christianity, about her faith, about her beliefs, you will not find any references to Jesus' baptism, temptation, Sermon on the Mount, exorcisms, or triumphal entry. She just doesn't talk about those things in her letters, and either did Paul. Does it show that my mother doesn't believe those things about Jesus' life? No, it doesn't show that. It's not what she's talking about. These letters that we have of Paul are letters that Paul wrote to his congregations to deal with problems that they were having. If they weren't having problems, then he didn't write about them in his letters. What does Paul say? Paul tells us a number of important things about the historical Jesus based on what he knew. He indicates that Jesus was actually born physically, that he had a woman as his mother, that he came from the line of King David, that he was born a Jew, that he was a Jewish Messiah, that he had brothers. One of them was named James. He preached to other Jews. He had 12 disciples. One of them was Peter, whom Paul knew. Jesus was a teacher. Paul explicitly cites several of Jesus' teachings. Jesus had a Last Supper with his disciples. Jesus was crucified by the ruling authorities at the instigation.
Now, I'm not going to go through these one by one, but it's clear that the sources for these are the Gospels themselves. And he himself has noted that they give contradictory resources for what these, views are. So, the Gospels aren't exactly clear on all of this information, other than a few facts like the disciples and, his brother James and all of that type of stuff, So unless we can trace down those historical figures like the disciples, like the brother James, and figure out who taught somebody, and and of course the genealogies are mentioned there. We got Mr. Meow G here. Interesting. Metaversal miscreant. Interesting. Some bloodlines there, But yeah.
Of the Jewish authority. Paul tells us these things. I want to focus on 2 points in particular that Paul states about Jesus. The first is one that is central to many.
By the way, I do have a book on that by James Tabor, called The Jesus Dynasty, somewhere around here. But yeah, if I find it, I definitely presented information on it. Yeah, James Tabor, The Jesus Dynasty. Yeah, I have that book. But yeah, he talks about the ossuary of James. They talk about different places that were supposedly his burial site. But yeah, anyways, we're all learning together out here. Historical information, what was going on at the time of Rome and Judea, at the time of Jesus, right? What evidence do we have to examine that period as a historical period? Can it be examined in a historical way, or are we looking at myth like Homer, Iliad, or even worse, like comic book characters, as will soon be claimed, right? Who knows?
The debates about mythicism. It comes in Galatians chapter 1, verse 19, where Paul says that 3 years after his conversion, so this would be by my chronology about the year 35 or 36, the Common Era, he says, after 3 years, I went to Jerusalem to visit Cephas. I remained with him for 15 days. Cephas is Peter, Jesus' closest disciple. But I saw none of the other apostles except James, the Lord's brother.
Oh, shit. This is crazy if this is true. James is Greek for Jacob. Holy shit. Well, that shakes a lot of things up. You know what I mean? Then a lot of names could have been misplaced in that way, right? Because there's a shitload of people named Jacob, right? And a shitload of people named James, right?
the brother of the Lord. Paul knows Jesus' brother, and he knows Jesus' closest disciple, Cephas. The word brother in the New Testament always means one of two things. A brother means a blood relative who's born to the same mother. That's one of the things it means. In other words, it means what brother means. The second thing it means is it sometimes often refers to members of the same believing community who stand in close solidarity. And so you can talk about your brothers, Jewish brothers, Christian brothers.
Yeah, this is a Jordan Maxwell. You know, Jordan Maxwell. I'm pretty sure that's a Jordan Maxwell quote. Greatest story ever told. You know, he's a mythicist. He's an astrotheologist, you know, who studies theosophy. So, yeah, you know, see, we got to look at the resources, you know. Jordan Maxwell said that Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine is one of the most important books he's ever read, you know. So, see, we examine their resources, right? Examine the resources where they get the information from, right? Right. I don't want to know what people are reading. I want to know what the people are reading, right? You know what I'm saying? That's how I get my information. The primary sources, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't know he was dead. I did not know he was dead. Well, you know, definitely somebody who popularized a lot of occult knowledge, like the eye on the back of the dollar bill and all these types of symbols and images, you know?
Depending what your faith commitments are. Those are the two things that brother means in unambiguous cases in the New Testament. If anyone wants to claim that the word brother means something else in any context, they're free to do that, but they need to have clear and compelling reasons for thinking so, other than the fact that they don't want to think that the word means what it means. In Paul's case, when he says that James was the brother of Jesus, what does he mean? He cannot mean simply that he was somebody who stood in close solidarity with Jesus, because he's contrasting James with Cephas. He's explaining that he met with Cephas and with the brother of the Lord, James. In other words, Cephas is not the brother of the Lord. You get the same phenomenon in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 5, where Paul says that other people are allowed to take their wives with them, and so he too should be allowed to do so. Paul should be allowed to do so because other people take wives with them on their missions. And he says that Cephas doesn't, Apollos doesn't, Paul himself doesn't, but the brothers of the Lord do. That means that none of the others.
The brothers of the Lord, right? So this is a classic case of Paul, his sort of humble brag in the letters, you know, where he kind of says, well, I don't ask for things, and I need some material from you guys, hit up my Cash App, because we're not doing this just for the fuck of it, and also we need to reap some material benefit here, and I don't take my wives along with me, and I don't ask you for shit, but the brothers of the Lord do. And he said they claim themselves to be super apostles. He said those that claim themselves to be super apostles. Look it up, guys. Anyways, look at this shit. I got the robo-optical Last Supper here. You know what I mean? The last supper. You know what I mean? I'm saying. And also we got some other shit here. We got some fucking the homies here. I got this from Resident Sleeper when I debated him. This image right here. It's Aristotle and Homer and some of the church fathers being influenced by the Greek philosophers and showing the parts of the words in the Greek philosophy that they inspired for church teachings. We got Aristotle. We got many people up there in an Orthodox Christian, image here. Icons, that are venerating Greek philosophers, right? See? I mean, this is what it is. But yeah. Because part of the influence of Christianity came from the Hellenized Jews, like Paul, right? Paul himself was a Hellenized Jew, right? Anyways.
Are the brothers of the Lord. Paul knew James. He spent weeks with James. He knew Peter, Jesus' closest disciple. If Jesus didn't exist, then surely his best friend and his brother would know about it. They didn't know about it because he did exist.
Yeah. Not only are the scrolls in the painting legible, but they contain the excerpts from those Greek writings that influenced the church. These are what considered by the church to be proto-Christian thinkers, but they were actually Greek philosophers. Interesting, right? To me, it was fascinating. I never knew that Greek philosophy had anything to do with the foundation of the church until I looked into it. I never even knew, that the church considered itself a continuation of philosophy itself, But yeah. And those thinkers like St. Augustine and, St. Thomas Aquinas, they were voluminous writers. I'm talking about these guys wrote like 50 books or some shit like that, so they were not they didn't write like 1 or 2 books. They wrote 10 times more. We have 10 times more writings from them than we have from Plato or Aristotle or anyone like that. Right? Expounding on Platonic and Aristotelian philosophy, right?
Second point about what Paul has to tell us. Paul understands that Jesus was the crucified.
So where does this notion that we fell out of touch with all of these classical Greek writings for 1500 years? No, the church was preserving these teachings. You know what I mean? This is like this is the myth of the Dark Ages. No. This knowledge was preserved for 1500 years by the church. So, I mean, this might be an interesting point, how you want to take it, but it's very interesting on 2 levels. One is because the prominence of James within not only the New Testament writings, but also within Acts and, his prominence within the church, but then also how his figure is kind of eclipsed by the church. So there, it doesn't seem like the church seems to mention James a lot. It's all about Paul, even though it seems like Peter and James, who actually knew Jesus, wouldn't the church be collecting their letters or be the disciple of those types of people? I mean, it's kind of interesting. But yeah,
Crucified Messiah. This is the important point. Paul understands Jesus as the crucified Messiah. 2 things to say about that. First, if a first century Jew talk about someone who was crucified, what do they have in mind? Romans crucified people all the time. When people talk about crucified people, what did they mean? You can read any ancient source. Read Josephus if you want to. Read any ancient source. What do people mean when they talk about someone who's crucified?
Okay, now think about it, right? Erman, right, is kowtowing to these publishing companies, right, that are owned, and I'm not making this up. These publishing companies are owned by Jews, right? You really think you're going to get away with saying in these books that according to the historical evidence that the Jews killed Jesus, like our friend E. Michael Jones was saying? Okay, that's what it says in the Gospels, right? But if you go to his thesis, he's going to say that the Romans came up and killed Jesus. Why the fuck would the Romans, who are fighting a war against the Jews, consider some guy who's going against Judaism a threat? That makes almost 0 sense. Why would the head priest of the temple employ a Pharisee like Paul in order to persecute Christians in the 1st century? That also makes little sense. Okay. So something about the stories of Rome being involved in the Christian sects seems kind of fishy. I think it had more to do with just the Jews who were living there, right? But then you see the connections with Herod. Those are interesting. And I talked about that at length in one of my presentations about Herod and his family and, the history of Herod and how he built Sepphoris. And Sepphoris was a huge city that was right next to Galilee. So this notion of Jesus not growing up and experiencing the full force of Roman culture, because he grew up in a little Jewish town is probably not so accurate. He probably experienced the Roman Empire more than we think. But who is to say? Of course, one of Jesus' disciples was Simon the Zealot, and the Zealots were one of those militant groups of Jews that had taken military opposition to the Roman Empire in order to free the temple from Roman rule, right? So these are all important factors as we explore these things. Thank you. So he's going to talk about the crucifixion mentioned in
He's
Paul.
referring to a death that the Romans.
Okay, let's go ahead and try to.
You might
So he's saying that the Romans came in and killed Jesus. Or I guess in the Gospels, it kind of says that the Jews did it, but I don't know. Who
As
knows?
of first importance, what I also received that Christ died. It's important to understand what Jews meant. Paul was a Jew. It's important to understand what Jews meant by the term Christ.
Right, Christ means Messiah, right? So he's saying that
To the
the
king,
word Christ means Messiah.
King of Israel. He was the anointed one. When the king.
That's why when you say Christ is king, you're not really specifying Jesus.
Does Christ mean Messiah? In what language?
Yeah. It means the anointed one in Greek.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
that makes sense.
So it's kind of saying like Jesus, the Messiah. So it's interesting.
King was anointed at his coronation ceremony, like King David, King Solomon. This showed that God was putting his favor upon him.
So Jesus' kingly role. Let's see if we can go.
Jesus. The Christians said that Jesus was a crucified criminal. They were saying that Christ had been crucified. Well, why did they do that? If it didn't make any sense to expect a crucified Messiah, it was because they believed that Jesus was the Messiah, and they knew that he got crucified. A fiction of Jesus, it was crucified. Well, it's like a contradiction in terms. Of course, he wasn't crucified. So why did Christians say it? They had no choice.
So he's saying that the Christians are kind of admitting to something that's anti-Judaism. So therefore, their belief can be seen to have a novel origin point. It's kind of the argument he's making here. He's kind of saying, well, there's no precedent in Jewish
He's
belief.
saying that Christians are wrong, right?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting way of saying it, because he's kind of saying, well, they got it from Judaism, but there's nothing like this in Judaism, so they kind of just made it up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, but if you made it up, then why does that add credence to it being a real historical fact? You know what I mean? I just don't understand where he's going with this one. You know what I mean? Right? Based on his own, kind of summation here.
Mm-hmm.
Numerous sources that talk about him. These sources give us valuable information. The sources are problematic. They are historically difficult. Historians spend their lives trying to figure out what in them is historical and what is not. That does not mean that there's nothing historical in them. There is historical information in them. You have to find it. Included with the historical sources, though, are also the writings of the Apostle Paul. Paul, within 2 years of Jesus' life, absolutely knew that he was a historical figure, that he was a Jewish preacher and teacher who ended up on the wrong side of the law.
Okay.
It may change your broader perspective, or it may not.
Drinking coffee every day didn't work for me, but I couldn't figure out why until I went from 184 to 123.
I don't know where she was going with that one, but I guess she was trying to put the sugar in the. She was putting sugar and coffee in a bottle. I don't understand what the fuck this. Yeah.
All right. And now, Dr. Bob Price will present the mythicist position.
Oh, he can actually stand up. Wow. He looks like the prototypical communist dude.
Is there a
he
man
looks like
behind the curtain?
communism in a person.
He's an interesting guy.
I don't know, but I don't like the look of him.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. He's quite accessible. I plan to try to get him on the show. Because he's quite accessible. But the thing is that he's got some interesting views, and he recently came under attack for not supporting the woke agenda. So he got kicked off of Myth Vision, and he was working with Derek Lambert of Myth Vision, and he kind of got blacklisted by them for his kind of supporting the woke agenda or whatever it is. But yeah, it's kind of crazy stuff. But
let's be fair, Derek Lambert is an asshole. So
yeah, he's kind of a little bitch. But yeah, I mean, I sent him a letter a while ago, and they did a little bit of work with Dr. David Scavino, but I think that guy is trying to promote Gnosticism and in astrotheology. They have some weird agenda. Look at the one eye picture on Myth Vision. I mean, it's just really creepy and weird. It's just fucking. It's just all
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm
okay.
kind of confused what you said. He got kicked. He got blacklisted for not supporting the woke agenda or for supporting it.
Not supporting.
Yeah, that's kind of how they are. I noticed, and by contrast, I know there's a lot of Christians out there that if you don't want to believe in their brand of Christianity, they'll do the same thing to you.
I know. I mean, I have a few of them after me already. Yeah, I do.
Which is kind of just be blacklisted. So whatever.
Joining us here, it's been an eventful friend
also known as Mr. Pie.
thing about words for us,
Leave.
Man, I
and go ahead and play some music here for you guys, and we'll shut this down, man. Put a big fucking cherry on this motherfucker. Thank you guys.
say that I think not only that there is no great and powerful Oz, but that there's not even a man behind the curtain. Bart, on the other hand, agrees Oz is an illusion, but if you pull back the curtain, you'll find the anticlimactic Professor Marvel. First, is Christ mythicism some kind of novelty dreamed up by skeptics living far enough after the events to be able to get away with it? Bart and many others think so. Quote, he says, the idea that Jesus did not exist is a modern notion. It has no ancient precedents. Quote again, even the enemies of the Jesus movement thought that Jesus had existed. Among their many slurs against the religion, his non-existence is never one of them, close quote. I'm not so sure of that. Justin Martyr ascribes to his dialogue partner Trypho the allegation, quote, you have received a futile rumor and have created some sort of Christ for yourselves, end quote. We always hear apologists explain this away as if it meant you Christians have nominated your own Christ, or you Christians pretend your Jesus was the Christ. But that's rather different. Would the rabbi have said that the partisans of Simon Bar Kokhba had created their own Messiah? I don't think so. It seems less contrived to take Trypho as charging that the Christian savior was a figment of pious imagination. Celsus, the 2nd century critic of Christianity, says, according.
By the way, right after Jesus, Simon Bar Kokhba rebellion, and other rebellions by zealot groups that were fighting to take back the fighting a bloody war against the Romans, right? They declared the leaders of those rebellions to be messiahs, to be the Jewish Messiah instead of Jesus, instead of picking Jesus. So, so that's what happened to the Jews after Jesus died.
According to Origen, it is clear to me that the writings of the Christians are a lie, and that your fables have not been well enough constructed to conceal this monstrous fiction. And then there's good old second.
And of course, a lot of the rest of them went into diaspora. They went to Spain, they went to different countries, and they were a part of the cultural explosion in the cities. Okay, they were often the most lettered people, in those cities. They were a source of cultural assimilation, cultural dynamics within European society, in Muslim Spain, in fact, as well. So they are a powerful people in history. Nobody in history should underestimate the Jews. Okay, that is a critical mistake. You know what I mean? Like this guy, Bear Jew. Yeah, Mr. Miner, bless you guys for being here. Creek Mary, of course. Thank you so much for being here. Mindful Exposures, bless your heart. Reddington, Mr. Meow G, thank you for being here, friend. Gary Baxter, thank you for being here, dear friend. Vladimir Putin, find out who you are, sir. Metaversal Miscreant, bless you. Crystal Shaman, so good to see you as always, dear friend. Peck Beck McKeck, always a pleasure, my friend. Very intelligent fellow, Peck Beck. Our Pole, a true homie. You know what I mean? Since the beginning. Sterling Ray, of course. Sideways Stewie. Don't know if you're back, but yeah, bless you, brother. Critical Mistake, Jay Nelson. Yeah. Yeah.
Peter 1:16-18. We did not follow cleverly devised myths when we told you of the power and coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. End quote. Now, it's interesting. Some are alleging that we, ostensibly Simeon Peter, as the letter starts, and his colleagues were devising myths about the coming of Jesus.
Well, he's saying that. Why would these guys be saying, oh shit, in the middle of telling you a story about a thing that they claim actually happened? Why would they say, oh shit, look at this, we're definitely not lying to you? Why would that be useful to say unless there's a question about it, whether these stories were actually real or not? So he's just pointing out that they say that in the middle of the tale. They say, oh shit, we're definitely not lying. And it's a weird thing to say if you're just telling people a story about some shit that happened.
That sounds to me like an accusation that Christians had fabricated the whole business. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that's what happened, right? I'm just saying that was an ancient view. Well, I picture the emergence of Jesus Christ like that moment when, in the process of evolution, enough small mutations accumulate to cross the taxonomical line to amount to a new species.
That sounds sus. It's just gonna be just a bunch of hearsay developed into some type of archetype. You know, how does that coalesce into what? You know, it's like this meme. You know, this theory that this meme, you know, generation is the engine of the ideas. You know, it's the selfish gene. You know, is that really the genesis of ideas? You know, I mean, it's a good question, isn't it? But yeah, that points to his methodology. You know,
Old myths mutated and morphed over a long time. But Bart is attacking the committee invention model of Jesus. And I think that's a straw man, though it's one created by mythicists. That they like network execs sitting around, what are we gonna do with the protagonist of this show? I think that is absurd. And I believe I detect here, however, a fault line running beneath this whole argument. At least 14 times that I counted in Did Jesus Exist? Bart says we can trace traditions of Jesus back to within a very few years of Jesus' supposed crucifixion. For Bart, mythicism assumes that schemers invented Jesus at the same point in history when the Gospels have Jesus appear. But if there was no historical Jesus, as we wild-eyed, tinfoil hat-wearing mythicists suggest, the bottom falls out of the whole thing. There's no way to determine when.
yeah, he's pointing to the how most of the historical consensus negates the mythicist position. You know, so they claim that no, Jesus was a historical figure. They just don't claim that he did all the miracles and things. You know, but mythicists claim that even that is made up. You know, that doesn't have historical consensus. That's actually looked at as kind of like a conspiracy theory. You know, to most historians, but yeah.
The timeline began. No way to say what or when counts as early. To say, for instance, quote, in nearly all our sources, Peter was Jesus' most intimate companion and confidant for his entire public ministry after his baptism, end quote, seems to presuppose the factual character of the narrative, which is just the point at issue. I think that's like invoking Dr. Watson as a witness to a historical Sherlock. Well, Bart well expresses and then deconstructs a common mythicist objection to Jesus' historical existence. How could non-Christian writers have ignored a man who performed miracle after miracle to great public acclaim? But Bart replies that contemporary writers would probably not have taken much notice of any historically plausible Jesus, an itinerant sage and faith healer, one who did not miraculously multiply food, turn water into wine, walk on water, raise the rotting dead, banish storms at sea, and so forth. Isn't this like asking whether the historical Superman really had superhuman powers beyond those of ordinary men?
Damn. He's saying there's no more proof for Jesus than there is for Superman. Crazy. We'll see if he could, you know, provide evidence for that claim. You know, tomorrow night, guys, join us on The Machine Lies, you know, where we talk about the lies of the machine on The Machine That Lies. We're moving to some, you know, more religious topics for the moment. Chill. Bless you guys, man. Hold on. Give me a second. I got weed stuck to my fingers here. Give me a second. That's right. I ate it. I ate weed that was stuck to my fingers. It is what it is. But yeah, we got sideways out here. Bless, man. We got the lovely lady, Mindful Exposures. Bless you, my dear friend. Reddington in the house. Yeti Life. Yeti Life. Yeti Life. Yo, that's the homie for real, man. I already know that's a true homie for real. Yeti Life. The Browns. We got Michiganders. We got local cats. We got cats from across the fucking country. Austin. Bless. Peace, TML. Excellent lecture this AM. About to begin educating the youth. Hell yeah, brother, man. A fellow educator in a thought experiment. Make sure you guys get your daily allowance of Ubic. You know what I mean? Don't sleep on the Ubic. Ubiquity. You know what I mean? Bless you guys, man. The thumbnail. Yeah, the thumbnail's funny, yo. Yeah, bless you guys, man. Yeah, we about to take a little musical break here, you know? You guys get your weed. Bless you guys for being out here, man. I'm having a depressed time, man. I still try to uplift you guys, man. You know what I mean? Even though I'm I gotta say I'm depressed, man. My heart is torn apart. It is what it is, man. You know what I mean? But I still try to spread love. You know what I mean? You know? I see clear even though the world doesn't show it to me, right? That's how it is, guys. That's how we gotta be, man. You know what I mean? Let me get my charger here and play this song for you guys and smoke with you guys. You know what I mean? You guys get your piece ready or whatever you need to do. Give me a second. Let me charge my shit. And we're gonna see how much of this debate we can get through as well. You know? So thank you guys for joining us. I mean, if that's what the intro just brought us, all of that information just from the intro, shit. I mean, it's about to be a wild ride. I mean, this is one of my favorite debates. We bringing you guys the OG debates sometimes on Fridays here. You know what I mean? You know, really classic shit. You know, the classic debates. You know what I mean? Ranking Dread, Shut My Mouth. Smoke with me, friends. You know, y'all my only friends out here, man. Y'all know that? Bless you guys. I don't even go outside. Yeah, man. That's right. Yeah, thank you, Crystal, for bringing that about. Break. Yeah, steer clear of thought experiments. That's right. Oh, man. Hopefully, if I get divorced, I don't get honey trapped. You know what I'm saying? Out here alone. The danger of the honey trap, guys. But yeah, bless you guys, man. You know, I gotta pray. You know what I mean? But yeah, bless you guys, man. I want to end up like Samson.
Who God bless, no man curse. What lovers join, no man can divide. What eternity is waiting, no man can alter. Jah divide this and no man can take it away. Stand down, when them are gonna fish up their mouth. Stand away when them are gonna fish up their mouth. Them are gonna fish up their mouth. When you come, them are gonna fish up their mouth. When you gather enough lyrics all about. When you gather enough lyrics all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me don't like a man, me love talk and shout. Me don't like a man, me love talk and shout. Me wake up every morning, me wash out me mouth. Me wake up every morning, me wash out me mouth. Where them a gonna fish up me mouth? You know where them a gonna fish up me mouth? Where them a gonna fish up me mouth? Me say down where them a gonna fish up me mouth? They want to put big bad lock on me mouth. They want to put big bad lock on me mouth. Tell them check. Babylon come, them lick me in me head. Whole heap of people want to see me drop dead from pain. Tell them, watch them from pain. Tell them, watch them. Me have the pain in me head, got the pain in me neck. Hey, come from me neck, in me chest. Hey, come from me chest, in me back. Hey, come from me back, the in me waist. Come from me waist, come from me hip. Hey, come from me hip, in me thigh. Come from me thigh, in me leg. Come from me leg, in me knee. Come from me knee, in me foot. Them treat naughty dread like I and I cook. But me read up the Bible, the holy book, page to page. Tell them, watch them, page to page. Tell them, watch them. But I'm with them, I'm gonna fish up me mouth. Nay, with them, I'm gonna fish up me mouth. Can't wait till me gather enough lyrics all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me don't like a man, me love talk and shout. Boy, with them, I'm gonna fish up me mouth. Una know with them a gun look fish up in mouth. So the behind the swing in a sleigh. Behind the slowing this skinny. So put the tattoo in and don't do this long thing. So don't think of the who in and down the day. They got the pen in me head, got the pen in my neck. Come from me neck, in my chest. Come from me chest, in my back. Come from me back, in my waist. Come from me waist, come from me hip. Come from me hip, in my thigh. Come from me thigh, the in my leg. Come from me leg, in my knee. Come from me knee, in my foot. Them treat us not to dread like I and I took. But me read up job Bible, the holy book page to page. Tell them, watch them page to page. Tell them, watch them. Me say that them a gonna fish up me mouth. Shut up, shut up, shut up. When them a gonna fish up me mouth. When me gather enough lyrics all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me don't like come and me love talk and shout.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us out here on the Machine Lives. We about to do some other shit out here with this debate. Let's go to 40 minutes in the debate. I'm liking the speed. You know, although Price is a little fast, we're still going to keep up the speed here. You know, let's hit him with that 1.5 and go off on this motherfucking debate. Price versus Erman. Mythicism versus historical realism on stage. You know what I mean? The two foremost competing positions for the historical view of Jesus, right? Right? One view suggests that he was a historical figure, right? But did not do any miracles. He was a Jew who lived within the confines of the Roman Empire within the province of Judea. The other claims that Jesus was a supernatural, mythical figure, right? The only way to reconcile the facts. Coffee time. Shit, I got a little bit of coffee here. It's cold now, but it is what it is, Holmes. Damn. That purple. Let's get to it. 40 minutes in here. And I'm going to drop the link in a minute. You guys want to come talk to me? Shit. Let me do that shit right now. Come watch this motherfucking debate with me, Holmes. I don't give a fuck. Hot tea, lemon, and honey for you, TML. Bless you. No, it's the weed for real, but it is what it is. Yeah. I got Planet Sherbert. That's the strain. Yeah, but anyways. Let's go here.
Bart says you can shape a tradition about Jesus any way you want so that it looks highly legendary, but that has no bearing on the question of whether the legendary shaping, whether beneath the legendary shaping lies the core of the historical event. Well, let's try to imagine what some of these hypothetical pre-legendary original stories might have looked like. Could this be the original core behind Mark 5, 1 through 13? They came to the other side of the sea, to the country of the Gerasenes, and a great herd of swine was grazing on the hillside. But immediately some wild dogs began to bark, and the swine took fright and stampeded down the steep hillside, and they were drowned in the sea. The end. Or how about the possible historical core of Mark 5:21 and following? When Jesus had crossed again in the boat.
You see what he did there? He applied the theory of historical realism to the story itself, and he says, what would be the point of these stories minus the miracles? You know what I mean? What do you get about history if you minus the miracles from the stories and just look at everything in a scientific way? You almost get nothing. It's like you took the whole thing away from what the story is trying to point towards, right? So the story actually doesn't make sense without the miracles, right? He's just kind of pointing that out, you know. But yeah, bless you guys.
To the other side, a great crowd gathered about him. He was beside the sea. Then came one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name, and seeing him, he fell at his feet and besought him, saying, "My little daughter is at the point of death. Come and lay your hands on her so that she may be made well and live." While he was still speaking, there came from the ruler's house some who said, "Your daughter is dead. Why trouble the teacher any further?" And Jesus said to him, "My poor man, you have my sympathies. Now who's up for lunch?" Could this be the historical core of Mark 6:32-44? As he went ashore, he saw a great throng, and he had compassion on them because they were like sheep without a shepherd, and he began to teach them many things. And when it grew late, his disciples came to him and said, "This is a lonely place, and the hour is now late. Send them away to go into the country and the surrounding villages and buy themselves something to eat." And he answered them, "You have said it." And he dispersed the crowd, and they all ate and were satisfied. Or one more, could this be the basis of Mark 6:45-51? Immediately he dismissed the crowd, and he made his disciples get into the boat to go to the other side, to Bethsaida. And he got into the boat with them. And when evening came, the boat was out on the sea. What's left? Who would even have remembered these unremarkable incidents if in fact they happened? And why would it have occurred to anyone to embellish them? In terms of evolution, these tepid anecdotes would have had no survival value. To treat such gospel episodes the way Bart suggests, if I'm hearing him right, is to trim away the element that would have caused the story to be passed on in the first place. It sounds like the old-time Protestant rationalism ridiculed by D.F. Strauss, boiling the spectacular down to the mundane just to provide a toehold on historical reality. This is a modern version of ancient euhemerism, the attempt to salvage the myths of the gods and heroes by positing that they were mythologized versions of ancient celebrities. Osiris was a king, Ares a mighty warrior, Asclepius a doctor, Hercules a weightlifter, Apollo the owner of a tanning salon. Could the Christian religion have begun with the modest historical figure Bart and his colleagues have whittled from the oak of the Gospels? There was no such historical figure. Jesus possesses the grandeur of the mythical demigods because that's what he was. That's why no contemporary historian mentions him.
Now, of the demigods, you know, one notable thing is that you know, what is the deal with the demigod powers? You know, it kind of seemed like, you know, their stories don't really represent the fulfillment of Jewish prophecy in the way that the Jesus story does. And then Jesus, you know, he kind of expresses his earthly role, if you want to call him a demigod, in a very, very strange way. You know what I mean? You know, he's kind of the basis and the foundation of all human existence, right? So that is kind of very odd. You know what I mean, right? You know, you know, there's many people who are sons of God and demigods, but nobody's the son of the God. You know, that's just Jesus. So, I mean, comparable to those tales, I mean, I really don't see that much, you know, linking there. But yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Oh, Eustace Mullins. You know, he wrote some important books. You know? He wrote some important books. Okay. Eustace Mullins. Ezra Pound. I have a book by Ezra Pound as well. I have a book by Ezra Pound and Eustace Mullins. I have the book by Eustace Mullins about the V word, the jabbies, right? And I have the book by Ezra Pound, ABC of Reading. You know, Ezra Pound also wrote for Oswald Mosley, British Union of the Fascists. I don't know if you guys knew that. But yeah, Ezra Pound, he's a weird historical figure for sure. You know what I mean? But yeah, I like Ezra Pound. I mean, I like his writings, his poetry and stuff, but cantos, you know. But yeah. Yep, that's right. Faith can't be explained. It's not a science. Exactly. You know. Uh, you know. And if we're gonna relegate the supernatural to the mythical, well, you know, you're throwing a lot of things under the bus, right? Sometimes you're throwing metaphysics under the bus, right? You know, that there can be anything beyond the physical, really. You know, you become a materialist, you know? Spiritual, emotional, and philosophical eunuch, you know, essentially. Yeah. Science is nothing but perception, Plato, huh? And then he also had a note above Plato's Academy that said, "Let no one enter here who is ignorant of the science of geometry," something like that, to paraphrase, right? So he thought that geometry and math were the foundations of all knowledge. If you go to the Timaeus, he talks about knowledge in that way. You know, the cycles, the music of the spheres and the seasons, and everything has mathematical proportion in the universe. Yeah. Bless you guys for being here. I don't know if I pinned that link out there, but yeah, you guys come through. You know what I mean? But yeah, I understand people are doing things. I get to have a little free time on Friday before I get to go to my my congregational prayer. Then I go visit my grandma's grave, and I go do my little congregational prayer, visit my grandma's grave. You know, talk to my grandma, tell her what's been up for a minute, you know, and then I move on and proceed with my new week. This is a turning point in the week for me, you know, really. Friday afternoon, you know, it was a reset for me. Congregational prayer and visit grandma's grave, you know. But yeah, bless you guys for being here with me on this day, a celebratory day where I celebrate the life of my grandmother. Really, you know, my grandmother was the one who really believed in me. You know, she really was my number one fan. You know, she thought I was gonna be special one day. You know what I'm saying, my grandma loved me for real. She played, she prayed for me all night. Sometimes, you know what I mean. That's why I gotta go visit her and pray for her on Friday. You know what I mean. I love my grandmother. She's my best friend. You guys talk to your mom, your grandma. Forgive your mother. Forgive your grandmother, guys. It's important to do that. Bless you guys, man. You know, you wouldn't be here without your mom.
Section subheading Testimonium Flimsianus. Did Jesus come in for mention by ancient historians? Bart regards the well-known statements of Pliny the Younger and Cornelius Tacitus about Christos and Christus as textually authentic, as they may well be. But as he readily admits, these writers quite likely learned what they said about Christ, not Jesus, interestingly, from Christians. Here are multiple attestations of hearsay. The weakness and scantiness of these attestations only accentuate the paucity of the supposed non-Christian documentation of a historical Jesus. And then we have to ask, why are the Gospels witnesses to Jesus any better founded? Bart says that, quote, stories about Jesus circulated widely throughout the major urban areas of the Mediterranean from a very early time. Our written sources are based on oral traditions. In other words, hearsay, just like Pliny and Tacitus. Thomas Arnold famously said that the resurrection of Jesus was the best attested fact in history. But as R.G. Collingwood observed, its being well attested only proves that a lot of people believed it, not that it happened. Did Josephus mention
That is such an interesting point. Okay, just because more people attest to something doesn't make it more true, right? I mean, that is a slippery slope. You know what I mean? That's kind of an appeal to the masses, isn't it? Right. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like you know, you can't take a head count, you know, of in history of who believes something. You know what I mean? But yeah, bless you guys, man.
Jesus? Bart says, quote, the majority of scholars of early Judaism and experts on Josephus think that one or more Christian scribes touched up the passage a bit. If one takes out the obviously Christian comments, the passage may have been rather innocuous, end quote. Nothing like he was the Messiah, right? No resurrection appearances, which the standard text of Josephus mentions. Bart ventures that, quote, the pared down version of Josephus contains very little that could have been used by the early Christian writers to defend Jesus and his followers from attacks by pagan intellectuals, end quote. His point is that the unspectacular version cannot have begun as a wholesale Christian interpolation, so it must be genuine to Josephus, right? But my question would be, why would Josephus mention such a non-entity? Who does the Daily Planet report on, Superman or Clark Kent? No, the scaled down version of the passage, omitting he was the Christ and the resurrection appearances, makes as little sense as the authentic.
Yeah, but why would Josephus say he was the Christ? I mean, Josephus is writing the history of the Jews. He's a slave of Flavian. You know, he's definitely not historically assumed to be a Christian. And by the way, he's also seen as somebody who's more attested to than Jesus himself, as was mentioned by Bar Ehrman in his presentation. You know, he says Josephus was more attested to because we have writings of him. So, I mean, I just don't understand that, you know, line of reasoning. But yeah, definitely it seems like they're plugging up some of the information they have to plug up some type of narrative that has lots of holes in it.
Authentic words of Josephus as they do as a Christian interpolation. Paul J. Hopper, an authority on the linguistics of classical literature, has, in my opinion, decisively refuted the scaled-down non-interpolation theory. He compares the testimonium treatment of Pilate with the adjacent Pilate.
Thank you for joining us, Sarah.
Episodes in the context in Josephus, and concludes that the testimonium is, after all, a Christian interpolation intended to rehabilitate the image of Jesus and to shift the blame for his death from Pilate to the Jews. In the authentic Pilate stories, the procurator initiates actions against the Jews, but in the testimonium, he is manipulated by the Jewish leaders. Jesus is no more of a protagonist. Everything said of him occurs by way of allusions and at arm's length. In summary fashion, all aimed at vindicating the Christian movement in the writer's day. That is to say, despite all this, the faith goes on, quote, and up until this very day, the tribe of Christians named after him has not died out, which is kind of interesting. In the pared down version, the Christ doesn't occur. He's Jesus, so Christians couldn't have been named after another name than Jesus, I should think. The testimonium first appears in Eusebius's demonstration of the gospel. Our copies of Josephus are centuries later than that, and many scholars have suggested it was Eusebius's writing, falsely ascribed to Josephus, that crept into our later copies of Josephus.
Okay. So a lot of people think that Eusebius wrote that in there. Okay, he wrote that into Josephus. Okay, which says certain things about Eusebius. Okay, but Eusebius also compared Plato to Moses, if I'm not wrong, or I think that was Saint Clement of Alexandria, perhaps. But yeah, one of them compared Phaedrus to the letters of Paul. And besides, it's also interesting that Well, what he's saying is interesting on many levels, right? But yeah, let me go back a little bit so I get the full gist of what he's saying here.
Faith goes on, quote, and up until this very day, the tribe of Christians named after him has not died out, which is kind of interesting in the pared down version. Christ.
Okay, so Josephus is also a slave. Excuse me, he's also a slave of Flavian. I almost said Flav of Slavian. But yeah, he's a slave of Flavian. That's why he's called Flavian Josephus, right? He's captured by the Romans, taken as a slave in the Roman Jewish War, right? And he bears their name as a result of his slavery, right? But he's also an elite Jew as a result of this, right? He's part of the elite class of Jews within the Roman Empire, within Judea. So he knows those people who know the Herods, and Paul knows those people too, right? We see Paul speaking to the Herods, right? So there's this whole question of whether Paul was being protected by Herod as well, right? He certainly knew of them. He said, Herod, my kinsman. Okay, Romans 16, right? Okay, so these are interesting facts to incorporate, right, in our analysis.
Doesn't occur. He's Jesus, so Christians couldn't have been named after another name than Jesus, I should think. The testimonium first appears in Eusebius's demonstration of the gospel. Our copies of Josephus are centuries later than that, and many scholars have suggested it was Eusebius's writing, falsely ascribed to Josephus, that crept into our later copies of Josephus. Ken Olson shows how, whereas the testimonium passage sticks out like a sore thumb in the text of the Antiquities, where scribes inserted it, thinking they were restoring an accidental scribal omission, the passage fits its Eusebian context so well that, well, you'd think it was made for the purpose, and it was. The particular things said about Jesus in the testimonium all address specific pagan criticisms of Christian beliefs about Jesus current in Eusebius's own day, and which Eusebius is pointedly discussing in the context. Barth dismisses suggestions that this or that historical Jesus-leaning passage in Paul's epistles is a subsequent interpolation. He says, quote, here we find textual studies driven by convenience. If a passage contradicts your views, simply claim that it was not written by the author, end quote. But aren't consensus scholars doing the same darn thing with the Testimonium Flavianum? They dearly want Josephus to have mentioned Jesus, but the passage as it stands, they admit, cannot have been the work of a non-Christian Jew like Josephus. It's a bad text for their purposes, so they redact it, as Matthew redacted Mark, in order to make it suitable for their use. Just exercise the line item veto. Remove the offending passages. Now we can use it as evidence to establish a historical Jesus. No, you can't. Subtitle, Bridge to Nowhere. Most Jesus scholars believe one can build a bridge from the canonical Gospels over to the historical Jesus. Suppose the Gospels themselves are based on prior Gospels. That helps, but if we run out of planks, maybe we can close the rest of the distance by tossing sturdy ropes of oral tradition over to the other side. Barth enumerates the pre-gospel Gospels, the hypothetical sources used by Matthew and Luke, namely Mark, which of course we know exists, Q, M, and L. Matthew and Luke each used both Q and Mark, where Matthew presents material not found in Mark or Q, he got it from M. In the same way, stories and sayings unique to Luke must have been borrowed from L. And for all we know, Mark, M, and L, like Q, may be compilations of earlier oral or written sources. But Walter Schmidtals demonstrates to my satisfaction that all the uniquely Lucan parables are either drawn from general Hellenistic Judaism or composed by Luke himself to serve his special interests in persecution, prayer, possessions, etc. Schmidtals argues that all the uniquely Matthean parables are his own creations. He notes, too, that if Luke and Matthew were really drawing on streams of oral tradition, it seems remarkable that we should find no overlaps between them, that is, no non-verbatim parallels. But in his Gospel's preface, doesn't Luke refer to numerous predecessors? Yes, but I think Luke is trying to do what Barth is trying to do, to provide a possibly fictive paper trail back to Jesus. The fabricators of Islamic hadith ostensible traditions of what the Prophet Muhammad had said and did, always supplied an attestation chain, or isnad, for their fabrications. I heard this from Abdul al-Hazred, who heard it from Raz al-Ghul, who heard it from Abu Bakr, who heard it from the Prophet, peace be upon him. Luke is supplied.
That's right. Sometimes when you look at these attestation chains, they don't actually trace back to anything real. And so they have a gradation of these hadiths or sayings as a result of that, based on who's in the chain of narration, right? So you don't just examine what the tradition is, you also have to examine who's in the chain of narration for the tradition itself, right? And if one of those people in the line of narration happen to be a liar or a fraud, well, then you have to question the tradition, right? Right. So that's how that works, right? Yeah, he was making up names. Yeah, but he's doing that to prove a point. He's making up fake Arab names to say like, oh yeah, these guys just made up some guy, to use him as an attestation. But when you look in history, there's no such guy as that guy, or you can't really find out who that was, right? So that's the interesting part of it, right?
An isnad. It is part and parcel of Luke's apologetic motif of eyewitness apostolic guarantors. There's a fine point in the apologetical exploitation of source criticism that we shouldn't skip over. Q, for instance, is a helpful theoretical model for organizing the data of the Gospels. Others cut the pie in other ways. Q, M, and L are theoretical, purely hypothetical, not known but lost documents like the Gospel according to the Hebrews. Bart also appeals to the Gospels of Thomas and Peter, and the so-called Edgerton Gospel is independent witnesses to a recent and therefore historical Jesus, but many think these texts are heavily dependent on the canonical Gospels. Something that is itself a matter of intense debate can hardly be taken for granted as a building block for one's case. Subtitle, oh, this is so clever, Risky Patristics. Papias was a bishop of Hierapolis in Asia Minor, around 120.
Did you guys hear what he said? He said risky patristics.
He wrote a work now lost except for several quotations by church fathers called The Exposition of the Oracles of Our Lord. It is very difficult to grant any credibility to a man who says he heard from the hearers of the holy apostles that Judas Iscariot had swollen up to the size of a parade balloon, unable to squeeze between two street corners, and urinated live maggots before he exploded. I don't mean to suggest that Bart is willing to accept such nonsense. He doesn't, explicitly rejects it. But the astonishing thing is that even in the face of this, he still accepts Papias as an important source. Again, to appeal to such a worthless source only underlines the paucity of the evidence. Did Papias get this tradition from associates of the apostles? If he says he did, then his claim to apostolic hobnobbing must be considered just as fanciful. Skip comments on Ignatius of Antioch. Paul's Jesus. What do the Pauline epistles tell us about Jesus? Bart says, quote, he never mentions Pontius Pilate or the Romans, but he may have had no need to do so. His readers knew full well what he was talking about. If they were already fully informed about Jesus, then there was no need for Paul to remind them that Jesus walked on water, raised Jairus' daughter from the dead, and was executed in Jerusalem. But so, end of quote, but suppose his readers were familiar with at least.
So he's saying that Paul apparently refers to events that took place in the Gospels in his own writings, right? So Erman was counting that as proof, right? So let's see what he says about it.
The first two stories, Bart believes such stories are pure legends. If the Corinthians or the Thessalonians knew about these miracles, that doesn't mean they knew anything about a historical Jesus. What is at issue in the question of Paul not mentioning Pilate or the Sanhedrin as culprits in Jesus' death? Paul never describes the crucifixion as a mundane execution at the hands of earthly governing authorities, though of course nothing he says rules out that possibility. What he does say is that Jesus...
And here comes Jesus crucified in space, right? Because he's saying that Paul does not mention the crucifixion in any of the historical way that it's mentioned. He doesn't mention the Romans. He doesn't mention any of those, the Jews. He doesn't mention any of the parties that were involved. Okay, he kind of looks at it as this spiritual event, right? This event that brings together the age of now from to the age to come, right? It's is a bridge to the kingdom of heaven, right? Kingdom of God on earth, right? All of this kind of crazy stuff and the rapture and all this stuff, right, is involved in the Pauline epistles, right? Okay, Jesus is mentioned as the second Adam, right? Jesus is mentioned as returning with a new body, right? The first fruits of the resurrection, right? So it's mentioned as this kind of cosmic event. And he's going to allude to this fact that Paul does not give any really historical information about the life of Jesus other than knowing people who knew Jesus, right? So he's kind of talking about the error of using the Pauline epistles in order to prove the historical life of Jesus. But yeah.
Done to death by the rulers or archons of this ion, the principalities and powers. Mythicists infer that the author of these epistles was writing at a time when Christians believed in a celestial man of light who had not appeared on the earth to teach and heal and die on a Roman cross, but who had been ambushed and slain by the demonic entities inhabiting the lower heavens. As we read in various surviving Gnostic texts, this death would have occurred in the primordial past. His slayers harvested the sparks of his light body and used them to seed the inert mud pie creations of the demiurge, imparting life and motion to them, beginning with Adam. Thus, the death of the primal light man turned out to be a life-giving sacrifice, just like that of the Vedic Purusha. Eventually, the revealer was sent forth from the divine world of light to regather the divine photons, redeeming them from the imprisonment of this world of solid flesh. The Gnostics naturally considered themselves to be the elite light bearers who had heeded the call of the revealer, manifest among men in the form of Gnostic apostles. At some point, some of these Gnostics historicized their salvation myth, envisioning the sacrificial death of the man of light as taking place down here in the sublunar world. At first, the coming of this Christ was understood as what we would call a hologram, an illusion of physical presence among mortal men and women. The enlightened could discern the purely spiritual character of the Savior, while those mired in mundane consciousness took him for a man of flesh.
Yeah, he's being poetic with the photons thing, but he's kind of saying, well, it's poetry anyway, so let's go on this thought train, you know what I mean? But yeah. Our poll, what is metaversal miscreant Brian O'Shea? Is that what you're saying? That'd be interesting. This guy looks smarter than the Brian O'Shea character, but yeah. You never know. Yeah, I'm trying to go back in the chat. Fuck that. Let's just go to the debate. But yeah, if you guys want to hop up here, talk to Jaboy, you go ahead. You know what I mean? But yeah, bless you guys. Sometimes nobody comes up Friday morning. It is what it is.
Eventually, this unenlightened, genuinely incarnational Christology became normative. The Pauline literature would represent a pre-historicized version of Gnostic Christian belief, or a faction which retained the earlier version when others had adopted a historicized Christology. This is the model that makes most sense to me. Right, a thing like this, as Bart says, this is not probative. You can't prove this unless you got a time machine. It's a question of what paradigm makes most sense of the evidence to one, and this is what makes it.
Yeah, no worries, Red, man. I got your message, man. You get well soon, dude. I'll pray for you, man. Somewhere in time. Nice to see you. Bless you.
Most sense to me. Paul, quote, Bart says, refers on several occasions to Jesus' teachings, end quote. What? Where? Well, of course, Bart is referring to two passages from 1 Corinthians. Quote, to the married I give charge, not I but the Lord, that the wife should not separate from her husband, and that the husband should not divorce his wife. 1 Corinthians 7, 10 through 11. Are we so sure Paul is quoting a saying of the historical Jesus and not passing on a command vouchsafed to him by the ascended Christ? I think the latter is more likely. We cannot be sure Paul does not mean he has a historical Jesus quote on hand, but if this notion of Paul passing on private oracles is even a plausible suggestion, then you can't just assert that he is quoting the historical Jesus. The same applies to 1 Corinthians 11:23 through 26, where Paul quotes the words of institution of the Eucharist. Conservative apologists contend that the words, "I received from the Lord what I also delivered to you," imply that Paul is repeating an account given him by his apostolic predecessors, an account of Jesus' Last Supper. The received, delivered language is familiar from rabbinic tradition, but especially in Paul, it can just as easily mean the opposite, as in Galatians 1. "I would have you know, brethren, that the gospel that was preached by me is not according to men, for I did not receive it from men, nor was I taught it, but it came through a revelation of Jesus Christ." Note the similarity to "I received from the Lord" in 1 Corinthians.
That's right. Paul actually says that he didn't get his teachings from any other man. He didn't say he received it from oral traditions or anything like that, like Erman is claiming. Paul, out of his own words and his own letters that are ascribed to Paul through historians, says that he received his teachings directly from Jesus. He was not taught by other men. He was not taught this doctrine by other men, right? Okay. And so he recounts his untimely meditations, okay, because he was taught directly, he says, right? Anyways,
Corinthians 11:23. Why doesn't it denote in 1 Corinthians what it most certainly does in Galatians? We may also compare the situation of the Gospels and the Pauline epistles to that of the Synoptics versus John. As Morris Casey notes, it is obvious that the unique and powerful sayings and discourses attributed to Jesus in John's Gospel cannot be authentic sayings of a historical Jesus, because no such materials, the I am discourses and so on, appear in the Synoptics. Is it reasonable to argue that Jesus really said such things, but that none of it had reached the ears of the synoptists? Of course not. As all critical scholars admit, these sayings did not exist, hence were not circulating in the period when Q, Mark, and Matthew, throw in M and L if you want, were being written. They arose within the sectarian community of the beloved disciple later on. Shouldn't we understand the absence of Jesus' sayings and stories from the Pauline literature in the same way? It simply did not yet exist, or we should be seeing some of it in the epistles. Subtitle, Mythos.
Okay, so since Paul is ascribing his untimely meditations to a different event, which he himself cannot historically verify, nor does he say he has knowledge of any direct experience of, other than him being taught directly by Jesus, okay, on the road to Damascus, right? Then, you know, what historical proof can we affirm from Paul's own testimony, right? It seemed like he's not talking about a historical message, you know? Paul does not really talk about the past. He's always just talking about the future. Everything is future tense, you know? So that's an interesting thing in Paul's letters, right? Right? He's talking about the world to come, you know what I mean?
Mischief. Is it possible that any texts in the Pauline epistles that imply
Yo, Mimsy, peace to you and your family. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, bless you guys.
belief in a recent historical Jesus might be secondary scribal insertions? Barth does not suffer interpolation theories gladly. Quote, "It is only the mythicists who have a vested interest in claiming that Paul did not know of a historical Jesus, who insist that these passages were not originally in Paul's writings. One always needs to consider the source." End quote. The trouble is that these suggestions were not made by mythicists. William O. Walker Jr. discusses a whole raft of proposed early interpolations, not one of them the proposal of a mythicist. Each suggestion comes with its own reasoning. A.D. Howell Smith, in his Jesus Not a Myth, showed how Galatians 1:18 through 19 might have been interpolated. He says, unless the allusion is interpolated, Paul had an interview with the brother of Jesus, who was one of the three pillars of the church in Jerusalem.
Interpolation is a fancy word that means that somebody put that shit in there at a later time and date. Okay. This is because we don't have the original versions of any of these writings, obviously, right? All we have is copies, right? So interpolated means, copied, and then somebody added something in there, right? And that's affirmed by comparing the older versions of the same text, right? They look at the later versions of it and they go, oh, well, looks like people put a lot of shit in there. The scribes added things in, right? This could be either by mistake, right? They could repeat things, right? They could write things in error, right? They could write something in a wrong spot, right? Copied something in a wrong spot, right? Or they may have just made some shit up and wrote it in there. It's possible, right? But yeah, there's examples in history of this, right? Historical hoaxes, right? They do exist.
From Galatians 1:19, there is a critical case of some slight cogency.
And of course, we use the word hoax instead of conspiracy because of the obvious implications of the other word, right? But yeah, we say, you can't prove a hoax. Proving a hoax is like proving a negative, okay? But there is evidence of hoaxes, right?
Against the authenticity of Galatians 1:18 and 19, which was absent from Marcion's Apostolicon, his collection of Pauline epistles. The word again in Galatians 2:1, which presupposes the earlier passage, seems to have been interpolated as it is absent from Irenaeus's full and accurate citation of this section of the Epistle to the Galatians in his treatise Against Heretics. J.C. O'Neill, in The Recovery of Paul's Letter to the Galatians, contended that Galatians 1:4-5 originally comprised a short creedal affirmation in poetic form added by a scribe. Jean Mang, if I'm saying it right, in From Christianity to Gnosis and From Gnosis to Christianity, argues that 1 Corinthians 11:23-26 was interpolated in order to authorize certain innovations in the Eucharistic service. I have made a case that 1 Corinthians 15:3-11 was interpolated into its present context, but then I don't count since I'm a crazy mythicist. But little did I suspect that others, not mythicists, had beat me to the punch. Winsome Monroe suspects 1 Corinthians 15:1-11 of belonging to a subsequent post-Pauline stratum of the epistle, while J.C. O'Neill also deems it most probable that 1 Corinthians 15:1-11 is a later creedal summary not written by Paul. R. Joseph.
Okay, so we're dealing with different parts of the same letters, okay, that seem to be either misplaced or in some instances fabricated. Of course, we heard earlier that even according to the modern historians, right, who don't believe that Paul or Jesus is a myth, some of them even say that they come to the conclusion that Paul did not write all of the letters, right? Only some of the letters of the Pauline epistles can actually be traced back to Paul, like 7 out of the 13 or something like that, right? Anyways.
Hoffman speaks of the interpolative character of 1 Corinthians 15:5-8, none of them mythicists. Oops, 30 seconds. Okay, well, so much for the scandal of the cross. Let me just say that I don't think they had to invent a crucified Messiah, because I believe that the righteous Davidic king is a scaled down version of what was originally in ancient Israel, the myth of the sacred king, who was God's representative on earth, could even be called God, and went through annually the myth of how Yahweh became king of the gods by killing the chaos dragons, being devoured, and emerging alive again, and then taking the throne of the gods and creating the world. So this, Margaret Barker shows this kind of stuff is still around at the time of the book of Revelation. And it wasn't Orthodox Deuteronomic Judaism, but probably provided the categories for early Christian Christology.
So he's taken it to the later Gnostic interpretations, right, of the 2nd century, right? Who do I think won the debate? Well, personally, I think they're both wrong, right? Of course, as a Christian or a Muslim, we would have to come to the conclusion that they're both wrong about Jesus, because I would say that Jesus not only existed, but he did all the miracles, right?
So we've shown that I am going to hold people to the clock. You have 10 minutes for a break, and we'll come back for questions. If you come in after the 10-minute mark, please try and take your seat quietly because we're starting. I've tried to change the nature of debates so that they are much more conversational and rather than joint press conferences, and I'm happy for the cross.
Fuck this guy. This fucking hall monitor bitch made motherfucker. This guy actually you guys know that this guy raises snakes? What kind of a guy you know breeds snakes? Think about that. A literal den of vipers, right?
Examination period. It's the part where I get the most out of it. It's the part where I think the audience might get the most out of it because you get to watch people think, and that is always edifying. In the 10 minutes, it will start with Dr. Ehrman first. He has 10 minutes to ask questions of Dr. Price. And please remember that
shut the fuck up.
Okay, thank you. Is this on? Is this on? You can hear me okay? Good. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Bob, for very interesting and informative talk. I appreciate it very much. So I've got, I have 163 questions. I think what I'm going to do is just kind of start where you started. So I was a little surprised when you said that ancient people like Trypho and Celsus held to something like a mythicist view. Isn't it true that both Trypho and Celsus explicitly talk about Jesus' birth and his baptism and his death by crucifixion in order to show that these were natural events and not supernatural events?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I noticed that, and it seems to me that the only way to make sense out of this is that they're going on to say, well, this is your story. Let's see if it has any plausibility. And so that he's elaborating on how it's incompetent as a myth.
Well, I don't read it that way at all. All of these texts are readily available, and they're very interesting texts. I encourage everybody to read them. The Dialogue with Trypho by Justin, and the Against Celsus that you find in Origen, where he quotes Celsus's views, and it's pretty clear that Celsus believes that Jesus was born and that he was baptized and he was tempted, that he was crucified. He's quite explicit about it. I noticed when you're talking about my view in that little segment, you had first quoted Trypho that the Christ you have created for yourself. Then later you quoted me as saying something about traditions that from a few years before Jesus was supposedly crucified, or before the supposed crucifixion. It seemed like you could take me to say, well, Jesus wasn't really crucified. He was. I think you're reading Trypho that way, rather than these guys. They spend their treatises showing that the Christian interpretation of the events is wrong, but they never deny that Jesus was born or baptized or crucified. Well, let me get to the next question. Several times you expressed your surprise that contemporary authors did not mention Jesus if he was really a significant figure. So these same contemporary authors, how often do they mention the most powerful religious figure in Jesus' day, Caiaphas? Or how often do they mention the most significant Jew of the first century, Josephus?
Well, I believe somewhere in the Mishnah, they refer to the serpents of the house of Annas, which I take it to mean that they knew about this whole bunch of people. I always like to point that out because I have to defend the Gospels with the idea that if you say that they say any Jews were involved in the death of Jesus, it's anti-Semitism. And I point out, well, no, Jews, like the ones that eventually put the priesthood to the sword, they knew about him, mentioned him, didn't like him, thought they were quislings, which they were. But did he, well, what I'm saying is if Jesus were merely on that level, or like the exorcist that Josephus mentions, why would they come in? Why would Jesus come in for mention?
Yeah, I understand that, but it's a common mythicist argument that Jesus is never mentioned in any Greek or Roman source of the first century. And I understand the argument, but either is Caiaphas, who is the most significant religious leader of the time, and either is Josephus, who's the best documented figure of the first century. He's never mentioned in any of these sources.
But
so why would Jesus be?
Well, because he's a miracle working.
No, I'm not. I don't think he was a miracle worker.
That's what I mean by saying the Daily Planet reported on Clark Kent. He's an insignificant.
The fact that they don't mention a Jew from Palestine is not surprising.
That's right. Yeah,
but it doesn't show he didn't exist.
No, well, the idea is I fully agree.
Because you don't think it's an argument that Caiaphas didn't exist.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have been taken advantage of as a miracle working demigod.
But I don't think he was a miracle working.
But then it's no surprise that it indeed is no surprise we don't have mentions of
They don't mention any first century Jew.
But if Jesus was that insignificant, is that a sufficient cause?
He's not that insignificant. He's like every other Jew of the first century. They don't mention them. Let's move on because we only have 10 minutes. But so actually, my next thing is about this point where you were saying that that when you strip away the myth, it's an interesting argument. When you strip away the myth from these stories, there's like,
Yeah, I mean, it's strange for him to, at first glance, claim that he's the most attested Jew, and then, then say he's just an ordinary Jew, and they don't mention him. Like it's almost like as if he's claiming both. And then on the other side, the astro-theological view. You see this in the Zeitgeist movie, in the beginning of the Zeitgeist movie. You guys see all of those stars and constellations and the zodiac and all that kind of stuff. Well, that's the mythicist view, summed up. See, this is what historians think about it. They think it's complete nonsense, right? They say, well, how can you reconcile all of these historical events with these, sordid metaphors that you guys are employing, this poetry you guys are employing, in order to examine the facts? No, they say these are based on literal events. Okay. What's going on, I5?
Hey, dude. Thought I'd jump in. This sounds like a fun topic.
Yeah, historical views of Jesus, and really pointing back to views of history, right? You look at Jesus and you don't get views of Jesus in history. Instead, what you get is historical viewpoints.
Yeah.
You study more about historical viewpoints than you do about the actual guy that you're studying. It's fascinating.
I got a different tangent that we can go after this one if you want.
Oh yeah. Let's go with it now. Let's do it. We could bring this back.
I think the debate of whether or not Jesus existed is kind of boring, because even most of the butthurt atheists mostly agree that he was real. So I don't think we have to really convince them that he was a real person. But yeah, there's definitely in that community a consensus that
Yeah, but you see the underlying problem, right? Like how are they what information are they using to claim that he's that he's a historical person, right?
that he was probably like a self-help guru, possibly one of many of a group of Christs.
Right, but that's
like
the mythicist. That's a legitimate mythicist criticism. Like they say,
Oh, yeah.
well, if you look at the stories, there's no self-help guru shit in there. It's all just a guy who's literally there to fulfill the purpose of humanity. So it's like, there's all of these, notions in there that are kind of discounted if you just squeeze, kind of the juice out the story, and you just kind of have the husk. Well, what's really left then? There's nothing really left, and that's the problem with the historical viewpoint. It's like they're using this evidence that presents these extraordinary facts, and they're boiling it down to the extraordinary facts. Is that a legitimate move? That's the question,
I know what they're doing, and that's why I'm not really interested in their take on it, because again, they're trying to convince you that they're not unreasonable. They're willing to be logical and reasonable and agree that the history man exists. And so they're trying to say that that doesn't mean that he was a real spiritual person or something like that. And then they just discount everything he said spiritually. And so I think that's where the debate goes.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like how are you gonna go ahead and use the evidence, of the Gospels to come to that conclusion? You know what I mean? So it's like it's either you're gonna say, look, this is based on a bunch of made up stuff, so we can't trust the source, or you're gonna say, well, something extraordinary must have happened here, as there are like kind of quasi Christian historians who also kind of say like, oh yeah, it's so important to realize that, it's so marvelous that we have these facts, and these facts come to us and they tell us about the possibility of miracles, and they're kind of like this kind of very limp-handed approach. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know exactly what you're saying. So
yeah, it's like look, if you're a Christian, just affirm it. Just affirm the
oh
life
yeah,
of Jesus.
yeah.
Like,
Oh,
it's like, what is your problem, dude? Like, why are you pussyfooting around here? You know, like,
machine,
yeah,
you're preaching to the choir here,
of course,
buddy.
you know what I mean. Yeah.
I would agree with you completely that these kinds of debates lead to the problem of, like you just said, people who even call themselves Christians will say things like, okay, well, maybe I believe in the history man of Jesus, but I don't believe he did any miracles or anything like that. And so maybe he was just like a really good self-help guru like Gandhi or something. And why can't we just believe in that and call
That's
ourselves
what New
Christians?
Age. Yeah, that's the rallying cry of every New Age prophet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, really, you know what I
And
mean? Right? Is like, let's just invent our own version of Jesus,
yeah, yeah.
tailor made. You know what I mean?
Let's make a politically correct Jesus that
Yeah,
doesn't offend people.
yeah. And by the way, he's a lot like you and me.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know what I mean. And that's obviously that's a great selling point.
I think it's kind of the old evolution problem. Do you remember how, like, evolution, when it started as a heated debate, there was like two distinct camps of people that completely denied it, and then people that fully accepted anything that was claimed. And so eventually you noticed that there were these people in the middle that felt kind of torn between each side, and so they basically just wanted to compromise and say things like, we believe it exists, but it doesn't have all these, magical properties that people are claiming, but we don't deny it exists and stuff like that. And so
Yeah, that's why this is a high degree of analysis. You have to be able to entertain ideas while not believing in them. You know what I mean? So the thing is that, you know, here's two viewpoints, some truth in each one that relates back to, you know, the conventional sense of beliefs about what occurred through its own attestation and what's written about it, right? And then you have you know, through that you have one that claims, and this is being caught between two sides, if you're doing it correctly, because you want to squeeze the truth out. So the thing is that you look at each side as representing a part of the truth that you represent. You know, see, this is a way that you can move to a higher level of analysis, you know, because you just say, well, look, this Bar Ehrman guy, he believes in a historical figure, a real guy. Although he discounts the miracles, this other guy, Price, he believes in the supernatural version of things, but he doesn't believe in the real guy. So it's like the truth is a semblance between each of these things. You know what I mean, right? But it's lost in the translation, and that's why when you analyze things on a high level, you have to you have to function on a higher you know, level of thought with it. You know, you can't just come to, well, you know, I dismiss this guy because he doesn't agree with me. I dismiss this other guy because he doesn't agree with me. Now, what's the point of watching this? It's like, well, you know, what the fuck else are we gonna watch? Fucking cartoons and football? You know, let's fucking not kid ourselves. You know, are we gonna watch low TW news, cry and moan for an hour?
let's watch
2 hours?
let's watch a politically correct cartoon about Jesus and sing Kumbaya and braid each other's hair instead.
Exactly. You know, let's just fucking, you know, let's move to
Let's all get along, machine. Butthurt atheists, conservative Christians,
dick
it doesn't matter.
worshiping, you know, people who worship alien dicks, I guess, you know, let's all
Yeah. So
space aliens, Yakub memes. Yeah, let's all get together. Yep.
by the way, machine, I don't know how much longer you're gonna do this stream. Is there a possibility that you want to reboot a stream with the link I gave you that I can restream to my channel? Is that an option?
What do you mean?
Right, I can't click on my little button that says restream to my channel. I don't know if that's a setting you picked or didn't pick on your stage.
Damn. Well, what you can do is just start the stream and then share the window. You know.
Oh yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah.
I don't want to
So that's the other
derail.
option.
I don't want to derail your video here. I posted a video I think would be a much more interesting topic that I will.
Oh yeah. I'll see if I get to the end of this debate, but I don't want to break up my analysis here. But
Right.
You're free to jump in at any time you want. But
That's what I was
yeah,
saying. Like, I was
we
gonna
will.
wait until you're done here, and
Yeah,
then I
we
was gonna
will. Yeah, we
continue.
will. Yeah, we'll figure out if we got time for that because I do got to leave at 5.
Okay.
And I have seen this other debate that you're talking about and written about it. But yeah, we can talk
We
about
can do it
it.
at another time too. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
I
yeah,
was just
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, I
But
like this debate too.
I'll
I
stay
like
here
that
for this
debate
one.
too because that debate is against the traditional Christian view. But
Yep.
even in that traditional Christian view, it's interesting that because I've seen the debate, you know, in the beginning of the debate, Wallace admits that the stoning in John is an interpolation.
Right. So there's
So
still
that's
debate.
shocking. Yeah, that's shocking. You know what I mean? That's shocking because that is literally the most famous story of Jesus, guys. That's literally let he who has not sinned cast the first stone. It was
Yeah, no,
put
that's
in
the
there. It was interpolated. Somebody put that in there. Are you kidding me? You know, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy, all right? You know?
I have my own theory on interpolations and revisions and
Of
whatnot.
course, of course. Let's look at the facts. It's ultimately bullshit because we don't have the original copy. So you don't know what the original copy said, so it doesn't matter. It could have said it, it could have not said it. So it really doesn't
Well,
matter.
that's the kind of bigger debate about the whole canon is that we don't have any of the original copies of any of the
Exactly.
canon. So
Exactly. So I mean, let's look at the ultimate facts. You know, these are just
and
this is all guesswork, you know.
and the Jews don't have original copies of their book, and the Muslims don't have the original copies of their book. So it's like, well,
Exactly,
that
exactly.
doesn't
All we have,
disprove the
exactly,
religion.
all we have is manuscripts. You know, so you know, if you look at history, all you have is these raggedy old manuscripts that doesn't even contain the whole fucking book. And
And even
yep,
if
yep.
you pick a recent example, that doesn't mean their religion is better. Like, like even if technically speaking, the Scientologists have copies of their original texts, that's not like something to be proud of. Like, oh well, your religion must be better then because you have your original copies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, straight up. And you know, you know, I is Christian. I'm a Muslim, and we're able to talk about these things. I mean, we're able to admit
Exactly.
these things. So it is what it is. You know.
Like nothing left. It's kind of banal and uninteresting. And so why would you even tell the story? It's an interesting point.
But yeah, feel free to jump in anytime here.
The examples you picked.
Will do.
Let me see. I can't even read my own. You picked a couple examples. For example, the feeding of the 5,000, I think, was one of your examples. But I mean, I don't think there was a feeding of the 5,000. So I don't see how this is an argument. I mean,
well, what is it that got beefed up into these miracle stories?
What? I don't think anything got beefed up into the miracle. I don't think that what you do is you read the miracle stories and then you strip away a miracle and you say that's what happened. That's not my method. I've never used that method.
Cameos of the whole idea that Jesus was just Joe Rabbi.
No, I don't think it was Joe Rabbi. Listen,
Joe Rabbi. That's funny. But yeah, this he said so you got cameos of this notion, you know, that Jesus was just a Jewish teacher. You know, I don't think that narrative actually serves anyone other than Jews and atheists. But you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's certainly what it seems like. You know, obviously the Jews run the publishing companies and the atheists control the narrative of today through the extreme form of liberalism that we all inhabit thanks to the, modern society. Right?
There's a lot of half truths in these debates, and that you have to be able to spot those things and handle them appropriately. So like when someone says, Jesus was a teacher or a rabbi or whatever, obviously he was a teacher. He was teaching people stuff.
I just want it to be clarified. A rabbi from what sect? Was he from the Essenes? Was he from the Pharisees? Like, what are we looking at here? Like, this is crazy shit.
Are you calling him rabbi because you're implying that he was trying to restore Judaism or something like that? Are you calling him rabbi because in those days he came from the Jewish lineage and they would identify him as a teacher, a spiritual teacher? And so, that's what I'm saying. It's a loaded question, but again, they'll speak half truths to make it sound like they're agreeing with you. Like, oh yeah, we agree he was a spiritual teacher or something like that.
I mean, it's clear that in the New Testament they call him that, but the fact is that the style of Judaism that Jesus is talking about and criticizing the Pharisees for following, it's clear that he doesn't seem to be of the sect of the Pharisees. So it's very unclear in what capacity he is a spiritual teacher. This is all I'm claiming. You know,
Oh,
of course, you know,
if you read the whole story, it's pretty clear he's not a fan of any form of Judaism, which is obviously the problem. It's like, so what is he
right, right.
doing?
You know, like yeah, I mean, if we're to take the Gospel of John, you know, at face value, it may be one of the most anti-Semitic documents ever written. You know,
Exactly. And
there's no like document that is gonna end up in all the hotel rooms that calls Jews the sons of the devil. Come on now. You know what I mean?
so
Right?
so
Like
is
that's wild stuff, you know.
so this is the part where they speak half truths. So they'll say, "So what are we talking about here, fellas? Is this guy a spiritual leader, or is he just like some sort of like anti-Jew hating, crazy person?" And so now you see where they're trying to lead you in that direction of the conversation to say, maybe stuff happened, and I don't think it was any miracles happen or anything like that. But what really did happen was he definitely got followers to tried to pull them away from Judaism. And so, if anything, he's just a very anti-Judaism person, and that's pretty clear. So I think we can all agree that he was possibly crazy, but maybe he was just very
I like
spiritually zealous, and blah 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 blah. They use all this
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
language.
I like this comment. You know, Jesus hated government, religion, and money.
Yeah, yeah,
it,
yeah,
looked, it looked like it looked like he was not a fan of those things. Exactly.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
They even tried to trap him, by the way. That was how they were trying to kill him. They were trying to get him to say that you shouldn't worship Caesar as God by not paying his taxes. And so he obviously gave the correct answer, which was just render unto Caesar what it is, and then to God what is God. So, but yeah, that's part of the problem.
yeah, these Zionist simpers, man. Man, I hope you realize that you're a literal Pharisee today. You know, you're gonna burn in hell, folks. This is crazy stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, no Zionism up here on
Yeah, I guess.
stage.
I'm all for the prosperity of every Jewish person and the health of every Jewish person and the spiritual fulfillment of every Jewish person on earth. I look at them as, my brother and sister before God. But the thing is that this kind of nationalism, this Jewish nationalism that was invented in the 1800s. We have to go and re-examine the views of Herzl, the views of Ben Gurion, who was a communist, and all of these terrorist groups, that created the modern state of Israel, and like the Likud and all of these types of things. These people are butchering babies. Let's just face it. Not to say that the Muslim groups are any better. Run by the oil-rich Arabs and colluding with both Israel and the West. Let's face it. This is all controlled opposition run by some dark forces around the world. That's convincing everybody to fight these wars so that somebody can gain advancement of power, wealth, technology, and all of these things. That's what they're actually trying to grow. Meanwhile, we get confused about these conflicts that are on the surface. We miss that. While they delude us with these conflicts, they're actually taking more power for themselves through the advancements of technology that they're using. But yeah, so if we could all just unify and figure out what the fuck is going on, then we won't actually be able to let them fuck us over. Because let's face it, a lot of us believe in God. So let's just face it. We understand there's evil at work. So let's just fucking face it. Don't ask why if you know it's wrong. Pick up the slack for the people around. Don't do things for credit and fame. Teach people for free. Or for donations or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean? Let's all move to a higher place here. But yeah.
And metaversal miscreant, I would be even less charitable than Machine Lies here. So he's more soft spoken about it than I am, and so I would say that they are the enemy, and they are part of the people who we are fighting. And so he carefully pointed out that it's not good to like attack them like on a ethnic level or whatever, but religiously speaking, they are the enemy. And so I don't understand why any Christian claims to have any part of anything going on particularly in the Middle East, for example. So even though I think Machine would say that, hey, let's just give them their own land and let them thrive or whatever. Um, I would put forth the argument: how did they get that land in the first place? Last time I checked, it was like a bunch of British Americans, whatever, Western allies that decided that they are good, holy Christians, and so they're gonna create this Zion land for Jews or whatever. And it was like, what does that have to do with Christianity? I mean, like, uh I'm all for, giving them some place to live peacefully, but I think that they should either earn it on their own or find some place that their neighbors agree with or something like that.
Yeah,
So
but these people don't even know that this left-right dichotomy is gone. Christians are being replaced by Christian futurists.
oh yeah, dude.
These Nick Fuentes type of alt-right groups. They're being replaced. By
Well,
by
I
yeah.
think I could debate Fuentes over most of these other
Well, they're tying Christianity to European nationalism. Okay, they're tying
Do you think
Judaism.
Fuentes is a Zionist?
Well. They're tying. Well, he's definitely supported by Zionists. You know what I mean?
No, I mean saying,
that
like,
leads
do you
me
think he argues for Zionism? Do you think he personally
him and
supports it?
Alex Jones. Him and Alex Jones seem 100% controlled opposition.
Probably, but I mean, he can at least debate the history and the philosophy behind
Anybody
why
can.
they're
I
there.
can do that right now, and nobody puts me on stage. It doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, but I'm
It
not
doesn't matter who knows
debating
it.
you. Like, we both agree that there should be no Christian Zionism going on in anywhere in the West, or especially America. But even in
No,
Europe.
anybody they put on stage is a puppet at this point. The Jews are 100% brainwashed because they're being tied into the left. The Kahanists and the Messianists. It's moving. The Overton, the fucking Overton shit is fucking totally shifted. It's Muslims are not Muslims, Christians are not Christians. They're combining Islam with modernism now and having some kind of Islamic fucking combination where it's like they try to prove like Islam is like the source of like liberalism and science. They lie about everything in fucking history. And now the right is all libertarians and the left is all new age fuckheads. So
Yeah.
the Theosophical Society and the right is reduced. They have no power because they're all soy boy anarchists that don't want any state. They just want capitalism. So the right and the left are fucking thrown in the fucking trash. You know what I mean, right? So
Actually, I wish the right had libertarians in it. The current perceived right wing of America are like neocons and GOP and Republicans and that bullshit. And those aren't right wing people, but that's
yeah,
what's
it's like
perceived as right.
yeah, it's like look, you just want to focus on capitalism and you don't want to, wield the machinery of power, which is the state, the objective fucking form of power. Who's gonna control the fucking nuclear plants when everybody's a fucking capitalist? Get the fuck out of here.
But that's one
Right?
thing the parties are unified on. They're both Zionists. The left, the Democrats and the Republicans are both Zionists. So like, there's not even really a debate about it. It's like we all Americans agree that we all want to be Zionists. That's according to the mainstream media and all the political parties.
Well, that's because Walt and Mearsheimer, just read Walt and Mearsheimer, the Israel lobby, and you'll know why certain lobbies are extremely powerful in this country. Because
Hey, Machine, I hate to derail, but let me just take a second to give you a thought exercise. I want to see your take on this.
yeah, no worries.
So earlier,
Yeah,
I accused you of being too soft on the subject, but let me test your claims and see if it's true. Imagine a world where, like the Americas were predominantly Christian. Like let's pretend like the U.S. and Mexico, Canada, whatever.
Yeah,
These are
they could have had that if they didn't have the
just
constitutional convention, right?
just follow my hypothetical. This is going to be a hypothetical situation. I need you to imagine with me. Okay, so imagine they're mostly Christian nations. And then suddenly a world war breaks out and Europe starts, killing all the Jews. and then the Muslims intervene and say, let's not just kill all these Jews. That's immoral or whatever. And so after the war ends, they say, okay, now what are we going to do with all these Jews? Because they don't even have like their own country or their own homeland. What would happen if the Muslim empire who won the war said, let's take all these Jews and let's just put them in Mexico and give them their own nation? Is everybody cool with that? And everyone's like, wait, what? Why are we putting them there? That's those are mostly Christian regions of countries, and so Christianity and Judaism is not compatible, so that doesn't make sense. And then they're like, oh well, shut up, we're the power, we're going to decide what's best for you. Okay, so now Israel is located between the borders of like Mexico and the United States of America.
Yeah,
And
they
so
were originally going to put it in Argentina. You know what I mean?
no,
You hear about that?
just follow my hypothetical here. So are you okay now living in, and let's say Machine Lies is a Muslim that lives in, wherever, you can pick, dude, Saudi Arabia, Iran, I don't care, whatever floats your boat. So here's Machine Lies, a devout Muslim who lives in his, homeland, his home territory. And he's now listening to his politicians talking about how they need to use their national budget to send more money to the Jewish land of Israel, which is located between Mexico and the United States of America.
What's your point here? Is the end point of this going to be about Jewish funding for Israel?
The end point is
about Israel,
about Zionism, and whether or not it makes sense for even a Muslim country to send funding to Israel to help fight their wars with Mexico and the United States of America, because they keep pushing borders out into Christian territories who didn't want them there in the first place, and now are having to deal with the problem. Do you understand where I'm going with this, Machine?
Well, yeah, but the problem with your analysis here is that there's many different groups. You know what I mean, right? No,
I'm just getting to the core problem of like, why are Christians even debating this topic? Like, why is this a Christian problem to begin with? I don't understand, but maybe you can enlighten me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can tell you about it. A lot of it has to do with the radical Protestant groups, right, that came to America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's linked to that, because those groups then ascribed to British Israelism. Sometimes their movements were hijacked, and then there was a lot of Jews in America at the time.
And
like
likewise, what if you had a bunch of sects of Islam that were suddenly preaching Zionism all the time, and you're like, wait, where did this come from? There's nothing in our religion that teaches that we are supposed to protect these people or give them a nation and make sure they're a valid religion or whatever.
Well, I'll tell you that sometimes the certain radical Shia groups do come to that conclusion. Right?
See, now you understand. Okay, now go back to the analogy. Is this something that you think should happen in real life, Machine Life? Do you want to live in a world where you subscribe to let's just agree that the Middle East is predominantly Muslim? Would you agree that's true?
Well, it's called dispensationalism. You know what I mean, right? And also fundamentalism. Right, well, it's just as it's used in Islam to in extremist groups, just as it's used in Christianity in extremist groups to extract resources and
But
value.
You would agree that geographically speaking, just pure geography, that Middle East is mostly Muslim, correct? Iraq, Iran, Syria, Afghanistan, all these places, predominantly Muslim, correct?
But you don't even know what that means.
I know exactly what that means, and so
No, you don't. Just a day ago on Jack Talcott's panel, you were claiming that they worship Muhammad or something like that.
No, I didn't, dude. I said they follow Muhammad. I said that is their primary prophet. Anyways, I think.
Well, you said he was a holy cow, right?
A sacred cow.
Sacred cow,
dude.
Yeah. Sacred and holy are the same fucking thing, buddy. Don't.
Okay.
Well,
guess what? The sacred cow of Christianity is Jesus. So we all have our favorite pony that we bet all our money on, and so
Right,
that's
right,
why
right,
it's
right.
our
I get the point
primary
that you were
profit.
trying to make, but I'm just saying that being a Muslim in today's age, being a Christian in today's age, as you were saying, you could be a Christian Zionist, you could be evangelical, you could be a Catholic,
That's what I'm
you could
trying
be
to
an
get.
Orthodox Christian. You know what I mean? The same thing with Islam. There's different sects in Islam. I implore you to watch my presentation on Islamic modernism. You'll get a little bit of the gist of what I'm talking about here. The issues are complex because at the time there was also Arab nationalism going on. I mean, so
Right.
we have all of these types of theories, and actually the rise of all these Islamic terrorist groups has as much to do with the Arab nationalist movements as it does the funding of the West and Saudi Arabia and all of those things. You know what I'm saying?
I was just trying to kind of create like sort of a theoretical scenario to
Right,
kind
right,
of
right,
see it
right.
from
I
like
get it. I get it. I get
from
it. I get
our
it. Yeah,
point of view.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that thought experiment. Yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah. Welcome, Be More Busker, man. What's up?
Hey, TML.
Yeah.
I was like thinking about when I was listening to your conversation, and I was thinking about the church I went to when I was probably about 10, 11, Trinity Assembly of God. They are Pentecostal cracker, like glitter music kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like fucking Christian rock or shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And so this church, they were so pro-Zionist. I was wondering why the hell are they so well, I don't know what that means. And why, because I know it has to do with Jews. And I'm thinking, why are they so into Israel when Israel doesn't believe in Jesus? I never understood that. And then they had these songs like blow the trumpet in Zion, Zion. It's just like so stupid, man. It's like cheesy.
Yeah.
as fuck.
Yeah,
I'm sure Machine has whole videos on this very topic
I
that
do.
probably already cover
I
this.
do. Yeah, I've already
I can
covered
give you
them.
the short version, Busker. Again, they are very misled Christians that
Yeah.
believe part of the Christian mission is to preserve Israel and
Right?
Zion.
Yeah,
Well,
dude.
it goes back to this thing. One of the main culprits is this Schofield Bible. They got the Schofield Bible that you see as a study Bible in a lot of these evangelical churches. Its use is very widespread. And the thing about this Bible is that it accuses Christians of the sin of anti-Semitism, right? And it also concludes that the return of Christians, the return of the Jews of Israel is going to happen before the coming of Jesus. So they have put this into their eschatological scheme, being taking a fundamentalist interpretation of the scripture. So they feel like this has to happen before Jesus returns. Unfortunately, yeah. So unfortunately, they also think that the role of the European people is linked to the destiny of the Jewish people in a very strange way. So sometimes they take this to the Christian identity movement, that actually claims that the British people are descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. That
Yeah.
is a lesser version of it. But the greater version is just this dispensationalist groups like the Plymouth Brethren, started by John Nelson Darby, and then Schofield was influenced by these groups. So you have this kind of groups, and of course you have the millenarians who say that there's going to be 1,000-year reign of Jesus on earth. They're linked to an extension of the dispensationalist movement. So all of these groups are linked to the rise and prominence of Jews in America. The Sephardic Jewish movement started the transatlantic slave trade, over here, and there was prominent Jewish bankers, like Judah P. Benjamin was the governor of Louisiana. At the time when Lincoln was assassinated, he was actually blamed for his assassination, and he fled to London. And of course you have the Rothschilds creating Israel in the 1917 with the Balfour Declaration. So the British people basically formed Israel, and they also formed Saudi Arabia. So all of those terrorist groups that started from the Wahhabi movement, and they followed that extremist fundamentalist brand of Islam, they all also are in line with some of the British power structure. Because why? Because their economies right, are linked to the West. It's the same thing with Russia. Putin is one of the main investors in the oil and gas company. It's called Gazprom. So he is like part owner of Gazprom. That's why he colludes with Western powers. So does Saudi Arabia. They form, that's why Saudi Arabia and Russia and the U.S. were all co-partners in the war on terror. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
They were all allies. You know what I mean? Right?
And Netanyahu dropped the WMD bomb, like telling us, saying that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, and then you have that statement by what's that lady? Do you remember that lady got kicked out of the press corps? Heather, her name was Heather something, and she got kicked out of the press corps because she said the statement about that she asked them what they should do about the Israel and Palestine situation, and she said that the Jews that are in Palestine, they should go back to Europe where they came from.
Or any land that their neighbors welcome them was my point earlier, Machine Lies, which I don't think you were quite getting where I was going with that. Was again, I'm not saying we should exterminate Jews. I'm also not saying that certain people should inherit their problems.
No, it's not. It's not that I don't know where you were getting with that. It's just that I have limited time. You know. What I'm saying?
Yeah. I didn't want to.
But yeah, I understand that you were trying to make a greater point there, and forgive me for not. But yeah, we can expand on that at some point. You know what I mean? For sure, my brother. Thank you for that input there, because it was a very interesting thought experiment. I have to say, I was engaged by it. So no worries, dude.
Man.
Also, Busker, I definitely don't want to derail, but again, when you brought up the Middle East stuff, not only are we there for a bad reason, we're even making it worse by not even sticking to that bad reason. So the bad reason that the United States is even involved in the Middle East is because it's a bunch of retarded Christians claiming we have to protect and defend Zion, Judaism.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we're really there to control oil prices and fuck with the Muslims essentially. And so lo and behold, big surprise, the Muslims aren't very happy with this exchange. And so, no one can figure out what's going on over there. What's the deal with all these people? And so, first of all, we shouldn't be fucking with them and the Muslims and their lands to control oil prices. Definitely not for the shitty ass reason that we are to protect a Jewish Zion in their neighborhood in the name of Christianity. It's fucked all the way from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, let me play this real quick. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck for this one clip, but yeah, it is a famous clip. So let's just play it. This is fair use, just playing this clip because it was a major moment in history. She worked for this press corps, the White House press corps, for many years, through many presidential administrations. She got kicked out for saying this one statement for this 35-second clip of what she said. She got kicked out of the White House press corps, and she's Jewish, by the way.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
Yeah, check this out, guys. Look, it says rabbilive.com. That's such a funny website name, but yeah.
Any comments on Israel? We're asking everybody today. Any comments
Tell them
on
to
Israel?
get the hell out of Palestine.
Ooh. Any better comments?
Remember, these people are occupied, and it's their land. It's not German. It's not Poland.
So where should they go? What should they do?
They go home.
Where's the home?
Poland.
So the Jews,
Germany.
The Jews go back to Poland and Germany.
And America and everywhere else.
I think we got plenty of Jews here. Thanks, Helen.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's just interesting that she got kicked out of the press corps for just saying that. But yeah, but yeah.
I mean, they already control most of our media and stuff anyway. So is it even a battle anymore? Or?
They're gonna make us watch this commercial. Okay, let me watch this commercial on my own before I play this fucking video back. Oh no, wait, that's the wrong debate I played. Fuck. Where's the other debate that we were just watching? For fuck's sake.
And yeah,
So-
I agree. Like I said, if they do want to go back to wherever they came from, that's fine. But I think they would even say, well, that's not a good response because a lot of the places they came from weren't very receptive to them. And so that's my point is, well, then go where you are welcome.
Well, you know, I mean, that's interesting, but yeah, let's check out some of this because I don't want to get sidetracked too much. But yeah, you know, that was an interesting segment about how this all relates to. I mean, I get, you know, you can't say none of this is not relevant to modern issues. You know, the way we employ the narratives to structure our views of history, they definitely inform our modern views of who should be in charge, what these different relations are, and how these different groups should interact with each other.
Can say about the historical Jesus. So, you know, it's, I don't know what it is, 250 pages long. So it's not as if there's nothing you can say. There's a lot you can say without conceding a single miracle. But the way you get there is not by reading the miracle of the 5,000 and saying that they just really just had a picnic. I mean, as you know, I mean, you know this as well as I do. And in the 19th century, there were historians like Heinrich Paulus who did just that. That's what they did. And Albert Schweitzer showed you can't do it that way. And today, nobody does it that way. So I think you're beating a straw man because that's not how any of us proceed. How are we supposed to know how much time we have, by the way? I've got 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Okay.
By the way, Albert Schweitzer said that Paul and Buddha and Hegel are in the same line of thinkers. He was an absolute nutbag. Are you seriously going to take Albert Schweitzer's opinion seriously? Come on, dude. He was a Hegelian German thinker. You know, regardless of what he did for the poor people in Africa, that's all fine and dandy. We're not talking about that here. Okay? We're not talking about philanthropy. All right? Which has also been used for evil, by the way. You know, a bunch of wolves in sheep's clothing doing the philanthropy out there, giving people computers and
I'm so tired of that argument.
Yeah, computers and jabbies you know, instead of giving them a basic education and you know, and teaching them how, for example, teaching them how to make the fucking computers that you're gonna give them. You know what I mean? And or the jabbies that you're gonna give them. I mean, it's just fucking amazing, you know. But anyways,
So, I mean, as you know, the way people go about it is not simply by stripping miraculous things out of the Gospels. What they do is they evaluate every story to see whether there's anything historical in it. For example, the baptism. You know, is there anything historical in there or not? The way you do it is not just by taking out the miracle bits, the way you were saying it happens with Josephus. So, okay, look, I do need to get on. Josephus, yes, okay, I mentioned Josephus. Let me talk about Josephus for a second. No, I don't want to talk about Josephus. I decided not to ask that one. How much time do I have? 3 minutes.
Not enough
Okay.
is the answer.
Okay, I can do this. 3 minutes. Right. Okay. Right. One of our big disagreements is about Paul's understanding of the death of Jesus. When Paul says that the archons of this ion killed him, you take this to mean that there are these celestial powers up in the heavenly places, and you take it in a Gnostic sense. Is that correct? Yes. So the question is, what does Paul mean by the term archon?
okay, this is interesting, isn't it?
And what does he mean by the term ion?
Okay, a lot of people don't know that it says that right in the Bible. It says archons of the ions, even though people say that those are Gnostic terms. I mean, it's fascinating. Archons of the ions, you know, and of course these mean powers on a higher spiritual plane, as Paul's alluded to, you know, there in Ephesians and in other places, right? The famous quote, right? We do not battle with the earthly powers, but those dark forces, dark spiritual powers in heavenly places and all that type of stuff, you know what I mean? Or, you know, that he says in the higher realms, you know, so he's doing powers with spirits. He's having a spiritual battle, not a physical battle on the physical plane. You know, we can all relate to that, you know. But, you know, archons of this ion, you know what I mean? These are concepts not readily conceived by millions of people. You know what I mean?
Never heard of.
Yeah.
What about ions of the archons?
Well, that would disrupt the spiritual hierarchy because, yeah, you know, but yeah, it's crazy.
If you guys are hearing, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
no
to
worries.
say, if you guys are hearing a buzzing noise, it's because of this old fucking laptop. So I'm sorry
Yeah,
about
no
this.
worries. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah.
Those are just the ions of the icons in your background.
There you
Exactly.
go.
Yeah.
In other places. What does he mean when he says Archon?
None of them seem to me to be references to earthly rulers, not even Romans
It's Romans
13.
13:3. It's quite clear he's talking about earthly rulers. I don't
I
think.
know it's usually taken that way, but I think the tribute rendered unto
Listen,
the rulers.
here's what he says. He says, be subject to every governing authority, for there is no authority except from God. Therefore, he who resists authority resists what God has appointed. For the archons are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Would you have no fear of him who is in authority? He's talking about governing authorities.
Well, on the one hand, if he does mean that, we have the oddity of him saying, it's only the wicked God punishes. You mean like Jesus? Would a guy say that if he thought Jesus had been unjustly, judicially murdered by the authorities?
Yes, he apparently did say that, and so did First Peter. I mean, this is a common
right,
trope.
same
It's
problem.
a common trope in early Christianity. After the New Testament period, you have all sorts of authors who say that Jesus was killed by the authorities, and you should obey the authorities. I mean, it may not make sense to us, but the reason they're saying this is because they don't want to cause any more problems. They don't want Christians to be doing things against the law. And the idea
It doesn't really say that in Romans 13. If you really read it carefully, it says that only obey the authorities really insofar as you have to avoid punishment. It doesn't really say like obey the authorities. That's not really what it fucking says. You know, it says it's making a clear distinction between the spiritual and the physical plane. You know, in every aspect. You know, so I don't understand how you can come away with that interpretation. It's just talking about rulers on the earth. No, it's not. No, the fuck it is.
Yeah, I was just about to remind Airman that what it says is obey God, and as long as the
Right.
laws of the land agree with God, then you're
Exactly. Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
Don't
right.
cause
Right.
trouble just to cause trouble.
Right. It's saying don't go out of your way to like disobey the law if you don't have to, you know, so that you can avoid being persecuted by the laws of this fucking world, so that you can fucking follow the higher fucking law. Like absolutely that's what it's saying. But like, you know, to just say no, it's saying, oh, the interpretation of it is just, oh yeah. Follow the authorities because Jesus was persecuted by the authorities. What the fuck are you talking about? That's a lame interpretation. Right?
That's where you get the left wing Christians from. You know, they're like all about the big
Right.
government stuff. They're like, see, Jesus totally supports authoritarian socialist government, so you should join our regime.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's what it's like. But mostly, the left doesn't subscribe to any religion for the most part.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We already know that, but they claim they're religious. They're spiritual, but not religious people. So they like Jesus. They just don't want you to actually listen to him and do what he says.
There you go. Something like that.
Yeah, they follow a religion of science without knowing the science of religion. That's the problem, right? Right. So they're completely misled, you know.
But for what it's worth, there are people who think they're Christians who like support communism and stuff like that because Jesus was a communist, obviously, and that's what he was trying to teach us is that it's the way to get to heaven.
Also, he was a revolutionary against the state, against the Roman state. So he was a Jewish zealot, you know. So yeah, the liberals will take it to the full maximum, you know.
But he also said render under Caesar, so he's obviously a fascist, and he wants to support authoritarian governments. You know, you gotta keep in lockstep with him here, fellas. Don't lose sight of the real Jesus.
Yeah, this is a lame interpretation.
Referring to Gnostic myths. Okay, so I just encourage everybody to read up about Gnosticism. So when do you date the Gnostic myths?
I think they go way back and evolved from Judaism, though it's a cross-pollination from other sources, as you see in the Nag Hammadi text. There's already Zoroastrian and Platonic elements, but I think Margaret Barker is right in that it comes from Judaism.
Well, it may come from Judaism.
Somebody asked me on my show the other day, what do you think is the most strange thing about the Nag Hammadi text? And I said, yeah, the fact that it was discovered in jars by two brothers who ended up killing each other. So there's no like tracing back how they found it. How about that for starters, folks?
That's weird.
Yeah, like come on, dude. Like I'm reading like Elaine Pagels. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. She's like telling the story. She's like, these two Egyptian brothers found it and they both ended up killing each other. I was like, okay.
Did they kill each other because they found the jars? Like, I don't know the full backstory, but
It's got something to do with that. Like they kept scamming each other and all of that type of shit. Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's like Curse of Tutankhamun type shit.
I think we're gonna find lots of jars with lots of text, so that's gonna keep us busy for the next 3,000 or 4,000 years. So I'm still focused on the ones that have the most merit. So
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. It's funny. It's funny that they say that they found the Dead Sea Scrolls the same year that they discovered the country of I'm informed the country of Israel. It's like 1947, and it's like
whoops.
So it's like it's almost like people say, well, that's a fortuitous circumstance. The whole reason, the whole proof by why we're forming this country is in the thing that we just found, and it's like
Maybe we should put some velvet ropes up around the country and make it a museum.
It's definitely some interesting because a lot of the Bible information and the manuscripts are coming from Israeli archaeologists. So they have a very they have an ability to control the narrative. I'm not saying that they do, but make of that what you will. I'm saying
today. Of course, when you and I were back in graduate school, back in the Pleistocene age, people did think that Gnosticism was a pre-Christian set of religions. But Gnosticism today is normally understood to be a second-century phenomenon, that it didn't predate Paul, and so nobody talks about Gnosticism as a predecessor of Paul because these texts that we have post-date Paul. The Nag Hammadi library is all second-century stuff. So I don't think you can use second-century texts in order to show that this is the background to letters written in the 50s. So my time is up. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I tend to go with Boltmann and Reitzenstein and others. Their arguments persuade me that it was, and Schmidtals, that these things were pre.
Yeah, it's been 3 hours now. We're like halfway through this debate. There's no reason why I won't be like viciously attacked for this presentation I've given so far. It's been fucking brutal, folks. But yeah, it is what it is. We had to run through certain historical events, and thank you for joining us.
Christian and
non-Christian. In the 1950s, that's what they thought, but they don't.
We have now started Dr. Price's 10 minutes.
Yes, yeah,
I
okay.
think my
You've
mic
used
might
3 of
be
your
on now,
minutes.
But please, it's your first 10 minutes.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I would like to ask one question. I'm pretty sure it's did Jesus? How Jesus became God. I think that's the book where you say that you changed your mind on whether the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea and the women disciples visiting the empty tomb, that you suspect now that is not historical. Am I misremembering that? Or if I'm not, how did you make the transition?
So whenever I debate these Christian apologists, which is what I'm usually doing with my life, as you know, they always argue that there are 2 facts that everybody agrees on about the resurrection of Jesus, that the tomb is empty and Jesus appeared to people. And they say you have to explain these 2 facts, and if you can't explain these 2 facts, then you have to agree that Jesus was raised from the dead. So this is you've heard this a trillion times. So have I. So I actually do agree that
it's called E.T. Empty Tomb. The empty tomb narrative, it's an interesting way of taking the discussion, into a historical realm, but I think again it comes up short because they don't understand the methodology of the historians. Once they're trying to make this claim based on science, it's not going to give you a perfect view of what's going on, so like I discussed at the beginning of this presentation, the historical view is not going to be 100%. That's not how science works. So the methodology of the historians it does not act as bona fide proof of anything. So I think they're barking up the wrong tree in my opinion. But
Maybe they're saying that it's possible that the Romans aren't very good at executing people. And so what happened is, even though he died and they jabbed him with the spear and everything, maybe he was just in a coma. And so maybe Romans again don't understand what a dead person looks like. And they accidentally just, tossed a live guy into an open tomb. And even though there was a Roman guard there whose life depends on whether or not the body gets stolen, because again, in those days, a lot of times grave robbers would try to remove the body and remove the evidence, or take it back to their little holy group and worship it as a relic or whatever the reason. Romans didn't give a shit. They don't like grave robbers. And so what happened was, the Roman guard fell asleep, and the guy in the coma rolled back the seal by himself, because he woke up out of his stupor, and then he just walked out and went back to his friends and family. So maybe that's what happened. I mean, let's give everyone a chance to defend the truth of what happened.
Yeah, the Nag Hammadi, NAG space HAMMADY. That's a place in Egypt where the Gnostic texts were discovered, and it's a library of texts that includes several codexes that was discovered by two Egyptian brothers. A book about it is Gnostic Gospels by Elaine Pagels, but I think that that's an untrustworthy source. And I talk about why I think she's an untrustworthy source in the book I wrote. Because she makes several laughable statements in her book Beyond Belief. I've recounted there. But yeah, I mean, again, you have to look at the methodology that these people are using in order to research the facts. Right? But yeah, one of the first organizations on the scene was the Carl Jung Foundation. Obviously these people have ways of controlling the narrative. Carl Jung had a ring of Abraxas, which was one of the deities that the Gnostics worshipped, which is a cross with a snake on it, so I mean, he had a ring of this, so Jung was a card carrying Gnostic in a lot of ways, so he was ecstatic at these discoveries, as was Joseph Campbell and Jordan Maxwell and all these guys, because in the 1800s and all these types of things, they had, alluded to such, interpretations of Jesus, right? This supplied them of basically everything they needed, There's text mentioning Sophia, there's Zoroastrian text, there was text of the Orphic Pythagoreans, there was text of the from Plato's Republic, that all that in the Nag Hammadi text. Right? But yeah, that's what that is, Holmes. So yeah, Jimbo Khan was asking, what's Nag Hammadi text? There's a Gnostic text discovered in Nag Hammadi, Egypt, right?
Or some of the followers.
Oh yeah. By the way, they're dated back to the 2nd century AD, 180 approximately. That time.
Believe that he appeared to them. I absolutely think that that's true. I think they had some kind of visions, but I don't think Jesus appeared to them. I don't think Jesus rose from the dead. I think people have visions of deceased loved ones. It happens sometimes, and some of them did. So I think that's true. When I was writing that book, I came to think something that before that I thought was crazy.
Can we stop here real quick?
It really was no empty tomb.
Yeah.
I don't.
Do you ever notice how quickly these pseudo intellectuals just blow right past certain phrases, like what he just said? He is implying that the authors of the New Testament, the apostles, disciples, all their friends and family, are all either incredibly fucking retarded or all suffering from the same mass hallucination, and to the point that they all agree with each other what they saw and heard. Or again, these people are like, beyond retarded, like they don't even understand what reality looks like or how to, form sentences or anything like that, because a mass hallucination is not possible with other witnesses nearby. So the problem is, if you're in a room by yourself and you've only got like one or two dudes with you, um, that's more likely to be subject to a mass hallucination than like the general public. And so, again, when the accounts clearly state that not only were non-believers involved, including the Roman guards, other Jesus-hating Jews, and whatever else, all these other people that were there and could deny these claims and say like, no, you're just being stupid, this didn't happen, you're just, you're hallucinating, then that's one scenario. That's what he just tried to propose was actually probably what happened. It was probably just um loved ones of Jesus who miss him so much they thought they saw Jesus up and walking around in real life talking to them in physical form. And so, again, even in modern day, we know, hopefully humans have a very, very basic level of bullshit detection. And so, whenever you go to a friend of yours, their funeral or whatever, and they say their grandma just died or whatever, and then like 2 days later, after you watched them bury the corpse into the grave and everything like that, that would be like saying, suddenly all of grandma's children and grandchildren started claiming that grandma was alive and up and walking around in public, where you, one of the visitors of the funeral, could go and verify yourself to see if their claims are true or not. And that, this is what's happening. It's just a mass hallucination of all grandma's children missing her so badly that they think they see her alive and up and walking around. And so that's all that's happening here. Just take Ehrman seriously, because he's a legitimate scholar and stuff. So yeah.
Hey, the New Testament, I heard, didn't the Greeks write the New Testament? Partially or something?
Yeah, there were Greek authors also. There was a lot of Jews and Greeks and Hebrews and
No Italians, really, right?
There were also Gentiles and Greek authors of the New Testament too, but yeah.
Yeah.
And there were Romans present, and and there's all kinds of people present in Jerusalem and stuff like that. It's not just Jews and stuff like that, but it's mostly Jews, mostly Romans, that sort of thing. Maybe some Greeks.
Yeah.
But again, this didn't happen in a secret cave somewhere where only Jesus' most devout followers were allowed to talk about what happened. The public funerals were still attended by friends of the family, Roman officials, and stuff like that. So, again, there was a Roman guard protecting the tomb to make sure the body wasn't stolen or whatever. And so, again, Ehrman's trying to just slipped that little sentence in there, hoping no one would notice that. What probably happened was, a lot of the friends and family of Jesus missed him so much they thought they saw him, and that's probably what happened. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Mm-hmm.
But sorry, Machine Lies. I just wanted to point out bullshit while it happens. You can go ahead and hit play on the video if you want, or if you just want me to talk for a while.
Yeah, I gotta roll, guys. I gotta get some stuff done.
All right, later, Busker. Catch you around.
Peace. Yeah, peace, Busker. Yeah.
See you guys.
Yeah, have a blessed day, man.
As a historical account. And the reason I came to that is this. I decided to look up every reference that I could find in every Greek and Latin author of antiquity who mentions crucifixion, and to see what they say about crucifixion. And one of the striking things is that we have no literary descriptions of crucifixion. In other words, we don't have any text that tells us this is how they did it. they nailed them or they tied them or they did this. This is how they set the cross up. There's no descriptions of this because everybody knew how it happened, I suppose, but they don't describe it. One thing that does get described a lot, though, or a relative amount, is that Romans left the bodies on the cross. They did not take them down when they died. Part of the punishment of crucifixion was that the body was left to decompose and to be subject to the scavenging animals. So you have references to this in our sources. And so I came to think, if that was part of the punishment, that you'd be humiliated even after death and would not be allowed a decent burial, if that was part of the point of crucifixion in Roman circles, then would they have made an exception in the case of Jesus? And it's not like they would say, well, he's the Son of God, so let's give him a decent burial. So I came to think that probably they did not give him a decent burial, and so that the story of Joseph of Arimathea was probably a later legend that was invented precisely so Christians could say there was an empty tomb. But I don't think there was an empty tomb. Yeah, because I don't think so. My guess is
Holy shit, he even did one better, Machine. He doesn't even have to explain everything I just said because that never happened, Machine. It was all of the authors, it was a figment of their imagination that, Jesus was put in the tomb and the Roman guard was put there. The Roman guard was part of the figment of the people's imagination too, by the way. The Roman government was a figment of the imagination of Jesus' followers. See, Ehrman is so eloquent at explaining away why all this shit happened, and so this is exactly why I don't argue with these retards, is because they just toss around these ideas like, well, usually crucified people are left there for days, so it's physically impossible that this was that Jesus was taken down, and put into a tomb. So I don't even have to argue all that empty tomb stuff. Haha, I win. Moving on to the next point. Go ahead.
Yeah, by the way, if you're a Christian and you study this religion and all this stuff, and you can't argue against somebody like Ehrman, then you're not really worth your salt here as a teacher in your religion. You just have to go ahead and call
I
yourself a
agree.
layman.
I
Because
agree.
this guy's he's basically a pop scholar, so
Yeah. I agree. I totally agree. Machine Lies.
this guy's a total like a diet atheist, for sure.
This is debate 101. And by the way, again, you're preaching to the choir. I agree. The Christian community is pretty sadly lacking in any decent, like public debaters and stuff. That's why I sent you one that I actually made it through the whole debate because I was interested enough to listen to what they had to say. But yeah, I agree. Christians need to step up their game like 100%, because when you have people like Bart Ehrman who go around unchallenged, that's like the worst thing you could do is just have him like going around like educating people on these silly Christians, they can't even debate anything I'm saying, I'm so smart. It's like, oh shit, there goes the Christian religion because you guys are too lazy. I agree, dude.
Yeah, that's when he goes up there and waxes and wanes and goes, Albert Schweitzer, and fucking Albert Schweitzer's fucked up in the head, dude. He said Paul and Buddha and Hegel are the same guy. He's worse than the mythicists. Like, what are you talking about? Schweitzer, come on, dude. So this is what we're talking about. Read Schweitzer's book on Paul. He compares Paul to the Buddha. He's totally out of his mind.
Probably disposed of the remains, probably just chucked them in a common grave, like they do with most people, be my guess.
What do you think of Burton Mack's argument in a couple of his books that
and again, chucked him into a common grave because he totally followed the story that Jesus' life and teachings, all of his most devout followers. By the way, this is the same retarded asshole that will say that the reason why so many Christians were willing to be fed to lions and shit was because they were so drinking the Jesus Kool-Aid that even they wouldn't even listen to logic and reason, and so they were so deep into the cult of Jesus that that they're willing to be, sacrifice their entire lives of their children, their families, everything. And in the same breath, this retarded fucking asshole will say, they probably tossed his body into a common grave, because that's what happens with cult followers. They don't give a shit about their Messiah, their Christ. They just say, "Yeah, he was a nice teacher. Let's just toss his dumb ass into a grave and don't worry about it." It's like, no. Even if let's follow one of his scenarios where Christians were these delusional, cultish people, religious but not rational, unintelligent people.
It's just like weird. It's like he can't just say like, oh, he was he died a normal death.
Yeah.
As somebody would at the time.
He was just a petty
no,
criminal.
he was disposed of like an average peasant. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like you're actually weird. You actually put that in a very strange way. It's like you kind of, you added an extra layer of cuntiness. You know what I mean, right? Like it's like, what is wrong?
Yeah,
Like, why do you have to disrespect somebody that millions of people honor? You know what I mean?
Suddenly, even his friends and family don't give a shit about him. Machine Life. Do you see what he did just then? He's saying that even his close relatives didn't give a shit about him and said, "Yeah, toss his ass in the gutter. I don't care."
I know. It's
But
like,
not
dude,
only them, but his thousands of devout followers, his cult, his following, was suddenly just totally disregard him and not give a shit about him just because the Romans killed him. That's what he's saying. And then he turns him into just some sort of random petty thief or something like that. That's what he's trying to do there. But, again, butthurt atheists know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly why they sculpt their words in certain ways, because they have an audience to pander to. And right now, all the butthurt atheists in the audience are going, "Yeah, Urban, tell him. Yeah, it was just a petty common criminal. No one gives a shit about some delusional religious people that think he's like magical and can float in the sky and shit. Yeah, science, logic, and reason. We own all that shit. Yeah, Urban, get him, buddy." That's what's happening. So this is why I don't debate these people. They're just too fucking retarded.
We went over this earlier, Jimbo Khan. I said, you have to define what a Jew is. A Jew means many things in the first century. That's the unfortunate part.
Do you mean nationality? Do you mean race? Do you mean religion? What's your question?
And there's 4 different sects of religion, it seems, so.
As the big bang that started Christianity, and he said, and perhaps there were all sorts of Christian and Jesus communities, some of whom found it in their interest to use resurrection imagery, others didn't, and that we've been naive in assuming that, oh yeah, it all started with that explosion of those visions, whatever they were.
Yeah, well, Burt Mack was obviously a very brilliant scholar. Still may be. I don't know if he's still active or alive even. I don't know either. Yeah. So
his tomb was found empty.
His tomb was empty. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
What the hell?
He actually wasn't that good. He was good. He wasn't that good. So I used to be open to that idea, but I don't really buy it anymore. So in my book, How Jesus Became God, I actually argue that it was the resurrection that really mattered. That if you have, suppose you do have this group of people up in Galilee who really appreciate things like the Sermon on the Mount or something, and they're this like alternative group. I don't see how you get Christianity out of that. Basically, you've got a Jewish teacher who's saying some interesting things, but without a resurrection. So I think without the resurrection, you don't have what would start Christianity.
I think that's correct also, but the way I imagine it is that those types of Christianity, like what Max says is the Q community, because of what you've just said, they perished. Because there was no, like Jewish Christianity did later on, they just had no more market share. They were too Jewish for Gentiles and vice versa. But that it's still possible that there were, and that's all speculation any way you cut it. But if there's reason enough to think that Q implies a Zitzim Laban of a non-death and resurrection Christology, they could have existed, because any way you cut it, Constantine and the gang pretty much squashed all the other early Christianity.
Now, see, this is the problem with the concatenation of terms, right? See, the man just said Jewish Christianity, right? So, what does that mean?
Is that like Jews for Jesus or Messianic Jews? Please enlighten us.
It would have to be the sect of Jews that followed James and Peter, even after Paul did his thing with the apostle to the Gentiles thing. So The problem is that just the terminology. See, we have 4 different sects of Jews. We have a variety of different sects of Christians at the time. So what the fuck does Jewish Christian mean when the Jews went on saying that different people were Messiah, like Simon Bar Kokhba and other people? So, you know, the Jews obviously rejected Jesus as the Messiah. So they didn't believe in Jesus Christ, Christos, the anointed one, right? Anyways,
Obviously.
you know, so the thing is like, you know, where do we extrapolate and this is not to be confused with the modern term, which is a concatenation of terms and a totally chimerical term called Judeo-Christian, which could mean anything from European to Western to Jewish to Christian to anything in between. It's a
The,
total finagle, you know,
the
this
only
total
time I
fugazi, you know, nonsense.
the only time I ever use the word Judeo-Christian is to oversimplify a very complicated topic. And so the only time in context, what I mean is when Christians who don't know what they're talking about will refer to the Protestant Bible as the canon and therefore the Word of God, and therefore front to cover the book that Christians must follow. I have to explain to them that the Bible includes this tiny little section called the Old Testament, which is not part of Christian theology. And so they have no idea what they're talking about. They've never cracked that book open. They don't know what it says or what it's talking about or who it's talking to. And so when I say Judeo-Christian, I'm just talking about basically from like an atheist point of view, what we're talking about. The book contains Judaism and Christianity. Probably not for the better, but you know, I'm not going to debate whether or not, you know, we should
Yeah, but
revise the
it's a
canon.
totally different reading of the same book. Is what people have to understand, you know, because the thing is that, you know, Saint Irenaeus, he, you know, he basically said that every time it says Spirit of God, you know, Angel of Yahweh, all of those things, every single time it says that in the Old Testament, it's talking about Jesus. So he finds Jesus in the Old Testament, whereas the Jews, they don't find no Jesus in the whole Old Testament. So the thing about it is that
Well,
they're reading the book a radically different way, and this
I've
doesn't depend on which church you follow. All churches follow that thing.
I have talked to a couple of Jews that were very interested in the Messiah scriptures in the Old Testament, which, by the way, they're now Christians. But again, that's what I'm saying. It's like if they read their own text and then understand what it's talking about, that's great. And so I don't have any problem with, you know, having to reboot this argument for the billionth time. The problem is this: if we just keep trying to treat Judaism like it's still a fresh, valid option, and so that's where you go into Zionism and all this other bullshit. And so I don't think it's helping at this point, but I understand why we're eternally caught in this trap of having to first explain Judaism and then elaborate how that can possibly eventually lead to Christianity. Again, the problem is, like you said, just throwing around terms like Judeo-Christian. All that is saying is that because for whatever reason we currently still hold the current canon Bible, it contains both Judaism and Christianity. It's the Old Testament and the New Testament. And so that's not helping, but again, it's just oversimplifying a very complicated topic is the best way I would put that.
For sure.
Also, you know what we call Jews that are Christian that like Christ and followed his teachings? Back to
I
your
don't know.
your original question was like, what is Jewish Christianity or
Well,
whatever?
they were called Ebionites. So I mean, to call them,
They're called Christians.
yeah,
Just
but yeah,
just like
yeah, really.
just like we
But the thing
call
is,
hold on. Just like we call Gentiles who were pagans who followed Christ, we call them Christians. We don't give a shit what you believed before you came to Christ. The point is,
I get it. I get it.
if you
Yeah.
follow
Yeah,
Jesus
I
and
get
his
it. I get it.
teachings,
You're a Christian. I get it. I get it. Yeah,
then
it's
you,
cool.
yeah. So I agree with you that there should not be any distinction of Jewish Christians versus Gentile Christians because
No, but I just want to clarify that the specific group that he is referring to in history is called the Ebionites. You know, he's talking about the Christians during the 2nd century who kept the Jewish commandments and followed the
that's
teachings
the
of Jesus.
problem, Machine. That's the You're nailing it right on the head. That's what I keep. That's why I keep harping on this topic. That's what I'm saying. Is like humans keep coming up with these retarded terms called Messianic Jews and Jews for Jesus and Ebionites and or even Catholics, by the way, are very heavily influenced
No,
in
I'm
Judaism.
talking about that's what Saint Irenaeus called them.
Right. I'm any human today, whether it's friends or family or it doesn't matter.
Not
Anyone in the
humans,
world.
not humans. The church leaders called them this. Anyways.
Well, their church leaders are still humans, but anyways, I agree. There's lots of people.
I get it. But it's the same humans that formulated the four gospel system and canonized it, right?
I agree that there's lots of ulterior motives in certain groups of why they keep tossing around these terms, but a lot of it's just ignorance and stupidity. It's Christians that have no idea what their religion actually teaches, and they keep thumbing through the Old Testament to find what
Of course.
what Jesus commanded us to do.
Right.
But yeah, go ahead.
No, I get you.
I wonder if that happened before without even any intervention.
Yeah, it's just I don't think you would have any reason for people to be following Jesus in particular. I mean, he's not saying anything that's completely unlike what anyone else is saying. So why? So if he got crucified, I mean, not somebody you want to follow, probably.
Well, that's my Clark Kent analogy. Like, would you get Christianity out of a guy that was just a faith healer? Like, is Oral Roberts likely to give rise to a religion? I hope not.
No, maybe not. But there are, as you know, I mean, there are people who do give rise to religion who are not, to the rest of us, are not particularly interesting people. So. Yeah.
Apparently, these guys never heard of Joseph Smith, by the way. But yeah, that's exactly how religions get started.
I mean, it goes back to how they're defining religion. They're defining it as a stage in the evolutionary cycles of man. So, I mean, what does religion mean except for an evolutionary adaptation at this point?
To me, it means a methodological tool of attaining knowledge about non-physical things, but maybe they have a different definition. I don't know.
Well, that sounds closer to philosophy,
Oh yeah, it's definitely a branch of philosophy. It's one of the tools that we're given to find truth.
Yeah, I talked about that earlier. How Christians pay special attention to philosophy, and certain groups of Jews and certain groups of Muslims they are totally steer clear of it, and even certain groups of Protestants they say you should actually be wary of the philosopher, and distrust those who philosophize, as Paul kind of alludes to, when he travels to Athens.
By the way, the reason why I keep harping on the fact that it's a tool just like science is that these butthurt atheists will never understand why they fail so bad at philosophy in general. These are the same people that think like faith is a bad word. They think it's like a sign of mental weakness or something like that. And so they basically say they own logic and reason. That's why science has all the answers to life. And so religious people are these dumb people that eat crayons that believe in fairy tales and magic and stuff like that. And they don't understand how real life works. And so religion is like a malfunction of the human brain. That according to them, it's not even a legitimate school of
We
thought.
know
So,
everything you're saying. Yeah, of course.
So,
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
we'll start another 10-minute segment with Dr. Urban asking questions. Thank you.
Okay, good. So Bob, in your one of the things I like about your books on all this is that you talk about the importance of establishing probabilities, and you do that in a number of sophisticated ways. I mean, one of your books you talk about the principle of analogy and things. We don't need to get in but you know the idea of probabilities. So as you know full well, there are hundreds of references to things that Jesus said and did in our sources. So the Gospels are filled with stories about Jesus' teachings and his deeds, things that relate to a man from Galilee who did these things. We don't have any stories in our sources about the activities of a God, God Joshua, who lived in outer space. And so I'm just wondering why that's the more likely, the more probable of the two.
Well, you do have theophanies in the Old Testament of the angel of Yahweh, and I kind of like, and I know this is all speculative, you can't really get beyond that. Margaret Barker says she thinks that the reason Jesus, you know, the old joke that, well, how did
By the way, the theophanies are exactly what me and I were just talking about. These are interpretations of, especially of Irenaeus in the Old Testament, of the angel of Yahweh is compared to Jesus, right? And so they're saying that that is that precludes the arrival of the Messiah, as I was saying. You know what I'm saying, right? That you could read that all the way in the Old Testament as well, and many people have alluded to that. Especially, it's there if you just look in the Zohar and the Kabbalah. They kind of try to finagle this into a sort of mythical plan for man's higher aspects, kind of Christ consciousness, if you will. You know what I mean? They kind of have this schemata there, so it's kind of similar to the Buddhist notion of enlightenment, and that's why the Western and the Eastern occult got joined together because they're like, look at this, it's all kind of this methods of ascension, right? Of ascending past the physical frame, and this through either the Kabbalah on the one hand or the left-hand Tantra on the other hand. So there is the dark side of religion right there. You know what I mean? So I mean, the thing is that without if you I mean, I don't want to say, like, if you actually take Jesus out of the Bible, or if you don't include the notion of Jesus, I mean, you just kind of end up with the Kabbalah. But yeah, I mean, you kind of, get caught up in that. You know what I mean, right? So I mean, if you totally ignore that Jesus, showed up at all, you then kind of end up in Jewish mysticism, which is the modern founding of Hasidism, and all these sects are intricately related to, using the temple and the sacrifices in the temple as a replacement for the notion of Jesus as a Messiah. As one rabbi put it, the dwelling in the land is worth more than all the commandments of the Torah. First you have to dwell in the land, then you follow the Torah, then you establish the rule of the Torah. It's not vice versa, that you become a good Jew and then you're blessed with the land. But anyways, and actually, it says right there in the Gospel of in a lot of the Gospels, it says, say not that you are descendants of Abraham. He says, for out of these stones God can make new descendants of Abraham. So right there, it rejects the notion of bloodlines or anything like that.
Yeah, and of course the problem is there's always history baggage that humans have to deal with whenever they're presented with new information, and so it's always an ongoing process. And it's real easy for us to look back, 2,000 years and see all the results of everything and say, well, why is this such a complicated topic? Again, in their eyes, you have to remember that they have like thousands of years of traditions and knowledge to deal with, plus a sudden huge change and shift in information. So of course it's going to be, chaotic for a while. But the other problem is you got a lot of amalgamation of existing mythos and stuff like that. So that's why you always hear people say, well, aren't there similar stories in other religions and stuff like that? And of course there are, because again, the humans share knowledge. And so you're going to get a lot of people who have partial knowledge of what happened with one group and their religion, and then it's adapted into their local culture and their local stories and myths. And so you're going to see a lot of overlap and contradictions and copying of ideas, and then just plagiarizing them into your own version. And so there's so much going on. But again, you can go through it step by step and see how things developed and why, but it's
Yeah,
kind of
here,
hard
hold
to
on.
do that.
Here, hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Jimbo Khan, you could email me. I get a PDF copy, or you could buy one on the various websites that is selling the book. So you just type it in: Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned, or you email me. My email is in the description of my channel. So if anybody wants a copy of the book for free, you guys could just get a PDF version. I could send it via email. Bless you guys. Yeah. Anyways, go ahead, I5. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I just kind of had a side comment. Anyways, I was just agreeing with your general thought on stuff. So
Okay.
that was about it.
For sure, dude.
Jesus be God, was he praying to himself in the Garden of Gethsemane? Well, Barker says, well, you see, it looks as if you have the survival of the pre-Deuteronomic Israelite polytheism, just like you had Farrakhan carrying on the original version of the Nation of Islam. You had Latin Mass Catholics who rejected the official judgment of Vatican II. Well, these myths and beliefs don't die out. And she said that Jesus, she thinks, is supposed to be Jehovah, and that the name Yahshua, Yahweh saves, that he was understood to be a theophany of Yahweh, and he was praying to his father, El Elyon, the Most High God, whom some still distinguish between, and that the distinction survives in Philo with the two cherubims standing for the different natures of God, almost like
Yeah, so I mean, my point isn't so much about what's in the Old Testament, but or Philo, but the sources that
Did you just hear that? Philos said that two cherubim stand for the dual natures of God. I mean, this is the type of heretical things that the Alexandrian Jews were involved in during the first century AD. I mean, it's just shocking kind of stuff, And of course, Philo didn't even know Hebrew,
And again, there may be some partial truths that come in from time to time. Some people have limited knowledge, and so they understand parts of the word. But I guess you could say that there is a dual nature of God in with Jesus, for example, where they were debating whether or not he was even a physical man or not, and then the people were saying like, well, if you're God, how can you be in physical form? Because God can only be a spirit or something like that. And likewise, there's the dual problem of again talking to this man who claims to be God. Like it's saying like, well, is there like a spiritual component or a physical component that we're supposed to be looking at? And so that's the first step of going beyond just one state of man, because before that, most humans just assumed all humans were only physical. They didn't even know of a spirit and or soul or whatever. And so, that was already hard enough for them to wrap their brains around. But they did kind of understand that, if there is a God or whatever, he's this, old dude in a robe hanging out in the clouds or whatever. But even then, they probably kind of assumed he's basically like a physical form that just has like like made of light or gas or something like that, but they couldn't even understand like what non-physical meant and how they even begin to approach the subject of like spirituality or whatever. But then there are some that did understand, so they at least had that kind of knowledge to say, in life there are physical things and non-physical things, and God is one of these non-physical things. And they're like, okay,
it's
whatever that
all
means.
over. It's all over Paul. So you
Yeah.
can't escape it in Paul. You can't escape. You can't get past Romans without this very notion. You can't get past Romans 1 without this very notion. He'll literally tell you that Jesus in Romans 1, he literally says that God was born, A, through David, through the line of David, and B, through the Spirit.
Yeah.
So there's two there, and then continually he's talking about the flesh and the spirit. He's talking about the circumcised and the uncircumcised. He's talking about the Jews and the Gentiles. Everything's in fucking two categories. It's fucking crazy. The heavy use of dialectical reasoning that Paul is employing in that. I mean, I was just talking about it the other day. I mean, it's one of the most incredible forms of rhetorical speech that has ever been recorded. But anyways,
Yeah.
We talk about Jesus. Don't talk about. I mean, we don't have stories about somebody who's up in the outer space.
We
doing,
could do if
doing
he's
things.
Jehovah in a theophany.
I kind of sped it up a little bit, so let's see how that goes. But yeah.
In the New Testament?
No
Well,
worries.
that's the idea I take seriously that Bart
All right, well,
expressed.
let me pursue it in a different way. We know of thousands of people who were crucified by Romans, and certainly hundreds, many hundreds of Jews in Palestine who were crucified by Romans. We don't have any accounts of Jews being crucified in outer space by demons. So why is it more probable that that's what Jesus was originally thought to be? Why is that more probable than just thinking there was a Jesus who was crucified by Romans like so many thousands of other people?
Well, it's who are you talking about? This miracle-working Superman who seems in many ways to be a classic
No,
Hercules.
I'm not talking about him.
Orpheus.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the historical Jesus.
Well, if there we go back to my Clark Kent thing. I don't know why even such a crucified figure would have made a splash. It's certainly not implausible that people got crucified, that's for sure.
Well, I have no trouble believing that Clark Kent existed, but I don't think Superman did.
That's right. Would there be issues of Superman comics if it was only Clark Kent? I just don't think, like you say, would a guy who was not thought to be raised from the dead have been an adequate cause for Christianity? I think
Yeah,
no, and that's what we're doing.
he was thought to be raised from the dead. That's the whole point.
But you're saying the idea of the crucifixion in the heavens is the problem.
I'm saying that we know that Romans crucified thousands of people, including hundreds of Jews, and so there's nothing at all improbable that Jesus was a Jew who was crucified.
It just goes back to the main question. It's like yes, I agree with Price that there's no reason for it to be a story if it's exactly how Erman is presenting it. But then in the other way, it's like, look at the way he's presenting this shit. I mean, it's kind of interesting because you're saying that he was crucified by Romans for what? Crucifixion is a crime for treason. So you're saying that Jesus walked up there and claimed that he was king of the Jews, therefore he was crucified? I mean, this is all very unlikely, you know what I mean? And then on the other end for Price, it's like, look, why would people why would thousands of people just follow a fucking comic book example?
That's a
know what I mean?
whole nother side debate. Just the crucifixion alone is a fun topic, but
Yeah, it's hard. See the problem with a myth is it's harder to go back in history and prove a myth than even prove a historical fact. I mean, you're talking about proving something that's made up. Like, just what the fuck are we talking about here?
I would love to hear Bart explain, with the knowledge we have, who crucified Jesus. Did the Romans crucify him, or was it the Jews that crucified Jesus? That's a whole different fun debate to have, but I don't think Bart would even be able to handle that topic. So, because he's too busy dismissing all of the evidence, because he doesn't want to. What he's doing here is he's trying to avoid having to answer any questions about Jesus. He just wants to say, yeah, history proved that Jesus was a real man, so what? I don't care. And so, since he owns logic and reason, the moment you include any evidence other than Jesus was a physical man, he immediately dismisses it or rationalizes it of why those accounts aren't valid, because humans are dumb and they're mass hallucinations and they don't understand what they're talking about and blah 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 blah. That's what he's doing, and he's just hand waving it, the whole person of Jesus, away. Even this other guy keeps trying to explain to him, if you're trying to argue that what happened in reality is that Clark Kent is who we're talking about, and then some people with vivid imaginations are creating Superman, that's a whole different problem we're talking about here. And he keeps asking him, is that what you're proposing, Bart? And he's like, oh no, you don't even understand. I'm not even worried about whether or not that's true or not. I own logic and reason, and so Clark Kent is the only topic of discussion. And so it's impossible that any of his followers actually believed that there was a Superman, or were willing to die for that, or whatever. That didn't happen. It's just you just need to look at it rationally and intelligently, like me, and then you'll understand what's going on here. But yeah, it's hand waving bullshit.
Right, except that we have a lot of Gnostic texts of redeemers who were somehow identified with the man of light, and they were done to death. And I do think that's pre-Christian stuff. I just because there's a more chic, in style opinion of Gnosticism.
We don't have any of these Gnostic texts that predate Christianity.
Well, we don't have any copies of the New Testament.
I'm not talking about copies. I'm not talking about copies. I'm saying the texts themselves. The texts we have are written in the 4th century. So I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the texts were composed in the 2nd century.
So were the Gospels, in my reckoning.
Well, But Paul was before that, and Paul doesn't talk about people out in outer space crucified.
Well, he might, depending on how you take the Colossians and 1 Corinthians passages.
Well, okay, but I mean, virtually everybody dates the Gospel of Mark to the year 70.
I think they're wrong. I always like to say, the consensus of scholars was that Jesus should be crucified. The consensus means nothing to me because you never know why there's a consensus. You can't take a nose count and determine, 20 million
Well,
must
it's not as if it's not as if every scholar is maintaining this is a fundamentalist Christian. I mean, you have agnostics and atheists and Jews, and also, I mean, basically, there are reasons for dating Mark to around the year 70. So, okay, we can't get into that. So let me ask another question. How much time do I have? Okay, so on to probability things, another probability thing. So I mentioned earlier that there are events in the Gospels that historians tend to think contain a historical kernel. And one of them, for example, is the baptism. As you know, a lot of people think that Jesus really was baptized by John the Baptist. And so I was rereading your book on the Christ-Smith theory and its problems. And you go through the Gospels to try to show that the events in the Gospels, in fact, probably are not historical, not referring to a historical figure. And so on the baptism, your view is that the baptism of Jesus, where he is baptized and the heavens split open, the dove descends upon him, he hears a voice from heaven. Your view is that this is not based on anything that happened, that it's derived from the Zoroastrian traditions about Zoroaster, who is the son of a Vedic priest. He immerses himself in a river, and when he comes up, the archangel Vohumana appears to him, and to bear him tidings from the one god Ahura Mazda, after which the evil one Ahriman tempts him to abandon this call. And so I find this a little puzzling. Why is it more probable that this account is based on a Zoroastrian text that has to do with Vedic priests and Vohumana and Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, instead of being based on something of some person being baptized by John the Baptist? We know that there was a John the Baptist. Josephus talks about him. We know that he was baptizing Jews. Jesus was a Jew living at the time, so there's nothing implausible about Jesus being baptized by John. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's true that you can't take it to this level. I mean, if you take it to the level of even Albert Schweitzer, who he was just now recommending, you're almost there. So I don't see what he sees as a special problem in this now. But the other thing is that if you go to a Corinthians, a reading of 1 Corinthians 15, or if you go to a readings of Colossians, it's pretty serious supernatural stuff that's going on. Nothing about what's going on there about Jesus going into the fullness of God or the heavens and the earth being created through him says anything about just purely physical shit there. It's obviously a cosmic level event. I don't know how he's interpreting that is something about some historical crucifixion. That almost has nothing to do with that. It's some sort of transcendental binding of fucking time and space and heavens and fucking earth. What the fuck are you talking about? So at least that is there. I mean, just a very plain reading of Corinthians 15, a very plain reading of the other thing, of Colossians, right?
But it seems to be implausible to me that Mark is being influenced by Zoroastrian texts.
There's nothing implausible about that. Judaism, as it existed among the Pharisees, was heavily borrowed from Zoroastrianism.
Mark was not Jewish.
What, Mark is not?
Mark is not Jewish.
Well, if he certainly is basing it on what he understands to be
He
Judaism.
shows no evidence.
So see, this is the problem with saying Jewish. Indeed, there were Jewish groups that were influenced by Zoroastrian teachings, Orphic Pythagorean teachings, Neoplatonism, etc., etc.
And there were Gentiles influenced by the Jews. This is so easy to understand. Only Bart doesn't understand the problem.
Right. There's all different types of, like you can't just throw out the term Jew there. It doesn't really mean anything. This is a extremely vacuous terminology in the first century. We're not dealing with the fucking times of fucking Moses here. All right. We're dealing with the first century in Rome.
Anything about Zoroastrianism?
Well, it's all over first century Judaism.
He's not a Jew.
Mark wasn't. I agree, but was he not entitled to use the Old Testament either? Because
no, he did use the Old Testament. That's my point. He uses things like the Old Testament, but he doesn't use Zoroastrian sacred
texts. That was built into Judaism.
That's an example right there. Both of them just agreed that Mark is obviously a Gentile, as probably, it seems like Luke was. I don't know. Some of these writers, they seem to have Gentile origins, so, I mean, it's obvious that, there was non-Jews involved in this,
And do you remember how earlier when I was talking about the problem with modern day Christians is they keep going back to Old Testament Judaism to argue their religion? This is exactly what I'm talking about. And Bart can't even understand that. Today, we have Gentile Christians who claim Zion is the promised land that we are to protect because Judaism. They're arguing their entire religion is just a subsect of Judaism. They don't even think Christianity is a valid religion. They think Christianity is just like some sort of modern PC version of Judaism that we're supposed to worship Judaism through or something. Bart is so dumb, he can't even understand that this is possible during the times when Judaism was the one true religion in which all the prophets pointed to and were following. And even Jesus pointed out he never denied Judaism. He didn't say it was a false religion or fake or anything like that. He was saying he was coming here to fulfill it. So he wasn't like, denying Judaism. He was just saying like, this is the next step in Judaism. And so Bart doesn't get any of this. And at least the Santa Claus on the right is following along. So that's nice.
At the time. In fact, T.W. Manson argued that Pharisee originally meant Parsi because the Sadducees said, you guys have accepted all these beliefs from our Persian overlords. You're not real Jews, you're Parsis.
1 minute. Okay, I've just got 1 minute. So when you don't think that Jesus existed, I mean, then I'm sure you think that Jesus' mother Mary didn't exist. And so I'm just wondering about everyone else. I mean, did Mary Magdalene exist? Did Mary Bethany exist? Did Judas Iscariot exist? Did the Apostle Peter exist? Did James and John the son of Zebedee exist? Or all of these people made up?
They're either made up or had different significances, which, I mean, it's no surprise we hear nothing outside of these 2nd and 3rd century apocryphal acts about the apostles other than Peter, who's just a Dr. Watson character.
Well, that's true, but we don't, in these sources, we don't hear anything about any 1st century Jews. So it doesn't mean they didn't exist. It just means they don't talk about them.
Well, if these characters are
Did Julius Caesar exist?
Something that you have reason to think is fictitious, and that's the case I make with examining all these items, then there's no particular reason to think that there was a Peter, especially since he appears.
Well, no, Peter does. I mean, Paul knows Peter. Paul tells him. Okay, we're done. Thank you very much.
All right,
Did Saul of Tarsus exist? Did Paul the Apostle exist?
That thought or whatever else comes to you. When it's over, we'll start taking questions from. It's you each get 2. He's had 1.
No, he's had 2. Oh,
yeah, I'm happy to go into audience questions.
I hope I haven't lost my mind. But anyway, after this 10-minute section, then the audience will line up to take questions there. And while you're lining up, I'll exercise moderator privilege and ask a question or something. But we'll have the final 10-minute question period from Dr. Price now.
Well, I would just like to clarify again that I don't think I admit you cannot prove any of this. It's just a question of what heuristic model makes the most sense to you of the various data. And it's, of course, self-evident that different people look at it differently. So I'm simply arguing, as I always say in the books, this is what seems to me the most likely view, but it's all speculation. In the beginning of one of my books, I say if somebody complains that this is speculation, let me congratulate him on his grasp of the obvious. We cannot know this stuff, and a historian is always, like Collingwood said, assembling a kind of a gestalt to impose on the evidence to see if it fits the vision of the past he has sort of conjured from looking at the evidence. It's the hermeneutical circle kind of thing that Bultmann and Heidegger talk about, but it's exactly what Bultmann says about the New Testament. You approach it with questions, and you find that the data does or does not address them, and so you revise your questions if they don't. That's why, like, among people that do believe there was a historical Jesus, that's about where it stops. Who or what was he? Was he an early feminist? Was he a vegetarian? Was he a socialist? Was he a community organizer? Was he a Hasidic magician? Was he a liberal Pharisee?
He was a communist. Everybody knows that.
Son of game wisdom. I mean, there are reputable scholars who have all of these ways. Or was he a revolutionist? I think it's a particularly good case to be made for that. If there was a historical Jesus, that's him, in my opinion. The SGF Brandon Jesus and the Zealots thing. But there's no agreement. And why is that? Well, because everybody is coming up with what seems to them a likely paradigm, and it's not like there's some sort of orthodoxy to be imposed. I don't think it's desirable that everybody come to agreement about this. And in fact, I always say, well, actually about atheism, but the same is true here. It is of no interest to me whether any individual converts to mythicism as if, I'm accepting the no Jesus is my personal savior. I could not care less if you believe in God or not, unless you're a jihadi or something. It's just none of my business. Why should I care? But I happen to be interested in this topic for no doubt for biographical reasons. I was a teenage fundamentalist. And so naturally, I've never been able to shake the question. But historians don't dogmatize if they know what they're doing. It's just a question of exploring alternative possible paradigms. I make the case. I try to explain what I think. In fact, I'm working on a book now called Bart Ehrman Interpreted. And I ran this by Bart before I started it and explained the rationale in it, because I know a lot of people read both of our books and so forth. And so I figured it might do such readers a service to explain what I think Bart is saying and where and why and how I disagree. I'm not trying to refute him, but I'm trying to clarify things. And I think often these debates can get no farther than that because you cannot prove it. And one last thing, Suppose tomorrow someone were to dig up a papyrus scrap of a letter in Egypt where
That's a
some
good
traveling
point. Does
businessman
Robert Price
wrote home to his
exist?
wife, and we do
Is
have
he
such
Santa
letters, and
Claus?
said,
No
"Oh,
one
I
will really
happen
know.
to hear the wise man."
Yeah, hopefully he comes and talks to us here on the Machine Lives. Even I'm trying to get him on because he recently came under attack by Myth Vision, Pine Creek, and other soy boy channels because he went against the woke agenda. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, he's the shit, man. Yeti Life still with us. Hell yeah, Holmes. Randa Claus, bless, man. Hell yeah. There's only a few more minutes left of this, and then we'll watch the historic debate with a mythicist called OTW News. Oh yeah, yeah, man. Let's check it out. And his Yakub meme.
And Jesus, and he's an impressive man. Suppose we found that, and there was no question about the age of it, that would be enough to drive the stake through the heart of mythicism right there. And it may happen. This is not a dogma. And so I've just been trying to contrast our views. I don't think Bart's view is not viable. I hope nobody takes me to be saying that. It's just an exchange of different opinions and reasons we hold them.
So yeah, do you have any other questions, sir? All right.
Okay.
He's actually ceding you a moment of his remaining time if you had a point.
I just want to agree that that you have to figure out. I agree with the thing about a gestalt. You've got to figure out a paradigm and plug your data into the paradigm and see which paradigm makes the best sense. And I'd just like to say that for me, as a historian of the ancient world, the best paradigm for understanding somebody like the Jesus talked about in our early Christian sources, the best paradigms are not provided through Zoroastrianism or through Gnosticism, because I don't think that Zoroastrianism was widely known. The gospel writers show no evidence of knowing Gnosticism, Zoroastrianism, and Gnosticism. We simply don't have the early materials that we would need for that to be the paradigm, because we don't have evidence that it even existed yet. The Gnostic writers themselves are being influenced by the Christian tradition, and so the idea that they provide the paradigm for Paul doesn't make sense, because Paul was writing in the 50s, and we don't have evidence of these people until the 2nd century. So that's all.
Are we good? All right, so thank you. We have time remaining for audience questions. If you'd like to go ahead and line up, please. If you have a question for both of them, that's fine. If you have a question for one or the other, let's not.
That's it. What do you think, my brother?
I'm still not sure who won that debate. I kind of want to side with Santa Claus, but Bart Ehrman makes some really good points.
I'll take a look at that question and answer section and see if there's anything worth watching on the next time I do my show. I'm going to be watching Walter Veit, Interpretations of Islam, the Astrotheological Method Applied to Islam. Let's see if it checks out. This is a theory that the Catholic Church created Islam.
I thought the conflict with Christian Jews or something created Islam, wasn't it? I'm not so good on that history, but
yeah, Christian Jews it's like Jewish Christians backwards.
Yeah.
The thing about it is you're talking about the Nabateans, that were prominent in that area, especially, yeah. So yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier, and that is a great proof against this shit, because they battled against, guess who? The church. And they aligned with Muhammad to do it.
I heard a theory that Abraham created Islam. So
well, Abraham didn't create anything. Abraham was
yeah. So like one of his kids was Jacob, right?
Yeah, that's what it says in the writings of Paul. It says you think that people can be saved without the law? Look at Abraham. He was way before the law. He was way before Moses.
So who was the first kid Abraham had? Do you remember?
The first Ishmael, you're saying?
Yeah, that guy.
Yep.
So if I don't study that stuff in detail, but if I recall off the top of my head, wasn't there a land claim over like which son is legitimate and which one's not? And so like back in those times, if I recall, the first son that is born has rightful claim to like all the wealth and power, right? Isn't that usually how it works?
Well, I don't think it's really that deep, but if you do look at Genesis, both of the nations, okay, of Arabs and Jews, okay, they're both Semitic people as we know today,
Yeah,
right? Just through like genetic research and stuff. But the
sure.
thing about it is that these people, right? You
Share a
know,
common ancestor.
well, the thing about the common ancestry is also in the Bible, they're mentioned as nations that are going to receive blessings, right? They're going to become multiplied, like in
Well,
great.
that's the problem. The idea of blessings is, again, I think it's the birthright claim. So just like
Well. It's not a well. I don't know if it's essentially a birthright, but it is a blessing for multiplication. That there's going to be lots of Arabs, there's going to be lots of Jews, and if you look at the world
and
today,
lots of Christians. Yeah, I know.
yeah, and if you look at the world today, I mean, it's evident that that came true. So whatever is written there in Genesis, if you don't think that Genesis predicts anything, I mean, look at what it predicts about the Arabs and the Jewish nations. It says that they're still going to be here today, and they are. So let that be, proof for someone.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is, if you want to go back to like where it all started. So again, my current theory is that the descendants of Ishmael felt like they were the firstborn son, so they should be access to the birthright, the lion's share of the inheritance of blessings. And so what happened was when Jacob was born, um, he decided to give the blessing to Jacob because he was came from Abraham's preferred woman or his wife or whatever. And so I guess that's where like the contention started, like who gets the lion's share of the blessing. And so regardless, I think God said, I think God was less interested in like land claims and stuff like that, and he was more interested in like the blessings that to come.
Yeah.
And so through Israel, Jesus was born. And so fast forward, spoilers, that's how you gain salvation. And so yay for the Jew lineage, but boo on the land claims, because that's not the part God cares about. He doesn't care about the holy land of Zion or whatever, which again, the Christians think that's what we're arguing and fighting for, is like, we as Christians, it's our moral obligation to protect the Holy Land for the Jews, because that's Zion, where God is going to return his temple to and reign for 1,000 years and blah 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 blah, all that bullshit. But anyways, so
Well,
but
I'll
then
let
the
you.
but then
Yeah, I'll
the
let you finish your thought because I have to go.
oh, okay, yeah, I do too.
But
But I just
but I'll add this on top of that, and then you can give us your closing thought, and I'll give everyone my closing thought, and then I'll play a little videos for us. And yeah, I got to run to prayer after that. But yeah, thank you so much for being here this episode, I-Fi. I
yeah,
know
no
you
problem, dude.
I know you said you might be here on Friday morning because it's a good time for you. So I
Oh
appreciate
yeah,
you
yeah, I
doing.
prefer mornings. I don't stream much at 4 a.m. or whatever, so that's why I
Yeah, I
can't
appreciate
keep up
you
with that.
joining because it's a little early for some of the other participants because they're
Yeah.
some of them are on the West Coast and it's much earlier there. It's like 9 o'clock right now, only 9 a.m. right there.
Yeah,
But anyways, the thing about what you're saying is is very significant also for the question that B. More Busker was asking earlier about his Zionist church, because in the Kabbalah, in the Zohar, Esau and Ishmael are collectively seen as all Christian nations, all European nations, and Ishmael, they're all seen as Amalek or Edom, right? This is something that we discussed with our guest Adam Green, who's read a lot of these Zohar and all of those the Talmud and those interpretations. But anyways, Ishmael is also said to be compared to Arab nations and also to Islam in general. So when you cross-reference the Zohar, and you go to some of these radical Protestant groups, that were Lutherans, they were using mystical Judaism in order to interpret the Old Testament and the New Testament because they did not rely on those interpretations by the church. So they created these radical sects like the Plymouth Brethren and these dispensationalists that actually merged the Kabbalah with Christianity, and came to these radical conclusions about Edom and Ishmael. And they came to this long conclusion about how Edom was related to the lost tribes and all of these types of things. So these are all interesting notions to consider when we're looking at the modern world and what's going on, because this will matter in our next lecture, because the man who's giving the lecture is influenced by Albert Pike, who says that a war between Christians and Muslims is going to be like World War III. They're going to bring this about, that the Jews and the Freemasons are going to bring about this war, to eliminate.
I thought we settled that during the Crusades. Are we going to bring that up again?
Yeah, but yeah, I'll go ahead and let you give some closing statement here. Bless you, brother, man. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, no problem. I'll wrap up my thoughts. So again, I don't have like a long thesis about it or anything. I just one day got bored and tried to figure out on my own probably where all this started. If I was serious about it, I would go back and research all of the history and all of the meshing of religions and stuff like that. It's probably something that simple. It was probably a group of people who felt like they deserved the birthright versus the people who actually ended up getting the birthright. And so um, the contention is that you then overlap religion on top of land right claims and stuff like that. And so I think that's where a lot of this stuff came from and probably evolved into more complicated topics. But I'll be more serious about it next time if you want to go deeper into that. But that's all I was saying. It's probably something going back to that. But I had a great time. Thanks, Machine. I'll catch you on the next one later.
For sure. And if you guys want, go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel for iFi, and you guys will see a lot of the restreams of the discussions he's having online. Bless you guys for being here.
Speaking of which, make your future ones restreamable so I can restream them back to my channel.
I actually don't know how to do it right now, but yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll
ask Jeff. He knows how to do it. I can just
Jeff knows how to do that shit. Yeah, somebody else complained about that too. Yeah, bless, man. You have a good
day.
You
got good content here, so I definitely want to bring it up in future conversations. Then I don't want to have to record it every time. I have to bring it up. So
I'll be playing my historic takedown of OTW News if you want to check it out. But yeah, it's cool. Pretty funny. He brings up a Yakub meme. He points to alien penis. It's fucking great.
When's that coming up?
Just now, just after we talk. Yeah. Bless.
Oh, you're gonna start another stream?
No, I'm just gonna play a replay of a classic battle with a myth with an astrotheologist.
Oh, okay, I got you. I'll check it out. That's cool.
For sure.
I'm gonna bail. I'll watch it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, brother, man. Bless, man. Peace. And thank you for being here on the Machine Lies. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, I'm gonna be out here, talking to you guys tomorrow night. Let's see what happens. Tomorrow night, 7:30, Saturday night stream. Thank you all for being here. You know what I mean? I'm gonna play some of the classic moment that we had here. You know what I mean? Let's check it out with OTW News. You know what I mean? Because he's always restreaming us. So let's play this classic takedown we did of the OTW brother. You know what I mean? Because he likes to mention us. He likes to talk about us. Right? Do all that shit. So we're gonna show you why we don't fuck around with these shows. Why we don't really fuck around with this content, because the people who espouse this content, they pretend to be knowledgeable. They believe in internet memes. You know what I mean? So, and yet You know what I mean? And yet, you know, this is what people are engaged in, folks. You know, but yeah, we got many things coming up for you guys. This historic takedown, astrotheology, but a very I guess ineffectual representative. But yeah, some people should not be allowed to come online, start up their computer, and talk to a general audience. That's for sure. But yeah, maybe in a better world, we'd observe these things happening. But yeah, let's see what goes on, folks. Bless you guys for being here with us. Thank you for joining us on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we're going to be playing our some historical content from our channel dealing with, the modern times, what I mean? What's going on? These modern debates. We had our own debates against Christians. Let's see where it got us, you know what I mean? And against astrotheologists, mythicists. Let's see where it got us. You know what I mean? Yeah, we've had a lot of run-ins with a lot of people out here. That's for sure. Some scars on the memory left. You know what I mean? By you guys. Thank you, beautiful people, for joining me. And yeah, I'm off to my prayer. Bless you guys. And please pray for me. Having a horrible time. Heartbreak Central out here. You know what I mean? Bless you guys, man. Thank you for joining us. Raccoon City, man. Things looking up, kid, man. I5, man. Thank you, man. Browns boy, man. It's the truth, man. You know what I mean? All the good brothers, man. Bye, heathens. Exactly. Rocky. Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, prayers. Thank you guys, man. Scars, hopefully Reddington will heal up soon. You know what I mean? Radical Mystic. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man. Jay Nelson, thank you for being here. Yeti Life. Yeti Life? You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Satan Claus. Exactly. Thank you guys, man. Bless, man. And yeah, watch out for the Yakub, the white devil, man. Bless you guys. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my
Yo, there's two brown people on this panel. It's finna explode. We finna blow up. We finna blow up or float away on a carpet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. We need them Persian carpets.
Yo, man.
We need Master Popo in the house. I mean,
Yeah. But what's up, man? What do you want to share, my brother?
Well, I just feel like people aren't making coherent points on Christianity at all. You know what I mean? For real,
Am I faltering over here or
No. I feel like you're on point. I feel like you guys were on point on the Marcion thing for sure. Marcion, 2nd century heretic. That made up his own doctrine.
Yeah, this is something that's popular among. It's a popular falsehood amongst these groups. That Marcion created the first Bible. No, he just kind of went off and just kind of did it on his own. He was part of the church at one point, but then it was like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm gonna be like OTW, and I'm gonna interpret this the way I want to.
No. I have something to back up what I was saying, dude. I'm not a fucking moron.
You know what I'm getting at, OTW. I wasn't saying that. I'm not.
Well, there's more evidence for Christ than evidence that it was a mythical religion or a mythical.
Yo, my boy OTW is sharing screen right now, so I just want to. Oh, dude, we're looking at.
You got.
Look at that, man. Ah, dude. Yo, parental advisory. Yo, hey, yo.
Who's screen sharing this for real?
I am, but it's not for that. Guys, come on, be serious.
Yeah,
about
but you
this.
closed
I'm
up
just
right
showing
on
you
his
something.
dick and balls, though.
Yeah, but it's right next to Testament. What? It's not my fault. I didn't make. I didn't make this.
Yeah, but Testament is not. Yeah, but but the word is not Testament. It was Torah, which means guidance. Like it doesn't mean balls, dick and balls.
Yeah,
I didn't say dick and balls. It says here testy is translated to body. All right, and menti is mind, which is old. Old becomes new. Old body becomes new body and mind.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's not what's happening there.
The Old Testament and the New Testament is the old body and mind.
Yeah, but that's Latin. It wasn't written in Latin. It was written in Greek and you know.
I
So
understand.
that's not even the same language.
English.
bro.
They translated it to English, so you're retranslating it back to Latin. It's just giving you how the
OTW,
English
who made
language
that?
was made. The English
OTW, who
language
made
is
that?
based upon Latin.
Okay,
Yo,
look,
I seen.
Who made that fucking meme? You just pulled up. Who made that diagram you just made up? Who pulled up?
Oh fuck! I just clicked the wrong fucking thing. Oh,
Well,
man.
I seen a Masonic compass on the top of it, and then it had a fucking, and then it had a Muslim crescent on it too.
It had a crescent on there too. Yeah,
It was some
that's
fucking.
crazy,
It was some
bro.
Shriner shit. It was the Shriners. It was the Ohms hat.
This is Masonic. This is Masonic knowledge.
It's some Shriners fucking nonsense. It's the
Masonic
people who ride
knowledge.
in those little hats.
It's Masonic knowledge.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to trust these brick boys. I'm supposed to trust brick boys. No,
It's not
bro.
a question of trust, dude. This is what you don't understand.
I don't trust them brick niggas, man. They're a bunch of homos wearing aprons, dude. I don't fucking trust those dudes.
So
You
like
kidding me?
because it has all these fucking weird symbols on it, you think it's satanic, and you know you're not fucking gonna take a glance.
I looked at it, dude. It looked.
at
I've
it,
seen.
and you
Bro,
can
I've seen
and
that.
have an open mind.
I saw that when I was
and
on
actually
Instagram
research.
in 2017. I saw that a long time ago. It's nonsense. It's like
cutting
a
out.
culture jamming. It's culture
Culture
jamming nonsense. It's a Yakub meme.
Yeah,
Look, can you pull it back up? Can you pull
The
it back
dick
up?
and the balls, or the
Can you
Testament.
pull it back up? Even I'm gonna try to. Can you man? Can you pull that back up? I think I can find it.
My
Maybe I can
pleasure.
find it. Pull it back up, man. Yo, Chuck, man, he's funny as fuck. Yeah. Yo, this is exactly hold on, bro, come on. No, just leave it right there. You don't have to come on, man. This is a Yakub thing, bro. Look at the head. It's an alien head. This man. He's doing the 666 with his hands, man. Where's Mag? Bam! You see this? This is a deceiver. Deceiver. Bam!
Don't understand. You just don't understand
So look at
symbolism,
the
dude.
top
This
right.
is what our
Look at the
reality
top
is.
right. Look at the top right. It says 3 wise men, the pineal, hypothalamus, and pituitary.
Three wise men, the pineal gland, the hypothalamus, and the
Come
pituitary gland.
on, man.
The
Who
three wise men.
believes this? This is not real, dude. Flesh of God. Yo, look at that, bro. Aphrodite. Yo, go back to the top right next to the 3 wise men. The flesh of God.
Yo, it's got Allah written next to a satanic star.
Go back up to it. Oh, man.
Why they got the chakra wheel next to Hebrew? They got chakra wheel with the Hebrew thing.
Yo, look. It says Africa, flush of God.
Afura. Afura is a great rapper.
All right, man. I don't know. Give me 1 second. I gotta go grab something.
This is what This is what happens when people are confronted to knowledge. They do stupid comments and laugh, and like the dumbasses in class that wouldn't listen to the teacher when they were fucking giving you the answers to the fucking exam. You're just
This
fucking
is just
making jokes and
combining a
laughing.
bunch of symbols, and then you're
this
saying
is
it's
exactly
knowledge.
what you guys don't know, because you don't fucking understand what you're looking at. So that's why.
But
you're
you just
laughing at
closed
it,
up
because
on
you're
a
just
dick, and then
fucking-
you said it's the Testament.
I was strong. It's written testament. What are you, too dumb?
Well, what the fuck am I supposed to learn from that?
Well, that's because you are what you focus on. So obviously you might like dick, I guess. You must be gay.
You closed up on the dick yourself, and you're making me focus on it.
Oh, yeah, look at this. I'll be
Yeah,
right
okay,
back.
I'm doing that.
So
You're-
why the
I'm the one controlling your eyes, bro. That's it.
No. You
can't be
zoomed in on a
accountable.
dick,
You're,
and
you're
then you
not.
said you're
You're not
teaching
able
people.
to be accountable for what for your own actions, man. That is fucking insane.
What? Wait. You closed up on a dick, and then you told me you were teaching me something about.
I closed
about
up on the
Bible?
fucking Testament, and you're
No, you
making an
closed up
issue
on
out
a
of it.
dick and balls, a representation of it, and then you
Obviously,
said
we
that's
all
the Testament.
we all see and understand what you were.
So
looking
do you
at.
pray to the dick and balls?
Obviously, that's what you must be doing, sir.
No, you pray to the.
You seem to have a fixation on it. So I'll let you have your fixation on that dick thing, whatever, because
Well,
you seem to be
what
missing
you're
some.
looking up is alien porn or some shit. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what that's supposed to teach people.
All right. So you're obviously you have nothing, no fucking culture or nothing. You're fucking useless, right?
I don't have a culture. I know where my family
No,
came
I
from.
mean,
like,
you don't know
fucking
anything
village.
about any culture.
I know
or
the
anything.
village
You
my
have
family
no-
came from and the country they came from, and you're fucking Canadian. I don't even understand. Like, how the fuck do I not have a culture?
It's called occult knowledge, but obviously you wouldn't know that because
Occult
all you
knowledge
can talk
is
about is
not
dick.
occult knowledge is not culture. That's a culture. That's not fucking
It's
cult.
all the same
Like,
word. It's the fucking
cult.
same.
No,
fucking
it's not the
thing.
same
It's all
fucking
etymology.
shit.
Yes, it is.
No, culture is based on traditions. The occult is based on adepts who have their own systems of initiation that are outside of the regular traditions.
That's not true.
No, that is
It's
true.
a system of initiation of level of knowledge.
No, they wouldn't
Yes,
call
sir.
it the occult if it was regular. It's heterodox
Occult
system.
because it's hidden. The knowledge
Yeah.
is hidden.
Okay. So hidden from the regular fucking traditions.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So, yeah, all right. So you admit that it's fucking strange. It's not just the same as culture. They're
I'll say
making
it's
up their own fucking
uncommon.
traditions.
It's uncommon. I'll say
Yeah,
that.
it's uncommon. It's uncommon. It's fucking second rate.
That's not true.
It's not just uncommon.
Why would it be second rate?
Because it was rejected.
No, it's just because it's not fucking mainstream. That's why you say that, because you're a mainstream lover. You probably watch the news.
No, I don't watch the fucking news, man.
Well, there you
I
go.
don't
Then
watch
you
no
should
fucking
you
news.
should know that when whatever's not mainstream is most likely the truth, and whatever they put out as mainstream is a bunch of fucking lies.
Why would you trust an organization that says they have hidden knowledge? That's the same fucking thing. Do you not see that?
Did you ever think?
What
maybe
else
there's
are they
religion?
hiding from you, man?
Think about it. No, but really, think about it.
No, but don't you
about
think
it.
they might be
about
hiding
it.
other
Seriously,
things from
think
you?
about it. People
I am
having
seriously thinking
actual
about
real
it.
knowledge about this realm and how it works.
How
and
do you
it
know? How do you
functions.
know people have secret knowledge if you don't already have that fucking knowledge? How do you know what the fuck they know if you don't already know that shit?
Because I didn't know before I fucking researched it or discovered it for myself until I
So
understood.
how do you know that? How do you know that these people have the real knowledge?
It's called actually it's called syncretism.
Syncretism.
Yeah,
that just means you combined a bunch of shit. That doesn't mean
no,
that
it actually
they had
means
knowledge.
that no, these things actually synchronize themselves. I have nothing to do with it. It's just there.
Name one way in which it synchronizes. You showed me a picture of a penis, and you showed me a bunch of symbols that don't fucking synchronize. And then you said you
I
taught me
was
a bunch of
trying that, but you're only focusing on the penis
No.
and not focusing on the word testament.
You focused in on the fucking penis.
Will you
dude.
get off the penis already? You want to have a productive
I wasn't
conversation?
the one who fucking got it.
Well, fuck the penis.
No. You literally
No, I
said
thought I was
that
going
the
to get you to
testes
say
is
it.
the testament.
Testament.
No, you said testes is the testament.
Testi is the body, all right, and menti is the mind. So it's old.
But they didn't call
body
it
and
testament.
mind.
They didn't call it that.
Who didn't call it that?
The
We
people who
fucking
wrote the
call it
Bible.
that, but it's
The
in
fucking
English.
people who
What is
wrote
it?
the Bible
What-
didn't. Sure.
When you take your Bible at home, in what fucking language is it in, man?
When I take the Bible, it doesn't matter what Bible, what language the Bible I have is in. What language did they write it in? Do you know that?
Yeah, that I understand. Obviously, that's
No.
root language.
What language? I'm asking you.
Well, it's either I think it was Sumerian or Greek.
It was Aramaic, and then they wrote it in Greek.
Okay,
They
there you
spoke
go.
Aramaic and they wrote it in Greek.
Okay.
So you didn't know that
Fine.
much.
But it was translated into English, which is the root base of English is Latin. So if you
So what?
understand that when they titled the book in English, they knew what the fuck they were doing.
No,
And
they just retitled a book that had a different fucking title in a different language.
What was it titled then in Greek, if you're so knowledgeable?
What was it titled in Greek?
Yeah. Translate it from Greek to English so we can understand. What was the title of the book in Greek? Was it the Old Testament and the New Testament by any chance?
Well, they
there you go. See,
well, they
you
call
know,
it the
now you're
event.
trying to make me look like a dumbass, and I'm just fucking trying to make a point here, and you actually know that I'm right.
No,
You're just
no, no,
trying to
no, no,
fucking
no,
make
no.
an
You
issue
told
out of
me.
this.
No, no, no. You asked me what it was called. You don't know what the fuck it's called. So you said I'm making a fucking issue out of it, and then you said that it was called Testament, which it wasn't fucking called. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, you didn't answer the question. What was it called?
I don't have to know what it was called in Greek.
Well, then why
to
should
know
I
that
have
you
to
don't know what the fuck it was called.
Why
Because you
should I
don't
have to know
the
what
fuck
it meant in
called.
Greek? Why should I have to know what it meant in Greek when I know what it means in Latin?
I didn't say
English is
you
a-
had to know what it was meant in Greek. You
What
told
did you
me
ask
you
the
knew what the
question
fuck
for?
you were talking about, and you don't know what the fuck you were talking about.
Yes, I do. When I'm talking
That's
about
the-
the English
that's the problem.
language, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm
but we're
talking
not
about the
talking
Greek
about
language.
a book. We're not talking about a book that was written in the English language.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. We're talking about the
Okay.
Bible that was written in Greek by people who spoke Aramaic, and you don't know what the fuck it was called.
The book was translated
and you
in
said,
English.
because I don't know what the fuck it was called.
It's like you think that the past 100 years we've been taught to fucking read the book
Yeah,
in
you
Greek,
know
you
some shit.
dumbass.
What?
Are you serious?
I didn't.
The
what?
past 100 years, everybody in America and Canada has been taught to read the book in Greek, right?
The people who study it, they read it in Greek. They study it in Greek, friend.
I'm talking about the normal people that go to school and they fucking have like the religious class there or whatever.
The normal
Protestant
people
religion.
don't know shit.
Yeah, they have people.
The
who read
normal
Bible.
fucking people, the normal fucking like
Go
everybody
to
who
Catholic
listens to
school and shit
fucking-
like that. There, like,
Yeah, yeah, the mainstream people who you just said don't fucking know shit. Yeah, those people. Yeah, those people. You expect
Yeah,
them to know shit? Come on, you just said it was a secret group of people who know shit. Now you're saying every normal day people. You can't appeal to every normal day people and some secret fucking hidden group. Come on, dude. Which one is it?
Now you're mixing me up. You got me.
Maybe maybe I am mixing you up.
Did you?
I just
smoke?
asked you a simple question.
You smoke too, eh? Okay, I got it. No, that wasn't a simple question, dude. That was like a turnaround. Your question in my mind doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
It's like those two wires didn't connect, so my brain didn't no, it like fuzzed out for a moment, didn't get what you were saying.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, but
It's
I'm honest.
difficult for you.
I own myself, man.
Yeah. 2-5. What it be? Long Grizzly. You know what I'm saying? Gaddafi. What? Yeah. Said it. Yeah. What? Yo, not it. That real shit, you know what I'm saying? You more thought. Bursting out the cocoon like that. You know what I'm saying? Apples just dropping from the tree. That's how I thought. You know what I'm saying? Yo. I be the last man standing in the middle of a major war. BC, cavemen and dinosaurs. Laws, wearing like mines of yours. They got some type of shit they put up in your fucking drawers. Gotta fill them out, figure out the major flaws. Thinking I can catch one in the back of mega halls. See my face posted in about 100 stores. Missing, last seen at the lab convention. Sound warp coincides with the mic cord. Savage beats, eat straight meat. Savage beats, eat straight meat. He marked up. Yo. We like Neanderthals, trapped in ice to be precise. Microchip in your body like blood of Christ. I fast 40 days and pray for 40 nights. Return to the essence of life for all life. Conceived in the earth and placed upon walls. Resting in the pyramid, wake when night falls. Bless me with the gad and clicks to be injected to the next life and change my whole perspective. Slaughtering my children, Gentiles and Romans. I'm holding sword and gas for evil omens. Mark up the beast and print will be stolen. To the last day, they say world exploding. 1999, unrefined. Internet web control your whole mind. My third eye shine in sight to lead the blind. 144,000 more crimes. Fugitives wanted by feds of all kinds. For waking up thugs and showing them true signs. Signs for the blind. To the blind, forever shine. The next light, yo. Been on this planet for 25 years and still bleeding. Eternally trapped in hell but still breathing. Caught up in the Empire State Garden of Eden. Millennia surround my life for wrong reasons. I didn't ask to be here, God, see I was placed amongst Canaanites with 6 carved in face. Holding all the guards up north behind gates. Amorites ruling the world in all states. Some lies coming from tongues of true snakes. La ilaha illallah, illallah. Kumar Azdubar, we shine like North Star. Yeah, forever. The red money, Iron Sheets, Gaddafi. The next life, Agent 25. What money? Yeah. Officially coming through. 252. Yeah, clue. Yeah. Just a sample of Guerrilla Coalition. For Strong the rap industry. What? Yeah. Yo. Yeah, politically aware for all the DJs out there. Seven Greg G, yo, SNS, God, what? Gaddafi, officially next life. All the DJs, Paradise, yo, put this in your cassette and get your thug on. Word up, alright? The new joint coming through. Gaddafi, Imam Thug, 40 Thieves, Iron Sheets, Still Hands. Word up, band together. Rap Alliance, yeah. New World Rap Cats, Third World Gorilla Cats, yeah. Laser Beam Gas, Thug Paradise, yeah. 5 Carat Ice, what? Studio banging, what? Yeah. Alright, yo. Who you with? 158, yeah. Check it, yo.
You're going to have to look at the enormous strides made in the last decade with the genetic reconfiguration of the noble tomato. What was happening was the tomato was over-ripening in the process and it was losing its flavor. It's actually a very simple procedure. Deactivate the gene concern, and the same thing can be applied to ourselves. At a flick of a switch, we can adjust character, change personality, and of course, more importantly, we can offset the ravages of dementia by implanting memory or adjusting the synaptic connections. We can free people from the terrible burden of an emotionally compromised past.
Greetings to all of the young people of the internet.
In this edition of Machine Lives, Holy Robots, we have a sort of discussion, an uncivil discussion with a Christian theologian, where we attempted to have a discussion about certain similarities and differences found within the Quran and the Gospels regarding certain views on Jesus, certain events concerning Jesus' life, in lieu of certain comments that were made recently by Sheikh Imran Hussein, a very famous Islamic theologian, who we're actually not going to get into that at this moment. But the Christian debater, crusader, or whatever, named Christian Prince here, was attempting to start a query against Muslims, asking to debate Muslims on the topic of whether there are any similarities between the Gospels and the Quran. And as he was trying to establish that the Quran talks about certain concepts like the logos, which is sort of paradoxical, because if it's talking about concepts that are already in the Gospels, then why would you think that the Quran is a false document in that way? But in another way, I called in to voice the many instances where the Quran seems to talk about the family of Mary, their relation to the family of John, how both John and Jesus were prophesied to be sort of prophetic figures at the time, and their birth was seen as miraculous at the time. And both Zachariah, who was the father of John, and Mary anticipated these births by speaking to an angel, and this angel is known as the angel Gabriel, who appears in the Gospel of Luke. And it's clear in the Gospel of Luke that Jesus is born through incarnation by the Word of God, which is a separate concept than the Logos, which we'll get into. But it seems that in the Gospel of Luke that Jesus is being born through immaculate conception, and this occurs when it occurs when Mary is visited by the angel Gabriel, and he tells her that she will give birth to a son, even though she has never yet been with a man. And this story is confirmed within the Quran. Of course, the Gospels differ on their narrative on the origins of Jesus. For example, the Gospel of Matthew begins by visitation from Magi, as very well known. The Star of Bethlehem appears, and there's also a whole patrilineal descent of Jesus through the line of David. Whereas in the Gospel of Luke, it talks about his mother's relations to the family of John through Elizabeth and Zechariah, and his descent through his mother's line. In the Gospel of Mark, it actually begins with Jesus' baptism through John the Baptist, and then in the Gospel of John, it describes him as a pre-existent being. Indeed, the Gospel of John differs 90% from the other Gospels in its content. And also, it appears rather late in the chronological order of when the Gospels are supposedly released. So all these issues were at play, but none of them were critically discussed by this so-called Christian debater. And we wonder why. Now, in the Gospel of Luke, it discusses that Luke is writing to his student, somebody named Theophilus or something like that. But it sounds like it's a person of a Greek sounding name, and Luke himself seems to be the physician of Paul, and this puts him at a very different origin point than some of the other gospel narratives that are ascribed there, because Paul was not somebody who had direct contact with Jesus. So a student of Paul would not be somebody who had possibly even seen Jesus in his everyday ministry. Now, what's odd about the Gospel of John is its mysterious origins, and how this gospel begins with the concept of logos, which is a thoroughly Greek concept. And it seems that not only is the Gospel of Luke have a much more different treatment of Gentiles than in the Gospel of Matthew's, where Jesus is seen cursing Gentiles, but also in the Gospel of John, it seems that Jesus is talking to Samaritans. He's talking to people who are seen as foreign to Judea, and also he's mentioned as being the Logos, which is a foreign concept to, I guess, the concept of Logos is nowhere seen in the Old Testament, and perhaps we'll discuss this concept in greater detail. The term that appears in the Gospel of John is Logos. It's not the Word. The Word is later supplanted in there by the English translators. Now, the original Greek term logos derives from many different places and can mean many different things in terms of Greek philosophy and Greek rhetoric and other forms of learning. Now, the philosopher Philo, who was not Jewish, had said that the Logos was the firstborn son of God. Now, although Logos was seen by him to be the firstborn son of God at precisely the same time when Jesus walked the earth, this Philo never wrote anything about Jesus or anything about Christianity. Another key fact is that the Logos was actually seen by Heraclitus as being a principle that was ontologically transcendent, something that was removed from matter in all essence. And he said that Logos was a thunderbolt that steers all things. It was actually the organizing principle within matter, while being ontologically transcendent to matter itself. Such a principle could henceforth never enter into the world as a man or in any material capacity, being, as I said before, truly ontologically transcendent. Now, in the sense of Plato, Logos did merge with existence, but it did so only in the sense that it participated in a higher reality, and this would be a reality of pure form, pure math, pure essence. And so Logos was in a sense removed from existence, but was not in any sense pre-existent, but was still seen as something that was superior to matter. Now, in the sense of Gorgias in his writing On Nothing, he does not see Logos as the organizing principle of the universe, as Heraclitus did, nor did he see it as pure reason or pure mathematical form as Plato did, but he saw it as consisting of human speech and the ability of man to construct symbols. And you could see that these various definitions of logos throughout history, whether by Jewish philosophers or by pre-Socratic philosophers or by Plato himself or by the sophists who are the opponents of Plato, none of them can be matched up with the Christian definition of logos as the creating principle of the world, being the Son of God, through which God created the world, being itself pre-existent. The Ruah, or the breath of God, was not an ontologically transcendent principle, but was the way or the word that God used to create all things in existence. As one mystic said, all things are in the shadow of the Creator. And this simply means that God did not create with anything that's beside him. The word kalimat or pen is the word that is created by God that is used to create. But this word itself is a creation. Therefore, it uses a piece of technology such as a pen or something that's used to create or manufacture symbols that translate into the real essence of existence. But this essence neither begets nor is begotten, as it says in Surah Ikhlas. So this logos is not something that can be equated with the word or the breath of God. Be, because when God calls things into existence, he's not relying on any prior design, because he's creating these things for the first time. So he's not relying on any design or knowledge of any previously created thing.
A nation that's chosen, presidents of peace. He faces the omens, divine radiance, a pillar of clouds. Streets is the craziest, a killer brought down, shooting wild, ladies hit. That dude is a clown. My man said wiping off the baby shit. What we do now? Abraham never died. It's about red lentils and birthright and lost tribes. Double nines, bulletproof vests, and a cup of wine. I got the word from Father Divine. The smartest shall shine. The ghetto's a picture painted by an artist who's blind. Provocative rhymes. Me and Pac is in line. I'm David's heart and Jesus' flesh and Solomon's spine. My conscience is a compass to the secrets of the Redeemer, the coffin of Joseph. Imhotep in debt, come and sit with my soldiers. Just I'm a conversator with government crooks, clean brothers with bad looks, street philosophers, readers of Jacob books. Don't hang around gossipers, but niggas who could tell if you shook. Ghetto patriarchs, the rap 4X7, they break them apart, and sniping they mark. Heard he was a sergeant, silent bullets placed in his heart. Night goggles, while they sniping up hollows. Better tomorrow, ghetto apostle, saw the devil trying to steal God's soul. Dark flow, show you the ghostly essence, embrace the hands of the presence. Pleasant priest, divine king or shepherd. My homie rest his head on Solomon's sentence. Woke up the next day, sparked the Ellis book from godly dimensions.
Yes, my friend, you are live on air.
Hey, how's it going, friend?
I'm fine. You are a Muslim?
Yes, I'm a Muslim.
Your name is Saleh?
No, my name is Muhammad too.
Okay, so what do you want to say to us? You were watching us on YouTube, Mr. Muhammad?
Yes, I'm watching you on YouTube. You say you wanted to debate Muslims.
All right, so if this is what you want, go ahead. Tell us, what do you think about what we are showing you? Like, we are talking about the crucifixion of Jesus. We talk about the sunset and murky water. Which one do you want to talk about?
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry about that. Let me turn my TV off. I'm getting this echo noise here.
All right. Be sure that YouTube is off. I mean, so you don't have double sound.
I'm sorry. What was that, friend?
I'm saying be sure that YouTube is off in case you have it in the background, so you don't have double sound.
Yeah, I just turned it off. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the advice there.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the first time I'm calling into a show,
All right. But I give you opportunity, actually. If you want to even change the topic, I don't mind. I mean, here the purpose is to see if Islam is teaching us something true or false. So feel free how you present Islam to us. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I guess the first part I would say is that you believe that the Jesus was born through immaculate conception. Is that not correct?
What does that mean? No, I don't understand. Explain to me. What
you believe? You believe that Jesus was made through God's will alone. Isn't that not right?
We don't believe in such a thing.
You don't believe that?
No, we believe that God, He Himself, He become a man, is born, through a human.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that He became a man. I'm asking you, how did God become a man? What was the mechanism in which this took place?
Well, you want to go by your religion or my belief?
I'm asking you, according to your belief, because I just told you, when I read the Bible, for example, when I read the Gospel of Luke, right?
Yeah.
Right. Many Christian scholars have said it portrays an incarnation Christology. I don't know if you know what that means.
Yeah, but the existence of Jesus have nothing to do with the incarnation, because He exists before His incarnation. So
I understand.
Okay,
It says something different in the Gospel of John.
No. This is all your fantasy. Jesus said.
No. It's not my fantasy. It's not my fantasy. It doesn't say that Jesus was pre-existent.
Okay. Let's go. You are a Muslim.
How come it says something different in the Gospel of Luke than in the Gospel of John?
You are a Muslim, aren't you?
Yes, I'm a Muslim.
Okay.
I'm asking you a question and you're not answering.
No, this is your understanding. This is false understanding.
No. How come it says something different? You said Jesus was a pre-existent being.
Exactly.
Okay, but it says that in the Gospel of John. I'm here talking about the Gospel of Luke where it doesn't say that.
Show me where in the Gospel of Luke it says Jesus was not a pre-exist.
Where does it say in the Gospel of Luke that he's pre-existent?
My friend, you are the one who's making that.
What are you laughing about? Where does it say?
You are the one saying, not me. When you say something, you have to prove it. You are the one who's saying to me in the Bible of Luke, it doesn't say that Jesus was pre-existent before His birth.
You said it says He's a pre-existent being in the Gospel of Luke. So why don't you prove it?
No, I'm saying Jesus said.
Why don't you prove it?
Hold on. Okay, but you are the one who made the claim.
Prove it first.
You are the one who made the claim. Why you don't want to show me what you're saying?
You never made the claim that Jesus is called a pre-existent being in the Gospel of Luke. You never made that claim.
I am just saying.
Everybody heard you made that claim just now.
I did not even say where. I said in the Bible, Jesus said, "Before Abraham, I am." You are the one who said to me. You are the one who said to me. Listen.
I'm asking you where it says it in Luke.
You are the one saying to me. Hold on. This is very funny and very, very stupid. You are the one who said. You are the one who said in the Bible. In the Bible of Luke. In the Bible. Hold on. You see, we don't want to talk like kids. It is you.
You're talking like a kid. You're not answering my question.
It is you who said in the Bible of Luke it says different. Okay, show me.
It doesn't say
show me.
It doesn't say He's the Logos in the Gospel of Luke.
Show me, because John, he is speaking to the Greek.
Oh my God.
And the Greek,
Dude,
don't say, oh my God.
Now
let me listen. So you failed to show me anything from the Bible.
No. You failed to show how it's not.
You failed because when you make a claim, you have to prove it.
What?
You are the one who said in the Bible of Luke. You said in the Bible of Luke it teaches something different.
And this is ridiculous. Are you just going to talk over me or what?
You are talking. You see, you are being a coward now, trying to find excuse.
No, I'm not being a coward. I'm asking you a question and you won't answer for the 50th time. Where does it say he's a pre-existent being in the Gospel of Luke?
My friend, for us, we have 4 Bibles.
Where does it say he's a pre-existent being in the Gospel of Luke?
4 Bible, and this is how we learn about Jesus. You don't take a verse and you forget about the rest. So I'm asking you, can you show me from the book of Luke? You are the one who mentioned that book. Can you show me where it says Jesus never existed before his birth?
Yes. It says you said that God became a man. Is that not correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he became a man. So he came into existence as a man. Is that not right? That's what you just said.
Well, he is born from Mary as a human being in the flesh.
That's
so
right. That's right. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And you keep acting like you don't know what I'm talking about.
And you are the one who do not know, obviously, what you are talking about.
No.
Okay, so now I want you to show me. Abdul, listen,
No.
Laughing.
It says, hold on.
Everybody is laughing. Can you show me?
Hold on.
Can you show me from
the
the book
Gospel of Luke, but it doesn't say it in the Gospel of John.
Listen, so what? In the Quran, it says
no. Don't change the subject.
Hold on.
Don't change the
In the
subject.
Quran, we are not changing the subject.
You said you wanted to help me change the subject.
Changing the subject.
You said you wanted to help me change the subject. Now you want to talk about the Quran now. We're talking about the Bible. We're talking about the Gospel of Luke.
Okay, show me in the Bible of Luke where Jesus never exists before his birth.
Where it says that he came into existence as a man, as you just said. You just said that, man.
You see, you are the one who made the claim. And you don't want to prove it.
And you're the one who followed up and said my claim was true. You said he came into existence as a man.
Okay, hold on. You
couldn't point out anywhere in the Gospel of Luke where it said he's a pre-existing being.
Listen.
You couldn't do it, man.
Listen.
You couldn't point out anywhere in the Gospel of Luke where it says he's a pre-existing being. Where does it say that, man?
Okay, I will show you from the Bible. I will show you from the Bible of Luke.
You read your own damn Bible and find out where it says he's an incarnated being in the Gospel of Luke. Go ahead.
I will show you from the 4 Gospels, not only from Luke.
No. Show me in the Gospel of Luke where it says he's a pre-existing being.
Do you accept your Quran, what you say about Jesus before he was born?
What?
What? Do you accept what your Quran says about Jesus before he was born?
Excuse me. I called into your show. You told me
I'm asking you. You are a Muslim. Right? You are a Muslim. For me,
you told me.
You see, in order for you to get me, busted, you have to show me a verse.
You're talking over me. You're telling me
you have to show me a verse from the Bible against my belief. You fail. I'm saying to you now, do you agree with the Quran about the birth of Jesus?
You can't show me where it says he's a pre-existing being in the Gospel of Luke.
I will show you all over. It's all over in the 4 Gospels. Now,
do you
agree? You are a moron. You are a moron, or you are Abdul. Look what your Quran says. This is why you are ashamed of your Quran. Because if you don't agree with any book of our books, then you should not agree with the Quran. Because the Quran says that Jesus was the Logos.
Where does it say Jesus is the Logos?
In the Quran.
Where the fuck does it say that, buddy?
You see, you are a very good Muslim using the F word speaking about your God. Thank you very much.
No. You're a very bad Christian.
Here we go.
Talking over people, not allowing people to talk, not following the Christian tradition of faith.
Mr. F word.
Talking over people.
The verse in the front of you.
Where does it say logos in the Quran? Logos is a Greek word. Do you know where the word logos comes from?
No problem. The Quran uses
where does the word logos come from?
The Quran uses only the Greek Bible of John. This is why it's called Injil. Read with me, chapter 4, verse 171.
Where does it say the Greek Bible is called Injil?
In front of you. Read it, chapter 4, verse number 171. And the Quran uses only...
It says logos in there? It says logos in the Quran.
It says logos, because logos...
Does it say logos in the Quran?
Read it.
This guy's a charlatan. It says logos nowhere in the Quran, you moron.
Read it.
Yeah, it doesn't say logos.
Read it so we can find out.
In the Quran. Do you know what the term logos means?
Abdul, read it, and we will find out.
Hey, excuse me, moron. Do you know what the term logos means?
Mr. F word, can you read it? Why you don't want to read it?
Hey, F word. Do you know what the term logos means?
You explain it to me after you read the Quran. Does it say logos or not?
It doesn't say logos in the Quran, moron.
Okay, why you don't want to read? My friend, it take you 2 seconds. You are an adult, mature. Stop talking like a kid. Can you read the verse?
I don't read logos here. I don't read logos here.
What did that say?
Where's logos?
What it does say? Tell me what it does say. Even you do not know even what I'm talking about, I'm sure.
I can read and you can read.
Okay,
It
read.
doesn't say
Okay,
logos.
show me. Okay, go ahead.
I can read and you can read.
My
It does
friend,
not
stop
say
saying
logos
I can
there.
read and you can read and you can read. Muhammad cannot read. Here we go. I can read, you can read.
No,
Muhammad
you can't
cannot
read. You can't read
So, Abdul,
logos in the
you
Quran.
are
You're saying it's
illiterate.
in there.
You
You're
are
a liar.
illiterate.
You're a liar.
You are illiterate like you're a prophet. Can you read for me chapter 4, verse 171?
And you find where it says logos.
Chapter, yes, it's in the front of your eyes. It says kalimatahu.
It says logos
Do you
in
know
the
what
Gospel of
kalimatahu
Luke.
mean? What kalimatahu
It doesn't
mean?
say it in the Gospel of Luke.
Shut
and
up.
It doesn't say it in the
Shut
Quran.
up. Shut up. You are a coward trying to
No,
escape.
you shut your mouth.
We
It
will
doesn't
show
say it in the
you. We
Gospel
will
of
show
Luke.
you
It
from
doesn't say it
all
in
the
the Quran,
gospel
bitch.
that Jesus is a
No,
pre-existed
fuck
before
you.
his
It doesn't
birth.
say it in the Quran. It doesn't say it in the Gospel of Luke.
Okay, then read.
You're a moron.
Read, Mr. The F
Tell me,
word.
tell me what logos means.
Read. Can you read? Read.
No, I'm not going to read
Why
for you.
not?
I'm not your monkey, dude. Where does it say logos in the Gospel of Luke?
My friend, you are the monkey.
Yeah, where does it say logos in the
Why
Gospel
you
of
don't
Luke?
read
Learn
it?
how to speak
Okay, read
English
it. Hi,
first.
here we go. I gave it to you. You are the one who complained. It says this is only
You
in
are
the
the
book.
one who complained. No, I'm not the one who complained.
Abdul, you are the one who made the claim. You prove it to me.
Luke, and you're not
People are
telling me.
laughing at you and people are posting even verses for you to get you, but I'm not going to quote them yet because you're trying to escape the Quran. The Quran get you busted and show that you are a stupid idiot because you are speaking against your book.
Yeah, it doesn't say logos in here. So
Read
you're
the
the
verse.
stupid
Read
idiot.
the verse.
Because you said it says
Get
logos
me
in here and
busted.
it doesn't.
Get me
You're a stupid
busted.
idiot.
Get me busted and read the verse.
No, I'm not going to read the verse for
Then
you.
get-
You know how to read. I know
then-
how to read. It doesn't
then
say.
get lost. You're a coward, son of Muta. Moron.
Hey,
Hello.
hey again. Hey, where does it say logos in the verse you just mentioned?
Why you don't read it?
I did read it, my
Okay,
friend.
go ahead. I'm listening.
I did read it.
Okay, read it.
The similitude of Jesus before
No,
Allah.
chapter 4, verse 171.
Chapter 4. I don't have a Quran in front of me.
So
want me
what?
to read?
You know, you are in the internet, you are in the computer. You can search the verse or you can look in the screen. Look at the screen. Look on my YouTube.
Okay, give me a second. Let me look it up. Since you insist, you know, but you still didn't answer me. Where does it say logos in the Gospel of Luke?
Well, you see, you are an idiot. You know, John.
No, you're a moron.
Well, John,
it doesn't say that in the Gospel of Luke. So tell me where it says that, you fucking idiot.
Don't use the F word.
No. Don't call me a moron, you little bitch.
Don't use the
Where
F
does it
word.
say it in the Gospel of Luke?
You are a filthy and you are a whore. That's why you are
You're
using
a
the word.
fucking little bitch.
You are filthy and you are a coward and you are a son of Muta and you are the bitch. That's why you are using those words. You are a street boy. You are a street boy. You are a street boy. You are a street boy.
You are a worthless street rat. You were born a street rat. You'll die a street rat.
We will help you. The robots and computers are your friends. You speak of pressure and stress. Metal compounds can withstand these forces. Flesh cannot. We will not harm you. We only wish to modify your circuitry to enhance your structural integrity, to bring you to a state of perfection. Robots and humans living together is the solution.
The next life, Agent 25. What? Money. Yeah. Officially coming through. 252. Yeah. Clue. Yeah. Just a sample of Guerrilla Coalition. Strong arm the rap industry. What? Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Politically aware for all the DJs out there. Suwai, Greg G. Yo. SNS. God. What? Gaddafi. Officially next life. All the DJs. Paradise. Yo. Put this in your cassette and get your thug on. Word up, alright? The new joint coming through. Gaddafi, Imam Thug, 40 D's, Iron Sheets, Still Hands. Word up, band together. Rap Alliance. Yeah. New World Rap Cats. Third World Gorilla Cats. Yeah. Laser Beam Gas. Thug Paradise. Yeah, 5 carat ice. What? Studio banging. What? Yeah. Alright, yo. Who you with? 158. Yeah, check it. Yo.
All right, and we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our resident dope fiend. The Machine Lies in the upper left. You barely see him. He has his sunglasses on, probably to hide the fact that his eyes are glazed over red. Machine Lies, why don't you take a second, introduce yourself, tell everybody where they can find you. Try not to take too many bong rips in between telling us.
Hello, everyone. My name is The Machine Lies. I'm a philosopher of technology, a cynic philosopher that deals with philosophy and technology on my channel called The Machine Lies. And I've written a book called Christ Protagonist, Logos Dethroned. It's online on Amazon, and it's a 400-page book about the introduction to Western philosophy, a subject I studied with my mentor, Dr. David Skirbina at U of M. And yeah, I think that serves as a pretty good introduction. I'm also Muslim, and I guess that'll configure quite heavily on the topic of our debate this evening.
All right, thank you for that intro. By the way, your audio before we came on was far better than it is right now. Suddenly it sucks, just kind of out of the blue, just letting you know that. Resident Sleeper, go ahead with your intro.
What's up? I'm Resident Sleeper.
Hang on. Stop for a second. See that? That's how your audio is supposed to sound. The Machine Lies like that.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's way better now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry about
Go
that.
ahead, Resident Sleeper.
I'm Resident Sleeper. I have no social media. I tried to start a YouTube channel. I'm not really focused on it. You can find me over at the Discord of Orthodox Shahada. That's it for me.
And Resident Sleeper is here in his tracksuit and sunglasses. He is sporting the official Albanian garb. We appreciate that. Very multicultural and inclusive here on the Crucible. Gentlemen, you're both going to be given 7 minutes for your opening statement, right? I've been in like, I don't know, a prolonged foul mood for like the last 2 weeks. So if any of you suck, I'm going to probably just throw you off, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking around. I'm kidding around. All right. The Machine Lies. You were the proposal for this debate. This was your proposition. We're going to let you open first. You have 7 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
All right. I'll start with the fact that that there are several explanations for the way things are in the world, for the fall of man or man in its current state, and going forward. I guess there would be three main ones. Starting out, it would be a historical explanation, and that would be mixed in with theology, because all theological aspects of explaining man's origin provide a history of mankind, as it were, and they also provide a cosmological aspect of how man came into the universe to begin with. So there's a historical aspect that's dealing with the past. There's a scientific aspect, which I will also call the modern. I know I don't agree with the terms scientific or modern, but these are going to be talking about the present state of the world, or the way people choose to explain the present state of the world. Of course, rhetorical. And then there's a last degree which people explain the world, and that's future oriented. That would be evolutionary. Depending on if you're atheist, you would deal with evolution. You would say things are being propelled by some mysterious force called evolution. But here in the religious world, we know that that's phony, and that actually that it's a eschatological scheme that the world is driven by. That means that man is made by a purpose. He's made with a final end, and that would be the nature of the world. That man is dealing with his final end, and that's how we find his future. So there's past, present, and future. So these are three aspects: historical, theological, modern, scientific, or evolutionary or eschatological. So the agreements we would have is that one were to begin from the modern world, we'd see technological or scientific world paradigm that controls the world's events. It controls the power of the governments. It controls how decisions are made. There's autocratic government that's made by technique, governed by technique. Techniques created outside of man's control in order to govern the affairs of man. And then there would be a system that is free of ethical restraints of family or tradition. So they're not taking into consideration either family-based ethos, because they're dealing with an equality, a freedom-reducing, equality-driven ethos. So they want to they want everybody to follow the scientific world paradigm. This excludes the notion of family, and it also excludes the notion of religious traditions. And then the focus would be on democratic values, on economics, on the actual physical autocratic state, the means of governance, and not the people. Or in other words, the focus wouldn't be on family or religion. And then finally, there would be systems of the past that were ruled by unity of God, king, and people, which formed a nation. But modern state is formed by political techniques, which are based on secularism, propelled only by scientific or technological discovery. Now we have the concept of original sin. On the one end, we have that this concept is created by St. Augustine, and Orthodox theologians are in agreement with this fact. They say that actually original sin is not found within the teachings of the Bible, or it's foisted upon Christians, or at least I've heard Orthodox theologians say this online, and I can refer you guys to the videos where they say that. Other people have noted that St. Augustine invented the concept of original sin, St. Pelagius among some of them. He also said, hate the sin and not the sinner. There's problems. The view regularly points to humanity being both the problem and the solution. This is the atheistic view, not the Christian view. So the predominant view today points to humanity being both the problem and the solution. Humanity has to evolve past its present condition, but no one knows if this is possible in man's current state. Atheists like Sam Harris and Michael Shermer disagree how much science and technology can serve as a solution for man's current problems. Both agree that scientific progress has quote unquote saved humanity in some sense, and it's driving it forward. They point to regressive forms of thinking as stopping the trend. Islam is first on their list. Sam Harris says Islam is a motherlode of bad ideas. Michael Shermer says that Islam is the last culture on earth to reach the Enlightenment. So that's a consideration for those trying to fight the ideas of the Enlightenment, that those who support those ideals consider Islam a very regressive form to those ideals. They also have a shitty view of the world. They say there's no evidence for God because of suffering in the world. What are some historical views that the world is depreciated or devoid of substance or in a fallen state? Well, we could start with the blame being put on 4 people. One is Aristotle. He is a student of Plato. He deals with the compartmentalization of knowledge into various subjects, and he divorced knowledge from the sacred. So this is one aspect of his subjects. He created science, and he created the word technology as well. He introduced correspondence theory, which says that we have to correspond with truth that is outside of us, that the senses basically coined empiricism. There's also Paul. Paul created a division between flesh and spirit in Romans. He platonized sin in Romans 7:17. He said, it's not me that commits sin, but the sin in me. So he drives a stark duality between the flesh and the spirit, which is also seen in the Phaedo of Plato. In the Phaedo of Plato, the pleasures of the body are seen as secondary in the world. So it follows a Platonic synthesis. It also follows an Aristotelian or teleological aspect, where it says that the whole purpose of the world is for the age to come. You can see this in Ephesians. And in Ephesians, he says the rule of this age is the rule of darkness. The rule of age to come is a rule of Christ, the rule of the kingdom of God. So there's that aspect of things. And also there's St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas affirmed the philosophy of Aristotle. And also, he separated the church and the state. He finally put the final separation between the church and the state, putting one in the sphere of reason and one in the sphere of faith, and saying that these two are separate things. I see I'm running out of time there, so I'll speed it up. These four can roundly be considered the most influential thinkers of what is considered "quote unquote" Western thought. The fourth one is Newton. Newton created a deistic or Kabbalistic view of the cosmos, a mechanistic view of the world. This fact is agreed upon by some of the most luminary thinkers in Western philosophy in our age, like Alfred North Whitehead, who called Aristotle the greatest European metaphysician. 2 of 3 of these thinkers mentioned above are taken for granted. Paul is considered more important than the teachings of Jesus as far as Christians are concerned. All of these thinkers are Western thinkers whose ideas are fundamental for the development of secularism. They're kept alive by the church. So the paradoxes here are pretty clear. There's one, the fall of man and the repentance offered by Adam and the nature being a blessing of divine grace. That's one.
You're out of time, Machine Lies. I'm sorry.
Oh,
man.
okay. Okay, yeah, that's okay.
But I'm going to give you 15 seconds to just do a quick wrap.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm just right at the end anyways. I was just going to say 4 paradoxes. One is the fall of man and the repentance offered by Adam and the blessings of nature. Nature is a blessing, yet it's in a fallen state. 2 is man is made in God's image, but is corrupted by the flesh. 3, man is said to be judged by God, but also awaits the kingdom of God. The apocalypse is on one side and the kingdom of God on the other. 1 is to keep 2 sets of books, be a Jew with the Jew, a Roman with the Romans, and Romans 13. Anyways, that's pretty much a lot of what I had there.
Appreciate that very much. I was making fun of you during your open statement, but that's just because I'm a jerk. Resident Sleeper, we're going to move over to you. Jordan Peterson would not be thrilled with the state of affairs that's going on in your house right now. I just want to let you know that right away. But go ahead.
That's organized.
Go ahead with your opening statement.
Mine is not going to be nearly that long. In today's debate, I expect there to be points of contention between me and my opponent, specifically on the points regarding theology, on why the world is the way it is today. I expect to cover a variety of topics, going from creation, being the story of Adam and Eve, and how it's viewed in the Islamic lens as opposed to the Orthodox one. Doctrine, both doctrine of our beliefs, as well as church history and the roots of both religions. I do fully expect that there to be a dive into different topics mid-debate, as both the Machine Lies and I are very sporadic when we have conversations with each other. But I do expect the majority of the topic of this debate to be focused specifically on theology, Orthodox theology, and as well as Islamic theology. And the sources that I will be using today are going to be mostly Orthodox theology, the Bible, Islamic texts, hadiths, Islamic law, the Quran, and historical documents. I will be offering a fair critique of what I think is going to be the Gnostic roots of Islam, and why the theology can't be credible when it comes to speaking about Christianity. That being said, I think that's all I have to say for my opening statement.
Okay, commenters already being very brutal and mean to everybody. I was told recently I had a debate cancellation. A person sent me a DM and said, "But your commenters, they're so mean." And I mean, what can I say? They are. They're fucking mean bastards. And I'm completely and totally okay with that. Before we get moving into the rest of the debate, and I open the floor up, let me just say I appreciate everybody who is
It started with 2 turntables and a mic, lightning strike, electricity. MC rip rhymes, DJ cut the wax viciously. The combo, maliciously raw, ingenious, and precise. Mad nice, soon to be subject to mad heist. Niggas talking about they rock mad ice, living mad shice in the battle of art versus trends. Poetry ends when money contends. The recipe blends and becomes diluted, polluted in fact with check who's been recruited intact with rhymes for your mind. Every day's a struggle cause society framed you, but raise your head and walk with pride because I came to. The only place I can find justice is deep inside of these lines that I designed, displaying situations of the times. People in general are targets of big money markets and are all disposable unless you come ready to work, fully posable, with suit and tie ready to buy into the bullshit images of people claiming that money's what their religion is. Filthy females that are visionless and flows that are precisionless. Let me be your mind's eye, envision this rise above your power is limitless. The ghetto's designed to leave you spiritless, living from day to day, dodging AK spray. Niggas doing anything for pay in streets that spite the light of day. The fallen God's been led astray. I must retaliate. Why? Because they made it that way. Word. Fully educated rhyme spray. My way is to give you something to cling to so you can survive dilemmas that you live through, then exist through your life and focus on being in search of what's real instead of just relying on the still. Make it better. Make it better. Check it. This is the new lyrical selection. Red, black, and green protection. Motivation and pride connection. Moving the focus of your perception away from nice cars with fuel injection. The lesson is often taught, but never heard. Leaving your vision forever blurred. Killing for wealth in the world that's absurd. With hate and killing and fate. Delivered by a villain. Fucked up from skunk and malt liquor. And now he's illin' cause he hasn't had a meal in 3 days. Chopped your neck in 3 ways. Common occurrences these days. Soon to be locked in a cell for raising hell. Looking back upon his life, wondering where he fell. But martyrs tell of many uncivil nights while battling for civil rights. Niggas die cause ignorance plights and ignorance fights progress in all shapes and types by blocking the lights of success from niggas' sights. So a nigga snipes his brother who he claims he never likes and snatches his Adidas at nights. So I drop knowledge on mics until apocalypse strikes. Atomic blast blowing niggas off dirt bikes. I mold the soil into dirt spikes and jump straight from the top of the chart and drive them through the devil's heart. It's time to revolt and restart and live our lives from the heart and bring this music back to the art, rip it apart. Make it better. Make it better. Make it better. Make it better. Everything's alright. Everything's alright. Everything's alright. Dizzy Dusty, my mellow, my man, get on the mic, cause I know you can. When the wind and sands where the land's away, there's no man who stands in its way. People tell me life will be lovely when I own an Irona and find my Sharona. But I don't get caught up, this isn't my turf. I'm not even a citizen of planet Earth. Marooned on the boondocks in Timbuktu. What do? I wait for the rescue crew, so I don't need an IV to revive me. When I think my thoughts drive me to the brink. If the end is near, then send it here. I'm out of sight like a satellite, and that's alright. Everything's alright. Everything's alright. If the end is near, then send it here. Everything's alright. Well, as I rock beady beats in the end times, breaking it down like enzymes to package and send rhymes to another galaxy. As a proton, I split them into catastrophe and so on. And so now people want to say it's great to be alive these days with the strides we made and the lives we've saved. But if you really want to know how much longer time will last, tune into your local TV simulcast. Watch the fall of the family.
natural disasters, disease, enemies attack to strike back. And they claim it's uncontrollable, but you know that they're foldable, so you can't be so gullible, cause it's like that. Mike that, Andy Cat, my architect pleases. When I was 12, I went to heaven for loving Jesus. Cause hey, we could be done tonight on the rap, sure, and that's alright. If the end is near, then send it here. Some try to run from the hands of time, but they get lost and hit the landmine. Like a teenage love, you can't trust your girlfriend saying don't hurt me again. Or addiction. You gotta watch your back. There's a junkie in the alley with a baseball bat. But as bad as that sounds, really everything's fine. Ask young Einstein, it's so fine. Don't try to cheat death like the Fall Guy, cause we all die, think about it. Why? Cause there's not a bigger fish to fry, and that's no lie. Check it out. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here.
You are about to embark on the most wonderful experience of your life. Exhale, relax for a moment. Part 4.
Yeah. Snowflakes in January, hot warm like February. I wouldn't ordinarily march to the drum, play a fool like April. Made the best dance in the June or Guido. Power of the wheel, Julius and Augustus. All you know is just us in a new semester. Back in September, boy, I wonder if still remember. Meet me halfway from Mars to Venus. Meet me, the chase is on between us. Retweet the sweetest piece of confection. Handmade device for remote connection. Ask a question, wait for an answer and make a suggestion. Time and a place for a first impression. Second and third to a fourth dimension. Rise above ways that hold us captive. To a swear that I the captain. Cruising sapphire, sky burn like sapphire. Lost to a fire, but we can fly higher. To a region apex, we fit tight like a glove with the latex. Bring it down to earth for a cooling session. Lays out ways and glazed in essence. Gauge each other in the out-of-line galaxies of uncharted nebulous. Heard joy of a spilled milk on a quill. A lavender woven in the fabric of a calendar. Dress up at the end of October. Give thanks to the famine November. The cold black close of December. And we back to the origins. Let me begin. Snowflakes in January, hot warm like February. I wouldn't ordinarily march to the drum, play a fool like April. Made the best dance in the June or Bio. Power of the wheel, Julius and Augustus. All you know is just us in a new semester. Back in September, boy, I wonder if still remember.
Love is my game.
When you took my hand, I couldn't hide it. Way too delighted. Tried to ride it cool, but obliged to ride it. Wouldn't fight it. Had my watch pause when I put my lips on your eyelids. The lost second deposited in a memory bank. Every chance I pocketed, I sent a blank check with your signature. Fonts on serif, the curvature. A loaded harbinger with pose play cold like fish in the pond. Fonts were some poems like fish. Life is short like a dog on leash. Or a fuse in an open circuitry that got struck by the lightning. Hang pinned on the wall over the writing. Brighten up the room for a private dining. Increase the pieces, seize the anxiety. Spread love, see the whole society. You got me shooting off on a tangent, as I always do when I'm on the fringe. And the tally of the letters will reach the valley where the wings will seek. The series so classic at the top of October. Give thanks to the fam of November. A cold but cozy December. And we're back to the origins. Let me begin. Snowflakes in January, hot warm like February. I wouldn't ordinarily march to the drum, play a fool like April. Made the best dance in a June, no bridal. Now a thrill, Julius in August. Just saw, you know it's just us. In a new semester, back in September. Boy, I wonder if still remember. Boy, I wonder if still remember.